1. Chapter 1. The target took a shortcut, unwittingly shaving another 4 minutes off of life as he knew it. His appearance surprised me, because I had parked in an alley specifically to get out of his line of march, figuring he'd go the long way around the block. He was about 50 feet back and walking at an unhurried pace. A minute later he passed me, unaware of my existence. He was so close that I could have flung open the door and knocked him to the ground. From there, it would have been easy to thump him on the head, throw him in the back, and haul ass. That would have been a bit extreme even for me, so I let him go. Better to stick with the plan. I keyed the handset of my radio. All elements, this is Pike. Target just passed my location and intersected 22nd Street. He's crossing it now. Pike's not my real name. It's my call sign. We use them because nobody in my unit wants to use military ones like Victor Bravo 37. I'd like to say that I got mine for doing something badass, but you don't pick your call sign. It picks you. And usually for something that's not flattering. In my case, it came from a stupid comment I'd made during training. I grew up in Oregon, spending my time hunting and fishing. I was trying to describe how we should do an ambush, but wasn't communicating things right. I finally said, like a pike attacks when it catches another fish. Everyone looked at me for a second in silence, then broke out laughing. For the next 2 days, every time I tried to suggest something, someone would say, "You mean like a pike would do it?" The name stuck. It's not too bad as call signs go. I suppose I could have been Flounder. All in all, it's much better than my given name, which I despise. The foggy bottom street in front of me was starting to clog up with the noontime lunch crowd, all out enjoying the summer sunshine. This would make it easier for my team to track the target without compromise. But the heat was turning my car into a sauna. Why the hell this guy liked wandering aimlessly around outside was beyond me, but the pattern he had created would be his downfall. Humans are creatures of habit. What looks absolutely random once will look like the same old over time. We had reached the same old stage with this target and were within minutes of taking him down. After crossing the street, the target entered a coffee shop and took a seat at an outside patio. Right on schedule. I saw the team settle around him like an invisible blanket. The crowd flowed around them, all without a clue what was going on. That always gave me a perverse sense of pleasure. While rushing to catch the metro or get lunch, they were brushing past some of the finest predators on Earth and didn't even know it. Sometimes I'm tempted to grab one of them and yell, "Don't you know what's going on here? Can't you see what's happening? You ought to get on your knees and thank the Lord that people like me are out here protecting your sorry ass." Yeah, that's arrogant and unfair. I suppose executing the operation without anyone knowing is pleasure enough. After all, if they did know, that would mean we had failed. In the end, they could go about buying their Starbucks or bitching about the price of gas because my team and I would have prevented something much, much worse, like a suicide bomber at their kids' school. In my mind, the world is split neatly into 2 groups, meat eaters and plant eaters. Nothing is wrong with either one. Both are necessary. One contributes much, much more to society than the other. The other is necessary to protect the contribution. I'm a meat eater. My existence allows the plant eater to contribute. Some plant eaters, living in a so-called civilized world, call me evil. But at the end of the day, when the bad man comes and the plant eater's praying for a miracle, I'm what shows up. I scanned behind me after the target passed, and was surprised to see another man at the entrance to the alley. Large, bald-headed, and looking out of place. He loitered for a couple of seconds, then began moving my way. He's following our guy. All elements, this is Pike. We've got a trailer with the target. Stand by. Bull, the trigger for the takedown, said, "You sure it's not a ghost?" Bull was asking if I was seeing things that weren't really there. "No, I'm not sure, but he refused to enter the alley until the target was clear, then walked at a pretty fast pace to catch up." If he was tracking our man, I had no idea why. We had no intel indicating the target had any security or that anyone else wanted him. The guy could be police, a rival group, or even a counter-surveillance effort protecting the target. Or he could be a lost tourist, and I was jumping to conclusions. Either way, Baldy and anyone else with him would have to be separated from the target. If he was a tourist, it would take care of itself. If not, that left my team. And once we executed, we would need to be pretty damn swift, because after we got rid of this guy, his people would know someone else was on the ground and interested in the same target. I gave a description of the trailer and watched him take a seat in the coffee shop, confirming my fears. "Okay, listen up. We're going to keep the plan. If Baldy's not a ghost, he'll follow our target into the planned kill zone. We'll let the target go through, then take him out. Acknowledge." "Pike, this is Knuckles. We can't duplicate this hit twice in one day. We're going to lose the target. We need to develop the situation, not start thumping people willy-nilly. We won't lose the target, because you're going to tag him at his table. Using that beacon, we'll take him down at the parking garage to his apartment. That was our contingency plan anyway. It'll just be 2 hits instead of 1. "Pike, that damn beacon hasn't worked yet. We keep getting false positives. We're liable to take out some old lady." Knuckles was my second in command, or 2IC. He's a squid, but I don't hold that against him since he's a SEAL. He's just like me, only he picked the wrong branch of service. His call sign was Knuckles, but it should have been Mother Hen, at least while we were preparing for operations. Once we were engaged, it would be something like Death-Dealing Slaughter Monster. Right now, Knuckles was in Mother Hen mode. He was a finicky perfectionist, someone who wanted to ensure that every piece of kit, tactic, or technique was absolutely perfect before being used on an operation. It wasn't that he was rigid, since he was one of the best on fluid operations. And he did have a point. If everything's perfect when you start, then working through contingencies, or what we call flexing, is that much easier. If you start with something that's faulty, then you'll be flexing from the get-go. The thing is, every operation goes to shit at one point or another. Like right now. Doesn't matter how much you plan. You can either handle the curveball or not. "Look, I get the risk, but we're running out of time. We don't have enough people to track both guys. Just tag the target and use your judgment. If you can't get him, you can't get him. What if the trailer's not alone?" Knuckles was thinking right along with me. "I hear you. We'll develop the situation enough to confirm or deny he's alone. If he's got someone else working with him, we'll pass. If not, we'll take him down in the primary kill zone, leaving you and Bull with a contingency for the target." There was a pregnant pause, then, "Roger, out. Bull, keep your eyes on Baldy and see if he makes comma with anyone." I watched a homeless man approach our target. Jesus, now what? This was turning into a circus. I was about to call Knuckles and warn him when I realized that's who I was looking at. Pretty damn good job of camouflage. He shoved a cup at the target, begging for some change. The man ignored him. Knuckles grew belligerent, bringing out the manager. I'm never gonna hear the end of this. Knuckles was breaking the cardinal rule of surveillance by interacting with the target. On top of that, he was creating a scene that would be remembered after the hit. He was going to be pissed that I forced this on him. The manager came out shouting. Knuckles waved his arms, slinging coins from the cup all over the place. Bending down around the target's ankles, he scrambled to get his precious money. In the blink of an eye, I saw him slip something into the cuff of the target's pants. The size of a micro SD card, it was a passive beacon that worked like an easy pass on a toll road. It would register every time it passed a special receiver. The good part was that the card didn't need GPS or transmitting capability, along with a requisite battery source, so it could be made very, very small. The bad part was the beacon wouldn't give a specific location. It would only confirm our suspicions as the beacon passed our receivers, which we had placed throughout the target's habitual route. The final receiver was in the stairwell of the target's parking garage. A team, hidden in the shadows, would deploy when the beacon signaled. Unfortunately, with the receiver's track record, it could trigger if the wind blew the wrong way. After watching Knuckles get chased away, I gave Bull a call. "Anything going on?" "No. He's looking at the target, but so is everyone else thanks to Knuckles' little play. Hasn't communicated with anyone." "Roger. Retro, you guys ready?" "Yeah. We just don't know what the trailer looks like." "Don't worry about that. I'll trigger. If it's no good..." Break. This is Bull. Target's on the move." Shit, that was quick. Ready or not, the target was going to force our hand.
Chapter 2. Colonel Kurt Hale was almost run over by the scrum of advisors leaving the Oval Office. A few years ago, when the West Wing was still a novel experience, he would have felt a little awe. Today, he just felt annoyed that they didn't bother to say "excuse me," too intent in their own little world to notice him. The president's personal secretary saw his annoyance and grinned. "You leave the military, and you could be just like them." Kurt smiled. "No thanks, Sally. Can I go in?" "Sure. You and his wife are the only ones he never makes wait." Kurt entered and saw President Peyton Warren, with his back turned, looking out the window, apparently deep in thought. "Sir, you want me to come back later?" He saw the president start a little, then turned with a smile. No. Come in. I could use a discussion about something that's truly important." The president shook Kurt's hand warmly. "Let's go to the study so we won't be disturbed." Following the president, Kurt once again felt a little amazed at the position he was in. Originally, he'd been just one of many men trying to help the president defend the nation, but their relationship had grown into a true friendship, albeit one still grounded in their respective positions. While the president had never served in the military, he had shown Kurt a keen grasp of the application of military power, using it as a scalpel when he could, and a sledgehammer when he had to, but always only after he had analyzed all other options. As was not the case with other politicians Kurt had dealt with, he trusted the president's judgment and commitment. After Kurt was seated, Peyton handed him what looked like a Hallmark card. "What's this?" "Something I want you to take back to the boys as a token of my thanks. Happy anniversary." Kurt noted the date on his watch. "Yeah, I guess it was today, wasn't it? 3 years ago today. I'll tell you, I figured I'd be impeached or in jail by now, but Project Prometheus has been pretty much flawless, and largely because of the efforts of you and your men, the country has remained safe." "I appreciate that, sir, but they're your nuts on the chopping block, not mine. And you were the one with the vision to see that the Cold War system in place wasn't working for a war in the shadows." President Warren shrugged. "Come on. You never take any credit for the success. It's the 3-year anniversary. Take a damn moment to enjoy what you've done." "I know what happened before I took office. That's how I found you in the first place." Before 9/11, there was little need for an element like Project Prometheus. Everything was clear-cut. Everything was clean. The Department of Defense focused strictly on military endeavors, and the CIA focused on what's called national intelligence. For Kurt and men like him, it was the good old days. You tell me if the Soviets are going to attack, and I'll tell you how to defeat them in battle. After 9/11, the lines became blurred. Instead of focusing on state systems, everyone focused on the terrorist threat, with both the CIA and DoD thinking it was their mission. Kurt could see both sides, but the architecture in place had no room for the debate. Built for the Cold War, The system wasn't designed for hunting individual men or small teams. Kurt watched the two organizations push and shove unilaterally, building up their own capabilities. At the time, he didn't worry. The U.S. had figured out how to win before and would figure this out as well. Right after 9/11, he took the fight to the enemy in Afghanistan, figuring it was only a matter of time before the U.S. got serious on a global scale. 2 years into the war, he had still been waiting. To his disgust, he saw the sense of purpose begin to drift, watching the CIA and DoD do more fighting against each other than against the terrorist threat. He was convinced that they had spent so much time apart during the Cold War that they didn't even understand each other, let alone trust each other. Kurt voiced his opinions and waited on someone above him to fix the problems, but nobody seemed willing or able. When terrorists affiliated with al-Qaeda conducted the Bali bombings in Indonesia barely a year after 9/11, killing over 200 people, he realized that the status quo wasn't going to work. He banded together with like-minded men in the intelligence community and set out to change things on his own. Their initial proposal was simple: a true joint organization, a blending of both CIA and DoD clandestine assets on a habitual basis. Eliminate the duplication of effort and mistrust at the grassroots level. The end result would be a fusion of intelligence and direct action, a capability that could follow a trail until it died, literally. They eventually got the ear of the National Command Authority and the green light to give it a try. Kurt smiled at the memory.
Yeah, that first effort was a lesson in futility. I can't believe how naive I was.
We didn't get a damn thing accomplished unless you count making enemies. If you hadn't come along, I'd have retired and would probably be working at Walmart. Instead of hitting the ground running, the unit immediately ran into problems. A new unit, no matter how good, still had to deal with the bureaucracy built for the Cold War. Kurt had spent an entire year pulling his hair out trying to get men out the door, running into one problem after another. If the military members weren't denied a deployment order by some pinhead in the Pentagon, his CIA members were denied participation because of the lack of a presidential finding for a covert act. He had felt like he was trying to run a marathon in waist-deep water. No sooner did he break through the red tape on the DoD side than he'd run into issues on the CIA side. Once he got past the Washington bureaucracy, he'd be kicked in the gut by the ambassador of the country in which he wanted to take action. Time after time, the ambassador, either a political appointee or a career diplomat, decided that the current elections in that country, or the coffee harvest, or the latest New York Times article made it a bad time to go after a terrorist. Kurt knew it was nothing but a bunch of bullshit political quibbling. But there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it, since the ambassador had the final word on anything involving the U.S. government in his domain. Kurt finally got fed up. The Taskforce existed for 12 months before he threw in the towel. Not a single operation had succeeded. The unit was disbanded, with great fanfare and hooting inside the clandestine world, as the Cold War assholes reveled in its demise, their little bit of turf now free from threat.
Yeah, sure, said President Warren. You're not the retiring type. That first effort wasn't futile. You made a lot of waves, enough to be remembered, to get your name passed along to me as someone with an idea. The rest is history.
After the failure of his first attempt, Kurt had taken an assignment to the Joint Staff at the Pentagon and had brooded for a while, trying to enjoy the status quo. He probably would simply have retired if it weren't for the Madrid train bombings in 2004, which caused a presidential candidate named Peyton Warren to begin a serious study of radical strategies to defend the nation. Kurt remembered their first meeting well. When asked for his opinion, he hadn't held back. Kurt knew things had to change. Al-Qaeda wasn't going to wait for the system to fix itself. What was needed was a shortcut, a revolutionary change, a task force capable of conducting operations on its own, outside the purview of the Department of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, or any ambassador. The thought was compelling, but dangerous. He knew he was talking about subverting the very thing that made the country what it was, the United States Constitution. Surprisingly, Warren had listened and eventually gave Kurt the backing to get it done. Project Prometheus would operate without official government sanction, but with a safety net. Should something go terribly wrong, the president would step forward and take responsibility. The flap would make Watergate look like a glass of spilled milk, but the threat was deemed worth the risk. The price of failure would be the presidency itself, with the repercussions shaking the republic to its core. The task force was implemented quietly. Nothing they did had the stamp of the U.S. government. Every action was under deep cover in the guise of an independent business, either American or something else. All the members were assigned to other units around the United States, with the permanent core cadre of logistics, communications, and command either working at CIA headquarters or assigned to J3 Special Operations Division in the Pentagon. Should the wrong people discover the unit's existence, they would attack it without remorse. But so far, it had operated for 3 years without a hiccup. Kurt said, "Yeah, we've been pretty lucky. Let's just make sure that history stays in the shadows. Hopefully, I can keep you out of jail for a little while longer." President Warren chuckled. "Sounds good to me. Speaking of jail, you got anything going on right now I need to be aware of?" Kurt was glad to leave the reminiscing behind and get down to business. "Yes, we do. You remember we've been tracking a facilitator in Jordan for close to a year, and we're close to executing a takedown?" "Yeah, Azam something or other." "That's him. Well, you know we got execute authority for Jordan, but the target's going to Tbilisi, Georgia. Ordinarily, I'd just recommend sitting in Jordan with the team in place and waiting on him to return. But I think we need to go after him in Georgia." "Why? What's the rush?" "We think he's trying to get nuclear material."
Chapter 3. Why would the target leave so soon? I called Bull. "What happened?" "Don't know. Maybe Knuckles spooked him, but he's leaving." "Keep on the trailer and let me know if he moves. Retro, be prepared to go either way. If the trailer's a ghost, take the target on my command." "Roger." Bull came back on. "Trailer's paying his bill." I felt the sweat start to build. This was going to be close. I had about a 10-second window to trigger the assault on the target or pull off the assault team and wait for the trailer. "Roger all. Showtime." I exited my car and headed in the direction the target had habitually gone. If he went the other way, the whole thing was off anyway. Knuckles came on. "Target just passed, no deviation." Bull said, "Trailer's going the same way." "How far back?" I had to make sure the target was out of eyesight of the takedown. If he saw us thump the trailer, he'd haul ass. "You're good. About 100 meters. If the target follows his pattern, he'll be out of sight by the time the trailer's in the kill zone." I posted on the corner of the narrow road the target had always turned down, on the other side of the street that he habitually used. From here, I could keep an eye on him without having him pass right by me. We had picked this location because there wasn't any parking at all on the side road, with the exception of one handicapped spot midway down the street, currently occupied by a van. No parking meant little to no foot traffic, and no witnesses. Once he was on that road, we could take him out. I couldn't see the trailer, which was good. The target turned the corner, heading down the street away from me, right into the kill zone. I had about 5 more seconds to confirm Baldy wasn't a ghost. "Bull, where the hell's the trailer? I don't see him." "He's on your side of the street, about 40 meters away." Shit. Of course he wouldn't walk right behind the guy. He was about to bump into me. I started walking away, calling Retro as I went. "Retro, let the target go. I say again, let the target go. Knuckles, stay on him." Both acknowledged. "Bull, I can't turn around. Tell me when the trailer turns the corner." I kept walking at a slow pace, starting to wonder if time had stopped. Finally, Bull confirmed Baldy had his back to me. His call was immediately followed by Knuckles. "Target stopped. He can still see the kill zone." I turned around and saw the trailer stop as well, proving what he was after. "No issue. Let me know when he moves. Retro, get ready." "Okay, he's moving. Kill zone's clear." "Roger that. Retro, you have execute authority. Bull, Knuckles, the garage is yours. Haul ass." I watched the trailer walk down the sidewalk, approaching the van. A man exited the driver's side and moved to the sliding door adjacent to the sidewalk. He opened it to reveal another man in a wheelchair. Both began struggling to get the wheelchair onto the sidewalk, with the chair-bound man doing what he could to help. When Baldy came abreast of the sliding door, the driver asked him for help. He agreed and leaned into the van to get the right side of the wheelchair. When his neck was level with the top of the wheelchair, the man in the chair miraculously wrapped his legs around the target's waist and crossed his hands, grabbing the man's right and left collar and violently pulling out. I watched the target try to react as the operator scissored the fabric of the man's shirt into his neck, cutting off his blood flow and choking him out. While they were locked in the embrace, the driver simply pushed the wheelchair into the van and closed the door. Man, that was probably a surprise. Retro came on shortly after. "We got him, he's down." "Roger. Knuckles, you copy?" "Yeah, we're on the way. Should beat the target to the garage by a few minutes." "Good to go." "You'd better hope that fucking beacon works."
Chapter 4. President Warren took a moment to process what Kurt had said, then asked the obvious question. "What do you mean by nuclear? He has a bomb?"
No, nothing like that. We think he's attempting to get some radiological waste from a contact in Chechnya. But as you know, that would be bad enough. Setting off a dirty bomb would cause incredible panic.
Panic would be the least of our concerns. It could render whole blocks of city into a dead zone. Even if we could clean it up, we would never be able to convince anyone the area was safe. The economic impact would be huge.
Kurt smiled. "I'm glad you see it that way, sir. Since the target's changed location, I no longer have execute authority. I need to brief the Oversight Council tomorrow and was hoping for some help."
Even though Kurt had been given carte blanche to create Project Prometheus, he was cautious in its construction. He knew it went against everything that the United States stood for, and such activities in every country in history had ended up repressing the very people they were ostensibly designed to protect. Something he promised Warren and himself would not happen. To that end, he worked with the National Command Authority to develop the Oversight Council, made up of 13 people, including the president. They were the only ones who knew of the Taskforce's existence, and they approved every mission as a single body. All the council members were either in the executive branch of government or private citizens. None came from the legislative branch. Kurt had worked very hard to ensure the right people were chosen. He didn't mind members who were leery of the unit and its mission. In fact, he welcomed them, but wanted to take politics out of the equation. He only needed a body that fully understood the threat and the implications of action. He almost achieved his goal. President Warren said, "Well, you're on your own there. You were the one who specifically asked that my vote not have any more weight than any others. I can't throw my weight around for a specific target. It would set a dangerous precedent and defeat the whole purpose of the council."
"I wasn't referring to the council as a whole. I'm talking about Standish."
Out of the 13 council members, Harold Standish was the only one who had absolutely no experience in anything related to what he was overseeing. No foreign policy, intelligence, military, or any other experience that would give him the ability to make qualified judgments on task force activities. That didn't stop him from thinking he knew better than anyone else, including the president. Given a do-nothing political appointment to the National Security Council by the president, Standish had taken the job and turned it into something dangerous. He had created what he called the Deputy Committee for Special Activities. Kurt thought it should be called the Deputy Committee for Fucking with Anything I Want, because Standish provided no useful service, but had his fingers into every covert operation the U.S. undertook. DEA, DIA, CIA, you name it. And now, using his position in the NSC, he was involved with Prometheus. Kurt saw the president bristle, but plowed ahead. Come on, sir. You can't think he's an asset for this kind of work. I don't understand why the hell you appointed him to anything in the first place. Slow down. Not everyone gets to live in the black and white world of the military. The political world has its own unique laws. I agree that Standish is a weasel, but that weasel played a significant part in getting me elected. He can just as easily play a significant part in hurting my administration. Prometheus isn't the only thing on my plate. Jesus, sir, listen to yourself. You'd let a weasel in on the most secret things in the U.S. arsenal? I'm telling you, Standish is a threat. He needs to be reined in. Kurt saw the president's face cloud over and knew he had overstepped his bounds. Kurt, I didn't get to this position by being blind. I've seen Standish's type over and over again. He's power-hungry, but he does have his uses. Just deal with him, and remember, if it wasn't for his work, there would be no Project Prometheus, because I wouldn't be president. Kurt started to say something else, but the president held up his hand. That's it. End of discussion. I'll have Palmer keep him in check, but I'm not going to fire him. Kurt backed off. Okay, sir. But the immediate problem is the guy in Tbilisi. No telling what Standish is going to say about that. He'll probably only agree if we say we're going to smoke every Arab within 20 miles. Warren laughed. Come on. He isn't that bad. And he's only one vote. Who's in the hopper for the mission? Pike's team. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm recalling him now. Kurt had handpicked every member of Prometheus, and the president had made it a personal duty to meet every one of them. He knew Pike, which meant he knew his reputation. And you're worried about Standish. I've never seen Pike's team do anything without drama. Yeah, but he's the only one with a perfect record. Kurt smiled. Terrorists can run from him, but they just die tired. Well, there you go. Let me handle Standish. You handle the terrorists. It's worked pretty well so far. We haven't had another major attack in close to 10 years. Kurt grew somber. Don't kid yourself, sir. We've been lucky. Ever since 9/11, we've been hunting terrorists more concerned with their place in history than conducting a well-thought-out attack. They've been happy just to shove some explosives in their underwear. This guy getting so close to radiological material scares the shit out of me. Some lone wolf gets his hands on WMD, and his place in history won't have to be well thought out. I know. It keeps me up at night, too. Trust me. What keeps me up at night is another Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, someone who understands the second and third order effects of an attack and has the patience and skill to make it happen. Someone who isn't satisfied with just bringing down a single airplane. Kurt went to the windows overlooking the Oval Office patio. That man is out there, planning right now, studying our weaknesses. If he gets his hands on a weapon of mass destruction, we'll learn the real meaning of terror.
Chapter 5. Knuckles was coordinating the garage hit when I felt my pager vibrate in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw a word I never would have expected. Index. Huh? That's never happened before. We were on our culmination exercise, something that was considered sacred. This was the final exercise after 3 months of working out tactics, techniques, and procedures before deploying overseas on a specific mission. Now we were being ordered back in the middle of our last training run. It's like someone telling the Super Bowl team that they had to vacate the field on their final practice before the game. Break, 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 all elements, this is Pike. Index. We got an alert, return to home, head straight to the conference room, acknowledge. 4 of them replied with their call sign and a simple Roger. Knuckles was last, and I knew I wasn't getting a one-word response. Index? What the hell? We won't get an index in a real-world situation. I smiled, knowing he had spent the better part of the day dressed like a homeless man, stinking of whatever disgusting filth he could find to smear on his body. I hear you. I just got paged. I don't know what it's about. I'll swing by and pick you up. I don't think anyone else wants to ride with you. Before Knuckles could answer, there was a chorus of calls claiming their cars were full, or they were already moving. He finally broke in. Okay, fine. What about the rabbit? What do you want to do with him? Turn him loose? No. Bring him along. I don't know what the page is about, but we might be able to pick up where we left off. No sense burning the team by letting him go. Knuckles acknowledged the call, then gave directions where to find him. He was only a couple of blocks away. I cranked up the car and pulled into traffic. I rounded the corner and spotted him a block away. He was standing 2 streets up holding a cardboard sign that said, "Homeless Veteran. Will work for someone who understands what's important." I pulled over, allowing him to climb in. Funny sign. Unfunny stench. Maybe you should take the metro. Ha ha. Knuckles was silent for a minute, which told me he was pissed. I was unsure whether it was the exercise or the page, but he didn't waste any time leaving me wondering. What the fuck was that call back there about tagging the target? Dumbest damn thing I've ever heard. There was no reason to do that. It's not like we were in a Jack Bauer scenario. I know, but these exercises never have a guy carrying a nuke. We never get pressure to get it done at all costs. I decided to make it a Jack Bauer scenario. See how the team reacts. We don't want that to happen on a real world without doing it once in practice. Yeah, sure. There's a reason Jack Bauer's on TV. It doesn't happen real world. You pull that shit on a live mission and we're spending the rest of our lives in a shithole foreign jail. Ease up. It's better to be prepared. Knuckles switched the subject, telling me he was good. What's the story? We've never had a culmination exercise called off. We're due to deploy in 5 days, and we haven't even worked the kinks out of the new kit. I don't have a clue. We'll find out soon enough. Knuckles began rubbing off his filth with a packet of wet wipes from his pocket. This had better be good, because we aren't ready to deploy. It was good. We crossed the Key Bridge, leaving Washington, D.C., and entering Virginia. Minutes later, we pulled into a parking garage under a nondescript office building near Clarendon. The small plaque on the single door leading into the building read, Blaisdell Consulting, making it sound like we were some sort of think tank or government contractors. It was a great cover, because consulting firms are all over D.C., and no one can figure out what the hell they do. The entire thing was a facade. Outside of the initial foyer, manned by little old ladies who would take your number and ask you to return at a later date, the building was dedicated to one thing: finding and killing terrorists. It was a block long and 4 stories tall, incorporating everything from an indoor 25-meter firing range to an isolation facility that could house 24 men. The unit inside had no official designation and no official affiliation with the U.S. government, only a top-secret crypt that would never see the light of day. Because we had to call it something, it was known simply as the Taskforce. We badged in from the underground garage and moved straight to the primary conference facility on the 2nd floor. Paneled in dark wood, it was dominated by a large oval table with small speakers in front of every chair and a large plasma screen on the far wall. The lighting was muted. It would have looked like the conference room in any law firm, except for one difference. Instead of being surrounded by bookcases full of law texts, the walls held souvenirs from past operations. Keffiyehs, flags, framed letters in Arabic, and various weapons hung around the conference table. I had had the pleasure of hanging about a third of them. I never really understood why so much money had been spent on the room. Since we were so classified, we wouldn't be giving briefings to congressmen or anyone else. If it had been done for our sakes, they could have left it bare concrete. We wouldn't have cared. In fact, speaking for myself, I would have liked it better. I was told it was to encourage us to start thinking like corporate types. Get us into the cover and away from the knuckle-dragging killer commando past we all had. The rest of the team had beaten us back. When we entered, they all looked at Knuckles and me as if we had gleaned some secret knowledge on the drive over. Before anyone could ask, I threw it right back at them. Well, someone know what's going on? Anyone say anything about Johnny's team? Something happened in Jordan? Bull spoke up. Nobody's talking. Duty officer said to wait here. The boss will be down in about 5 minutes. Our lead intel analyst entered the room, moving straight to the computer system in the rear without saying a word. Ethan and I were pretty good friends, so I figured I wouldn't have to wait for the commander. Ethan, what's up? Change of mission. You're headed to Tbilisi. He turned his back and began loading stuff onto the computer, which annoyed me. Tbilisi? What the fuck for? Speaking over his shoulder, Ethan said, Pike, I don't have time right now. The boss is on the way down. All I can say is that you won't be coming to my house for dinner tonight. Chapter 6. Before I could ask anything else, the element leader for Omega Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Blaine Alexander, entered the room. His appearance really caused the team to perk up. He walked over to Knuckles and me. Glad you guys could get back in so quick. Well, we're here. What's the story? Something happened to the team in Jordan? Nothing bad's happened to the team, Blaine said. But something bad is about to happen with the mission. Your target is headed to Tbilisi, Georgia. Knuckles frowned. Why's that a big deal? This will be, what, his third trip? Didn't we already analyze that and decide to focus on Jordan where he lives? Mustafa Abu Azam was a confirmed leader of a terrorist cell affiliated with Al-Qaeda, living in Jordan, but born and raised in Oman. He was hell-bent on doing irreparable harm to the United States. Had he been focused on other targets, such as the country of Jordan itself, the Taskforce would have quietly passed its intelligence into the system, letting the Jordanians handle it. As it was, he lived and worked in Jordan as a reputable citizen, leading a double life that allowed him to plan attacks in relative safety. We had worked for close to a year to put a face to the name the Taskforce had been tracking. A year of hard, slow, boring, but necessary work. Nobody wanted to kill an innocent man. My team had flip-flopped with Johnny's over and over again, trying to get a handle on this guy, and we were very close. Our next deployment had a good shot at finishing him, starting with just a name, then with cell phone numbers, building into email addresses and internet traffic, finally into addresses outside the virtual world. We had pinpointed the man called Azam. Johnny's team had taken the first confirmed photographs and was simultaneously building a pattern of life for an operation while we prepared to deploy for the final takedown. Before I could ask anything else, Colonel Kurt Hale entered the room, followed by a scrum of analysts. A large man with jet-black hair. My wife says he would be handsome if his nose weren't bent at an angle, like it had been flattened and sprung back out of whack. I always laugh at that, because I'm the one who flattened it. Don't get the wrong idea. It was during routine combatives training. I could show you a scar on my elbow where I had to have surgery because of something he did. I would never say a cross word to the man otherwise, because he's the finest commander this country currently has. Of course, I'm biased. Kurt shook my hand and apologized for interrupting the team's training. I shrugged it off. Thanks for throwing in the trailer. It caused a little high adventure. Kurt grinned and said, You guys need a wrinkle every once in a while. A few more days and you'd have figured out what he was doing. We didn't wait. We took him down. Would have had both targets if you hadn't paged. You took him down? He just entered the exercise today. Where is he? In the parking garage. Kurt was flabbergasted. Jesus, Pike, you brought him here? I held up my hands. Sir, don't worry. He's blindfolded in the back of a van inside a dog kennel. He has no idea where he is. Kurt turned to one of the men with him and barked out instructions. I watched him get the van keys from Bull, then scurry out of the room. The way I was looking at it, return ASAP meant get my ass here as soon as possible, so I wasn't too upset at the breach in security. Kurt knew me pretty well, so he shouldn't have been too surprised. More like business as usual. Years ago, Kurt had been my first troop commander at a special mission unit on Fort Bragg, and pretty much kept me from letting my arrogant attitude get me fired. He looked past the arrogance to the raw talent, and while everyone else wanted to get rid of me as trouble, he managed to channel my energy until I had sloughed off the bad and kept the good. Well, mostly. Kurt shook his head and said, "We'll talk about this later. Have a seat." After getting the team's attention, Kurt said, "Sorry for cutting your culmination exercise short, but there's been a significant change to the mission profile. Your target, Mustafa Abu Azam, is currently traveling to Tbilisi, Georgia. This is his third trip, and yes, he has always returned to Jordan. But we think we finally figured out what he's been doing in Tbilisi. Intelligence indicates that he's been attempting to purchase a quantity of radioactive waste from some contacts in Chechnya. Apparently, he's been successful, and is planning on conducting the transaction within the next few weeks." He paused to let that sink in, then continued. "Now, obviously, Azam getting material for a dirty bomb isn't something we can allow, so things have sped up a bit. We can't be sure he'll return to Jordan with the material, so we have to stop him before he gets it, which is where you come in." I didn't have to be told why we were the ones who were going to Tbilisi instead of the team in Jordan. The cover plan used by Johnny's team, the same cover plan that we were going to fall in on, was specifically built for that region of the world, down to a particular commercial sector in a specific city. The cover wouldn't transfer to Tbilisi without a significant chance of compromise. "What's our status in Tbilisi? We've all been prepped for Jordan." Blaine answered, "Alias Shop is working that now. Luckily, we had built a plan for Tbilisi, so we just need to dust it off. Your new documents will be ready by the time you fly." Knuckles spoke up. "What sort of support package can we expect? We haven't done any infrastructure development in Tbilisi. Seems we're going to be running the ragged edge on this." "Believe it or not, we're sitting pretty good. We began some preliminary infrastructure development on Azam's first trip to Tbilisi as a precaution, so we aren't starting from ground zero. The support team that was flying to Jordan tonight will divert to Tbilisi. You'll have a complete package." I cut to the chase, asking the question on everyone's mind. "Are we at Omega now?" Kurt said, "No, not officially, since the target's changed location. I have to brief the Oversight Council tomorrow, but I can't wait on their approval to get your team moving. Worst case, I should have an answer before you land. Given the ramifications of what he's trying to do, I see no issue." The Taskforce called each stage of an operation a different Greek letter, starting with Alpha for the initial introduction of forces. Being at Omega, the last letter in the Greek alphabet, symbolizing the end, meant we were ready to execute the mission. The missions themselves could take anywhere from 3 months to a year. Getting to Omega was hard work, with an enormous infrastructure behind it. There were generally 3 or 4 different missions canceled for every one that made it to Omega. It was the crown jewel of our profession, the gold at the end of the rainbow. "Good enough," I said. "When do we leave?" Kurt said, "Well, your team will be flying with the support package tonight along with Blaine. The flight plan's already been filed, so a few extra people won't cause a spike. You, however, will deploy on Monday as scheduled." He grinned. "Don't worry. You'll get the leave I promised." I heard what he said, my face betraying the struggle going on inside. Kurt noticed my discomfort but didn't ask for my opinion. "Okay, before I turn it over to Blaine, remember, we don't have execute authority on this. I expect it, but don't have it yet. Don't go Rambo on me." Chapter 7. It would have made things a hell of a lot easier if Kurt had simply ordered me to go. Now I would have to make a choice about whether to leave the team on the night they deployed or abandon my family after I had promised I would be home for my daughter's birthday. Nothing was more important to me than Heather and Angie, but as the team leader, the mission took priority. It was an impossible choice. My deployment was nothing new for my family. I had married Heather after I was accepted into the Special Mission Unit on Fort Bragg, so she was used to frequent absences. Even so, leaving is like twisting a knife each time I do it, especially now that Angie is old enough to know I'm gone. Our last night together before the culmination exercise hadn't been a very good one. I had been out grilling steaks when I heard a thump inside the house, like something had crashed. I went inside to find Heather staring at the thermostat on the wall, clearly upset. I asked her what had fallen. That was me kicking the damn wall. The air conditioner's broken again. That's just great. Right before you leave. Perfect. Something else I'll have to deal with. This wasn't a good way to start our last night together for at least 6 months. I tried to mollify her. I'll have Paul handle it. I'll call him right now. Paul was our next-door neighbor. He was a good guy, but I really didn't care for him. He was always upbeat, always helpful, to the point where it was sickening. I'm probably jealous because he spends more time with my family than I do. He's the one that Heather turns to for any immediate help, and that hurts. But that's not his fault. It's mine. Heather waved her hand. Paul couldn't fix a leaky faucet. Don't bother. I'll get Tim to help. He's a lot better with his hands, and he's home now. She started to say something else, but held her tongue. I could tell she wanted to get something out, but wasn't quite sure I wanted to hear it tonight. I needed to avoid a fight at all costs. While I, personally, didn't really fear what the future held, I couldn't predict what would happen on a deployment, and couldn't allow Heather's last memory of me to be a fight. We both knew the job was dangerous. We never talked about it out loud, but the potential consequences were there all the time. Tonight it was worse, because I was leaving. It was like a heavy presence that surrounded everything in the room. I took a gamble, hoping whatever she wanted to tell me would be a simple thing that I could smooth over before I left. What? What were you going to say? I've said it before. She sighed, brushed a strand of hair out of her face, then let it out. Why do you have to go? Why is it always you? You've been gone since 9/11. Isn't it someone else's turn? Shit. That gamble hadn't paid off. We've been over this. I just can't up and leave. I'm the team leader. It takes time to train a replacement. This is my last tour, I promise. Taskforce tours were a little different than anything I had done before. They were 6 months long, followed by 3 months of downtime, followed by a 3-month ramp-up prior to deploying again. During the last month of the ramp-up, we deployed permanently to D.C. and dropped all contact with our past. So for the family, it was more like a 7-month rotation. The final month was lockdown. It was when we were completely cleaned from our past and prepped to become whatever was called upon by the mission. Tonight was the last night before the lockdown in D.C. The last night before my final 7-month absence. I was stepping down after this tour, something I had promised Heather I would do. She gave me a bitter look. Yeah, just like your last rotation at the unit. And then you go and volunteer for this new thing. What'll it be next, Pike? At least when you were with the unit, I had other wives to talk to. People I could call who knew what I was going through. Now I don't even have that. I have to run around telling everyone you're some sort of communication technician in the 18th Airborne Corps. Do you know how stupid that makes me sound? You're never here, and when you are, you never put on a uniform. It's ridiculous. Honey, she continued, speaking so fast her sentences began to run together. Angie's learned how to swim, and you've never been in a pool with her. The damn next-door neighbor's teaching her to ride a bike. She's going to be 6 in a month, and you haven't been to a single birthday she can remember. She stopped. clearly wishing she hadn't said these things on the night before I deployed. She began to cry. "It's not fair. Why is it always you? Tim left the unit. Why can't you do the same?" Tim was a friend who had just retired from the military and started his own security consulting business. It would do me no good to tell her that Tim was still conducting dangerous work, maybe more so because he no longer had the backing of the U.S. government. I embraced her, whispering in her ear, "It's not always me. There's plenty of guys like me. I've told you I'm done. This is my last tour." She began to sob. "You said that before. I worry all the time. I'm afraid when the phone rings. It's always the same man telling me you're okay. I think to myself, why would I think he's not okay? Then realize the call is because someone else is dead. One of these days he's going to tell me you're dead. I can't do this anymore." I knew then that something had broken. Something inside Heather had collapsed under the strain. She'd always known the importance of my work, and had given me unwavering support through absences at Christmas, birthdays, and anniversaries. She had been my biggest cheerleader, but something had changed. It sank in for the first time that this really was my last tour. I loved the mission with a passion. More than just a job, it defines who I am. But make no mistake, I love my family more. I held her close, stroking her hair. "Shh, that's not going to happen. Look, I'll talk to Kurt. See if I can get a weekend at home after the lockdown, so I can be at Angie's birthday. That'll be a start, won't it?" Heather looked at me, her face softening. I had hoped that night that committing to come home for Angie's birthday would be the first step toward Heather's believing in our new future. Before I could say anything else, Angie came scampering in from outside. "Dad, the food's on fire!" Heather broke the embrace and looked into my eyes. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said any of that." She sniffled and wiped the tears from her face. She gave me a half-hearted smile. "Go save the steaks. You can save the world tomorrow. We'll see you in a month." I smiled back, kissed her on the lips, and jogged out to the grill. After dinner, Heather went to clean the kitchen, and I took Angie to her room on my back. I turned out the lights and lay next to her. "Dad, did you know Mr. Paul is going to teach me to ride a bike?" "Mom told me that. I can't wait to see you do it." I answered nicely, but wanted to leap out of bed, run next door, and punch good old Mr. Paul in the mouth. Maybe I wanted to punch myself. I don't know. "Will you watch me when you get back?" "Course I will, Doodlebug. Go to sleep." She closed her eyes but kept talking. "How long are you going to be gone this time?" I felt an acid bile in my stomach. "Same amount of time, but this will be the last time for a while." "How come you always have to go? Mr. Paul never goes away. How come he gets to play with Megan all the time?" Angie was old enough to make connections between my life and the lives of others. Looking at her by the glow of the nightlight, I felt more torn than I ever had in my life, pulled in opposite directions by forces outside of my control. It was almost a physical pain. I stroked her hair. "You know why I have to go." "To keep the bad men away." I leaned over and gave her a kiss. "That's right, to keep the bad men away." Chapter 8. Memories of that night and the commitment I had made to Heather were interrupted by Blaine Alexander moving to the front of the table. He addressed the group. "Well, I'm lucky to be working with my favorite team on this one." The comment caused the team to laugh. Whenever he became involved, the end game had begun, so whatever team he was working with became his favorite team. Blaine and I had worked together on multiple operations in the Taskforce. He was a pretty switched-on guy, politically savvy and tactically sound. He had to be to keep the job. Before he could continue, I raised my hand. "Sir, I need to talk to Colonel Hale. Can you start without me? It won't take a minute." He nodded, knowing what it was about. Yeah, go ahead. I left the room at a jog, seeing Kurt talking to his deputy commander, George Wolfe, outside the ops center. George had come over from the CIA's National Clandestine Service. I don't know him near as well, but from what I've seen, he's calm and level-headed. Unlike a lot of the folks at the CIA, Kurt said he was a meat-eater, so that was good enough for me. I didn't mind talking in front of him. Colonel Hale, hey, hold up. I need to talk to you. What's up? I need to go with the team. I need to fly tonight. Kurt looked at me like I was nuts. What are you talking about? You're the one who begged me to break protocol and let you go home for your daughter's birthday. I broke every rule in the book to make that happen. People jumped through hoops to get you clean for the trip. Now you want to go to Tbilisi? Sir, things have changed. The trip was planned because of our deployment schedule. The team's now deploying early. I need to go. You need to go home to your family. Come on, Pike. Nothing's going to happen between now and when you get there. They'll just be building a pattern of life. This thing won't kick off for at least a week. You don't know that. We could be in a world of shit in 24 hours. I need to go. It's my team. Pike, think about this. You're the one who told me you haven't been to a single birthday of your daughter's since the first one. Go home. Azam will wait. Even if this pops, there'll be other targets. Take the leave. No. This is it. I told you before, this is my last rotation. There won't be any other targets for me. My team's leaving. I need to go. We're at Omega, for Christ's sake. Don't do this to me. Kurt said nothing for a beat, staring at me, mulling over the request. Okay, you can go. But if you're flying tonight, you don't have time to get to a non-trib phone for a call. Heather's going to get the usual notice from the alias shop after you're gone. Heather had gotten this kind of impersonal phone call from operations plenty of times, updating her on my status. This time would be particularly difficult, but I knew she would understand. Good enough. She'll get over it. She knows this is my last tour. After this, it'll be Pike 24/7. When I re-entered the conference room, Knuckles gave me a look. I nodded, bringing a smile to his face. After that, we both focused on the man talking, spending the next 4 hours getting an in-depth briefing on the target, his templated actions, the Tbilisi environment, and the cover we would use to get the mission done. Later, as we were packing our kit for the flight in the 4th-floor locker room, Knuckles broached the subject. Heather's going to murder you for this. You promised her. It's the only reason she let you do this tour. She'll understand. The guy's trying to get a fucking dirty bomb. It's what I'm here for. It's not like I did this for a boondoggle to Hawaii or something. I started packing, saying again, she'll understand. Knuckles finished what he was doing and walked out of the room, saying, That's what I said before my divorce. I shouted at his back, You married a stripper when you were 19! She left you 3 months after you tied the knot! Heather will understand! Knuckles had already left the room, leaving me to say the last part as more of an affirmation than a fact. I stared at my kit, wondering if I was making a huge mistake. Knuckles was good. He was ready. I had been training him to take over after this tour anyway. I truly believed he could do it. But I also knew that the transition was 6 months early, and while he had the raw talent, he hadn't been a team leader inside the Taskforce. An Omega operation wasn't the time for him to figure out what that meant. The risks were too great. On top of that, the team, any team, develops its own personality driven by the team leader. The members weren't plug and play. We were clicking because of my leadership style. I'm not saying it was perfect, or even the best, but that was irrelevant. They were used to me, and now wasn't the time to switch horses. It was one more birthday. But after this, I would be at them all. Chapter 9. Tbilisi, Georgia. 4 days later. I heard my earpiece crackle, then the words I was waiting for. "Pike, Hedgehog is on the move. Should be passing you in about 1 minute." I was sitting on a patio just off Rustavelli Street in downtown Tbilisi, sipping my coffee like the 7 other patrons around me. I had to physically fight to suppress a smile. I absolutely loved this work and would have done it for free. I looked at my watch, realizing with a pang of guilt that today was Angie's birthday. I consoled myself that I had made the right call. Kurt had been wrong. Azam was going down tonight or not at all. If I had stayed behind, the team would have been forced to either conduct the operation without its full complement of people, including their team leader, or miss the opportunity altogether. Given the stakes, they might have attempted it, but odds were they would have decided to pass, wasting a year's worth of work. "Roger. Break. Knuckles, this is Pike. Hedgehog's headed home. You have execute authority." "Roger, all. About time." Muslim names are always long, drawn-out, impossible-to-say things. Being the ugly Americans, we usually gave a nickname to whoever we were tracking, just to clean things up. Sometimes it's simply his initials, as in UBL for Osama bin Laden, or AMZ for Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Other times, it's because the guy reminds us of someone. We had taken to calling Azam the Hedgehog, due to his remarkable resemblance to the porn star Ron Jeremy. Azam was currently conducting a complicated internet dance of challenge and counter-challenge with the Chechen who was providing the radiological material to ensure that each was who he said he was, and that neither was the enemy. The Chechen himself had entered Georgia through the contested Pankizi Gorge, with onward travel into Tbilisi. Intelligence indicators showed they were planning on conducting the transaction no earlier than a week from now, which ordinarily would have given me plenty of time to plan a detailed operation. Unfortunately, the Georgian Interior Police, with the help of a few choice pieces of intelligence from the United States, were set to arrest the Chechen tonight. This forced us to take down Azam as well, as he would flee once he got word that the Chechen had been captured. You'd think we could just tell the Georgians to hold off, but the truth was that, while Georgia was a staunch ally of the United States, my team was inside the country without their knowledge. The Georgians had no idea about Azam, and I'd just as soon keep it that way. Let them have the Chechen. Azam would lead to much bigger fish. The patio I was on sat at an intersection, giving me a commanding view down 3 of the 4 streets in front of it. Azam should be walking toward my cafe, moving straight at me. It was still fairly early in the night, but the streets were already starting to pick up with partygoers hitting the bars and nightlife. A rowdy group exited the Irish pub down the block, obviously already drunk. As soon as they cleared the sidewalk and crossed the street, I saw Azam. I looked away. Call me superstitious, but from past experience, I'm positive that staring at someone somehow causes them to know you're there. "Knuckles, I've got him. He's on schedule. No deviation." "Roger." Over the past 4 days, we had developed a pattern of life on Azam and determined that the best time to snatch him was after his dinner meal, before he got back to his hotel. Each night, Azam had eaten in the same restaurant, then walked the half-mile back to the small, local inn he had found. He stayed on main thoroughfares through most of his route, but took one shortcut down a narrow, 1-lane road in order to avoid walking the extra 400 meters the main road would have forced on him. This was where we intended to take him down. I continued to sip my coffee like all the folks around me, without staring at the pedestrians to my front. I caught a flash of light out of the corner of my eye. Looking back to Rustavelli Street, the main 4-lane thoroughfare that ran through Tbilisi, I saw a police car pull up on the opposite side, lights flashing. Shit. That's going to cause a deviation.
Chapter 10. It had been 2 days since the phone call with the robotic-sounding man telling Heather that Pike would be unavailable to come home this weekend. He had been unfailingly polite, but it had done nothing to blunt the hurt she felt. She hadn't had the courage to tell Angie her father wouldn't be here for her birthday. But then Angie had yet to ask. In truth, she would probably take it better than Heather herself. It was already past 1, and she still hadn't picked up Angie's birthday cake at the supermarket. Before she did, though, she needed to go to Tim's to pick up the piñata. She had asked him to help with the birthday party when she found out Pike wouldn't be home, and he'd readily agreed. She had an ulterior motive for the favor. She intended to convince Tim to put some pressure on Pike to retire, or at least find a less dangerous job. She wasn't even sure what it was that Pike did, but it had to be worse than the SMU, and that was bad enough. While not best friends, Pike and Tim got along well, and Tim was the only one with any experiences like Pike's, the only one Pike would listen to. In her heart, she secretly hoped Tim would offer him a job at his consulting company. She hadn't told Angie about the piñata, but like children everywhere, Angie had picked up that there were secrets afoot and was sitting expectantly in the back seat. She rounded the corner to Tim's house and parked on the street. She recognized Tim's Blazer in the driveway, but not the 2 unfamiliar sedans behind it. Angie asked, "Whose cars are those?" Heather had no idea, and hoped she wasn't interrupting a meeting Tim had scheduled. "I don't know. Probably salespeople." Before Heather could stop her, Angie jumped out, racing to the back door, shouting, "Maybe it's Daddy!" "Angie, wait!" Heather felt a pang of guilt. In keeping the piñata secret, she had hoped to lessen the blow of her father's absence. Now it appeared she had only exacerbated it, as Angie had surmised her father was the surprise. Rehearsing what she would say as she walked up the driveway, she saw that the back door was open, with shards of glass on the ground. She heard Angie shriek and felt adrenaline fire into her body. Heather's eyes dilated, and her muscles became engorged with blood in a fight-or-flight response. She chose to fight, running into the kitchen through the back door. She saw a large man holding Angie by the hair 20 feet away. Without conscious thought, Heather snatched a paring knife from a block on the counter and charged the man with a primal scream. She registered him flinging Angie away like a rag doll as he prepared to defend himself. Before she reached him, she was knocked to the ground from behind, disarmed, and jerked to her feet. She noticed blood all over the room. Great washes of it, as if someone had slopped a bucket haphazardly about. Looking for the source, she saw Tim lying on the floor. Wicked gashes all over his body, his intestines slopping out from a hole in his stomach. She felt faint, unable to assimilate the slaughter. The man holding her said, "What the fuck are we going to do now?" "Well, we can't take them with us." She faced the voice and saw a handsome blonde-haired man, his hands covered in blood up to his elbows. His eyes were purple and flat. Dead. Unbitten, a memory of her childhood dog came to mind. A large husky that had been hit and killed by a car. When Heather had found him, his lifeless eyes looked like those of the man in front of her. The man restraining her said, "Whoa, Lucas. I didn't sign on for killing a woman and a kid. They're not on the target list." Lucas said, "No shit. I fucking get that. But we need to get out clean. I didn't ask them to come here. Look at the bright side. It'll help confuse the authorities. It'll play right into our cover of random violence. They'll have so many threads to run down, it'll cover our tracks." Another man Heather hadn't noticed, now holding Angie, said, "I ain't doing that. No way. No amount of money's worth this." Lucas snarled, "The mission takes priority. Don't go soft on me. I'll do the work. Just hold them still." Heather spoke for the first time. "Please, we won't say anything. Please don't hurt my baby girl." Lucas looked at her with something bordering compassion and said, I'm truly sorry about this. Just the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, I can't make it painless. It's got to look like something crazy happened here." Before she could say anything else, Lucas shattered her jaw with a vicious right cross. She hit the ground on her hands and knees, feeling the blood spill out of her mouth. She heard Angie scream, "Mommy!" then felt something smash into her spine. She rolled over and surprised the men by rapidly crawling to her purse. Lucas grabbed her legs and jerked her back, but not before she had her cell phone. She hit 911 before he could stop her. He smacked the cell phone out of her hand, towering over her. "You bitch! You just lost any sympathy from me." He hammered her broken jaw again. Everything went black. 300 miles away, inside the Taskforce headquarters, a computer started bleeding.
Chapter 11. The Tbilisi police car remained where it had stopped. "Knuckles, this is Pike. Stand by for a Frago. Azam's about to deviate his line of march." "Roger. You want me to stand down?" I thought for a second. Ordinarily, unlike our training exercise, this would be an automatic rollover, as the chance of compromising the team far outweighed any hasty plan that we came up with. But with the Georgians taking out the Chechen tonight, a rollover wasn't possible. We would take him tonight or start all over, waiting another 6 months to a year to get him, if we could even track him again. "No, don't stand down. I'm going to pick up a follow. We know he's headed to his hotel. We just don't know the route. Keep the same plan. Pick your guys up and get ready to drop them off somewhere else. I'll see what road he commits to. Once I give you that call, do a map analysis and see what the most logical route would be to the hotel. Position on that route. If he takes it, take him down. If he doesn't, we'll wait for another day. You copy?" "Yeah, I got it. I'm moving the assault team now." I should have called Blaine before changing the plan, but things were moving quickly, and we didn't have time for a bunch of questions going back and forth. I knew the intent. Get the terrorist without compromising the team. I didn't need a call to HQ to confirm that. I watched Azam out of the corner of my eye. He rounded the turn in front of the cafe, paused for a second or two when he saw the police car, then began walking again. I threw some money on the table and left the cafe, holding 30 feet behind him. Before I reached Rustaveli, Azam turned left. "Knuckles, he's headed south down Rustaveli. I'm betting he'll cross at the next light. The street we couldn't figure out the name? You remember?" "Yeah, I remember. It had that kindergarten school on it." "That's it. I'm thinking he'll walk up the street past the school, then head east toward the hotel." "Got it. Doing the map reconnaissance now. Looks like he'll come straight up that street and get on his original route at the top, hanging another left. The only place to get him is at that turn. The road does a little zigzag up front, allowing us to snag him without anyone seeing the action from down the street." "Sounds good to me. If there is any chance of compromise, let him go. Understand?" "Yeah, I got it." I looked at the kindergarten street, the one Azam would use after crossing Rustaveli, hating what I was about to say. I said it anyway. "I'll trigger him crossing Rustaveli, but I'm going to have to stay on the west side or I'll get burned. From there, he's your target." This was a major flex. I was supposed to follow Azam up to the planned kill zone. That road was a well-traveled thoroughfare, the sidewalks on both sides used extensively by the local population. In the original plan, once he had committed to the shortcut, away from the pedestrians, I would prevent him from escaping the way he had come and provide command and control for the team during the assault. The new road he was on was a thin, narrow, hard top without sidewalks and devoid of anyone at this time of night. I stood a good chance of compromising the operation by attempting to follow him, especially since his antennae were probably up looking for a threat. I would miss the assault, which sucked beyond words. It also put the entire assault in Knuckles' hands. There was a pregnant pause before Knuckles responded. "Good to go. Standing by. I knew Knuckles was now feeling the pressure, but decided that saying nothing conveyed more trust in him than any hokey attaboy I could give. I watched Azam stop at the next intersection, waiting for the light to change. I kept going, passing within 5 feet of him and continuing south down Rustavelli as if I had a different destination. I found a sidewalk food vendor about 70 meters away and got in line, awaiting my turn and watching Azam. I waited until Azam was across Rustavelli and committed to the school street before calling Knuckles. I stepped out of line and brought my cell phone to my face so I wouldn't look like a nutcase talking to the air. Knuckles! Hedgehog's across. He's about 5 minutes out. I'm headed to my car. Roger all. We're set. If he takes this route, we have him. Roger. Once you have him, revert back to the original plan. Link up with me at my car and I'll run interference back to base. Got it. Next call will be jackpot or dry hole.
Chapter 12. Knuckles sat in his van, his mind working at warp speed. He was parked on the zigzag road just to the east of the kindergarten street, facing the kill zone, the 3-man assault team in position. But the plan was now going to shit. He had picked the zigzag road as the perfect kill zone based on Pike's following Azam and triggering the assault as the team leader, something that was crucial to prevent the team from taking out the wrong person. They wouldn't have the time to identify Azam before assaulting. They needed to positively know that the next man in the kill zone was the target, and Knuckles was now the man who would have to make that call. Unfortunately, the zigzag road worked for the actual hit, but caused problems with the trigger. From where he was parked, Knuckles couldn't see through the kill zone to the school street to alert the team, hidden in the shadows. The first he would see of anyone was when they were through it and in front of the van. He cursed silently. Fucking Pike. Always winging shit. He could abort, but the thought never crossed his mind. He turned to the teammate driving the van. Where's the Remington ball? We're going to have to trigger with remote video. In the small Pelican case right behind my seat. Knuckles reached behind the driver's seat and found the box. Opening it, he pulled out what looked like a black rubberized baseball. They called it a Remington ball because it was sold by the Remington Arms Company, the same people who make firearms. Invented and built in Israel, it was basically a hardened camera that could be rolled, dropped, or thrown. Knuckles had absolute faith in it, mainly because he had tried very hard to break it in the past. No matter how roughly he had treated it, the ball faithfully transmitted video to a handheld screen up to 125 meters away, farther than he could throw it. What he found really unique, in fact a little creepy, was that the ball would right itself after it stopped rolling, putting the camera into operation as if it had a mind of its own. Once it did that, Knuckles could make the camera rotate a full 360 degrees, seeing anything in the vicinity by remote control. In this case, they would only need to see down the street Azam was walking up, allowing him to trigger the assault team when Azam turned the corner. But they need to get the ball into position. They drove as fast as they dared, hitting the street and doing a U-turn. Knuckles dropped the ball against the curb as the driver headed back to their original spot. Before Knuckles could orient the camera, Pike called and said Azam was across the road and 5 minutes out. Knuckles cursed Pike again, taking a deep breath. Success or failure now depended on his actions alone. He didn't dwell on it. He confirmed the link-up plan with Pike and banished any fears, mentally preparing for the assault. He got the camera under control and began peering at the video screen, patiently waiting. Eventually, he saw a fuzzy figure advancing on the camera ball. 2 minutes out. Roger. He watched the man get closer and closer until he took up the entire display. The picture was clear enough for him to recognize Azam. Knuckles rotated the ball as he passed, now watching the target's back moving into the first hitch. 30 seconds. Roger. Knuckles nodded to the driver who started the van, pulling into the street at a slow pace. He rounded the first hitch in the road and saw Azam bathed in the glow of the headlights. They were late. The driver inched the gas pedal forward, just as the assault team deployed. Knuckles saw one man move to Azam's front, while the other two advanced from the rear. One held a Taser X-26 stun device. He pulled the trigger from a distance of 5 feet. Firing 2 projectiles attached to wires, the taser caused Azam to instantly lose neuromuscular control. He fell to the ground with only a sharp exhale of breath, quivering, unable to move. The other men from the assault element fell on him, flex-tying both his hands and legs with zip ties much like those used on garbage bags, only much, much thicker. The driver pulled the van up parallel to the downed terrorist, while Knuckles threw open the sliding side door. 2 men outside heaved the terrorist into the van, while the third kept the voltage going, preventing Azam from doing anything but twitch. They climbed in behind him, sliding the doors shut. Knuckles breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the clammy sweat on his body for the first time. They'd been working toward this moment for what seemed like years, but the entire operation had taken less than the planned 5 seconds. The van sped out of the area, only stopping momentarily to allow Knuckles to recover the Remington ball.
It had been almost 7 minutes, and I was growing a little antsy. Maybe I should have had Knuckles confirm his plan. I was itching to break radio silence, but wouldn't, mainly because I'd never hear the end of it from Knuckles. I knew better than to bug the team. He would do the right thing. I hoped. Finally, I got the call. Pike, this is Knuckles. Jackpot. I say again, jackpot. Knuckles spoke in a calm monotone, as if he had just awakened from a nap. I knew this was an act. He was probably hyperventilating when he put the handset down. I matched his cadence because that's what cool commandos do, and replied, I copy, jackpot. What's your ETA to my location? 2 minutes. Roger, standing by. I cranked the car and waited. 2 minutes and 14 seconds later, they pulled up. Not that I was looking at my watch. Knuckles was grinning like a teenager who had just egged the principal's house. He gave me a thumbs up, and we pulled out of the parking lot with me in the lead. My car would now be a buffer vehicle for any contingencies that might happen en route. Within minutes, we were out of Tbilisi proper and headed toward a warehouse the support team had rented. Not a single bit of evidence left that anything at all had occurred. I called in the mission, alerting the reception team we were en route. 20 minutes later, the car and van pulled into a vacant warehouse, the rolling door closing behind us. I left the packaging of the terrorist to the support team, knowing he wasn't being flown out until tomorrow. In the meantime, he would be given a complete physical to make sure he wasn't on the verge of a heart attack, then sedated for the trip. My part of the mission, the fun part, was over. I grinned when I saw Blaine Alexander come out of the small office we were using for a tactical operations center. Another good one. No issues whatsoever. I noticed that Blaine's face was grim. What's up? Did something go bad on the Chechen hit? No, it's personal. Can I see you alone? My first thought was that he was pissed that I had altered the plan and taken Azam without talking to him. I followed him into the office. Yeah, sure. What's up? Blaine closed the door. Pike, I don't know how to tell you this. It's about your family. After the first sentence, I could no longer hear him. All I could hear was my daughter saying, I kept the bad men away.
Part 2. Chapter 13. Guatemala, 9 months later. Professor John Cahill gave an exasperated sigh and sat down, sinking into the fetid jungle soil. Sometimes he felt like he was trying to run a race in knee-deep mud. He was deep within Guatemala's Reserva de la Biosfera Maya, the Maya Biosphere Reserve, in the northeastern department of El Petén, and for some reason, his workforce had decided to quit. He had been doing this sort of excursion into the heart of the Yucatan going on 13 years now, all in a quest for his mythical temple of priests. He had been robbed by bandits, contracted malaria, and almost killed by an asp, but never had his workforce refused to continue. Once a rising star in the Latin America department of the University of North Carolina, he was now teaching undergrads basic anthropology theory at the College of Charleston, his fall from grace complete. The school itself was a pretty good liberal arts college, but it didn't have a major in archaeology and didn't give a rat's ass about his theories of the Mayan demise, forcing him to fund these expeditions out of his own pocket. As always, he had hired local Mayan laborers without going through the required steps with the Guatemalan government. Nobody had cared before, and surely nobody would now. But an unhappy labor force could bring unwanted scrutiny. The biosphere, one of the last remaining uncharted rainforests on Earth, was dotted with Mayan archaeological treasures. Because of this, his activities would not be looked upon as a prank. Disgusted, he called over the native leadership, determined to find out what on earth could cause his hires to give up a new set of 30-cent rubber sandals. The natives themselves couldn't articulate to the professor exactly what it was they feared, only that they wouldn't go any farther on this specific route. In the end, they were torn between their instinct and the bounty the professor represented. They weren't stupid. They still wanted a new set of rubber sandals. They just didn't want to pay for it with their lives. While the professor argued with the leadership, Eduardo and Olmec, two of the younger members of the expedition, were having their own parley. Eduardo, a spindly 19-year-old, was sure this halt was an opportunity not to be missed. All he had to do was convince his partner.
Olmec, now's our chance. The elders still believe in the old ways too much. We can find this temple, take something of value, then get back here before dark. Tomorrow, at least we'll have something to show for it besides the professor's quetzals.
Olmec, 1 year younger than Eduardo, but rooted in a much earlier time, responded.
We don't even know where it is. Only the professor knows. He never tells anyone more than the next 100 meters. There's no way we're going to find that temple by ourselves. If we could, why has our village signed on for these trips every year? We'd have done it by ourselves a long time ago. I'll tell you why. Because there is no temple. There's only the curse.
Unlike Olmec, Eduardo had lost all semblance of Mayan instinctual heritage and saw such hesitation as complete idiocy. He was one of the few from his village who had made the trek as a migrant worker to the fabled United States. Some said that he did more than simply make the trek, but was in reality tied in to the illegal transport of workers into the United States.
There is no curse. It's just an old wives' tale used to keep kids from wandering away in the jungle. Have you ever heard of anyone dying from some strange ailment out here or disappearing completely? Anyone at all?
Olmec didn't say anything, prompting Eduardo to continue.
I saw the map on the professor's computer with the markings showing where the temple is. You could read the map and lead us to it.
2 years ago, while Eduardo was away working in the U.S., a Presbyterian church from Santa Fe, New Mexico, had sent a mission to their village, spending a month building houses, wells, and sewage. One of the gringos was a scoutmaster. He loved his scouting job and spent his evenings teaching the village boys scouting skills such as using a map, compass, and GPS. Olmec had paid attention. Eduardo knew he was close to hooking his superstitious friend. All he needed to do now was convince him of the simplicity of the idea.
I've been watching where the professor puts his GPS. I'll go take it. He won't miss it now since we aren't going anywhere anytime soon. The maps, too. He doesn't keep a good watch on either, because he thinks nobody knows how to use them.
Olmec sighed, then said,
If you get the equipment, I'll lead the way.
Eduardo slipped off, returning in minutes with a map, compass, and GPS. Olmec reluctantly turned on the GPS and took a little time orienting the map.
According to this, we're only 500 meters from the temple, basically due north.
Eduardo said,
Let's get going. We've got about an hour of daylight left.
With Olmec leading, the young men slipped into the jungle. After 30 minutes of fighting through the foliage, Olmec called a halt. He had been diligently keeping his pace count, a method to measure distance by counting the number of times his left or right foot hit the ground, and had hit 400 meters. "We're pretty close to the professor's spot on the map," Almec said. "Keep your eyes open from here on in. If the temple's here, we could walk right over it and never know." They continued for no more than 5 minutes when Almec hissed at his friend. He saw something in the jungle. A hump that didn't fit. A tangle of vines and shrubs that didn't seem natural. The gathering gloom was making him jumpy, like a child in bed at night who imagines the towel on the rack is a burglar. He was ready to return to the camp. "We've gone far enough," he said. "Let's go back." Eduardo nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's just fan out a little and see if we can find anything." Almec had walked less than 10 feet when he heard Eduardo trip and fall. He saw him sitting down next to a rectangular stone. "Look," Eduardo said. "This is man-made. The temple is here." Almec, once reluctant to continue, became infected with the thought of discovery. He quickened his pace toward the hump he had seen. It was about 8 feet tall and appeared to be a solid mass of earth. As he got closer, he saw that draping vines gave an illusion of mass, but that it was actually some sort of cave. Setting down the GPS and map, he moved the vines aside. A few meters inside the opening, just at the edge of light, was a gallon-sized sack made of woven grass encased in stucco. "Eduardo! Get over here! I think we found what we were looking for." "What is it? Is it gold? Jade? What?" Almec moved toward the sack, sure that it contained something of wealth. Chapter 14. The professor grew tired of the back-and-forth discussion among the men in the local Mayan dialect. He addressed the shaman, who acted as the villagers' spiritual leader. "Speak in Spanish! What's the problem?" "There is no problem. We simply will not go any farther. The area you're leading us into is full of blackness and death." This was the third time the shaman had made such a statement, without any elucidation of what he meant. The professor was about to explode into a tirade when it struck him that this could be proof of the temple's existence. He wished he had asked 13 years ago where they didn't want to go. He had always been fascinated by the Mayan civilization and was convinced that all theories of their demise were incorrect. The Maya had reached their height at about 900 AD and had a civilization that rivaled any in Europe, the Middle East, or Far East. For reasons known only to Maya ghosts, they had simply ceased to exist. It was one of the enduring mysteries of human existence, and many theories attempted to explain their downfall, ranging from outlandish alien invasions to the more mundane. The professor thought that everyone was looking at the problem backward. In his mind, it wasn't outside influences that had caused the people to disappear, but something in the cities themselves that caused them to leave. The professor's theory revolved around his interpretation of a fairly new Maya codex called the Grolier Codex. The last of 4 known Maya codices, it was found under suspicious circumstances in 1965 and was considered by many to be a fake. Others had determined it to be authentic and maintained that it detailed the Maya calendar as it related to the planet Venus. The professor had reached an altogether different conclusion. At the time of the Mayan decline, there were 2 ruling elites in competition with each other, the political royalty and the religious shamans. Both continually fought for control of the population of the Mayan city-states, and both were equally bloodthirsty. He believed the shamans had developed a weapon, mystical in the eyes of the average Mayan, which was used to seize power. He extrapolated that this weapon had somehow gotten out of control and had caused 1 or 2 dramatic wipeouts of various cities, which in turn led to an evacuation of other cities in a superstitious panic, and a wholesale destruction of the civilization. He was convinced that the Grolier Codex detailed the location of a temple, restricted to shamans alone, that housed this weapon. He had no idea what the weapon could have been, and cared only about finding the temple. He dealt in a world of history, of dangers long since dead. It never entered Professor Cahill's mind that, if his theory were true, he was trying to find a weapon that the world was ill-prepared to deal with. Eduardo reached the entrance of the cave in time to see Olmec pick up the sack. A fine cloud, not unlike flour, puffed out, encircling Olmec. "This isn't worth anything," Olmec said. "It's a bag of dirt." Eduardo began to dig through some scattered pottery, looking for something else of value, when he heard Olmec trip and fall. He was about to ask if Olmec was all right, when what he saw caused him to stumble back and fall himself. Olmec had dropped the sack and was thrashing around as if hooked to an electrical generator. His head was growing lumpy and distorted, and his breathing sounded as if he were drawing air through a swizzle stick. As his metamorphosis continued, he began to froth at the mouth, gasping for air. All of his exposed skin appeared to be rippling, as if a band of cockroaches were running through his veins. Before Eduardo could recover from his initial shock, Olmec's eyes bulged obscenely, his mouth cranked open farther than any human's should, and he ceased to move. Eduardo screamed, finding that deep in his soul he was still a Mayan, and ran out of the temple. He sprinted about 50 feet and stopped, torn between helping his friend and getting the hell out of there. He decided that his friend was beyond help. The professor asked the shaman if he could speak to the men as a group, intent on overcoming their superstition with gold, like an age-old explorer from Spain. As the men gathered around, they heard an awful shriek to the north of their position, then a desperate thrashing sound. They began to rumble, looking at each other as if their neighbor could explain the noise. The racket grew in strength until it appeared to be just outside the camp itself. The men began backing up, moving away from the sound, like a herd of antelope one step removed from full-scale panic, tenuously waiting to see who would be the first to start the stampede. Exasperated, the professor advanced to the edge of the camp, convinced the noise was man-made. He saw the boy and shouted, "It's Eduardo! Someone get the first aid kit!" Eduardo broke into the clearing of the camp, torn and bleeding from his pell-mell run through the jungle gloom. He fell to his knees, gasping for air. The men gathered around him, all shouting questions at once. The professor noticed that Eduardo was clutching his GPS in a bloody hand. He snatched it away, shouting above the cacophony, "Where'd you get this, you little thief? Where'd you go?" Eduardo looked up at the panic-stricken faces around him, eyes wild, showing more white than iris, and blurted out in Mayan, "The curse is real! It has consumed Olmec! He's been taken!" That was enough to penetrate the thin veneer of modern logical thought, the words lancing the ancient suspicions hidden deep within each man. The tripwire broke. The men began to flee in all directions like a pile of leaves caught in a hurricane gale. Within seconds, the professor was alone. He slowly moved in a circle, dumbfounded by the turn of events. Listening to the stampede grow fainter and fainter, he mumbled, "What did Eduardo say?" The question was swallowed by the vast expanse of jungle. Chapter 15. 1,800 miles away, inside Taskforce headquarters, Knuckles zipped up his kit bag in preparation for his upcoming deployment. Unlike his last deployment, this trip was going according to plan, with no mad rush or changes in the mission. Now a team leader, his team had finished their culmination exercise this morning and was due to leave the next day. He looked at the empty locker to his right, the dusty space bringing back memories of the last time he had done this, with Pike packing next to him. Knuckles couldn't help but smile. That mission had been pure Pike. Talk about pulling success out of your ass. Knuckles shook his head, thinking of the actual assault, remembering the final few seconds of absolute chaos.
I'm not going to be able to cross. The target's all yours.
Looking back, Knuckles knew that Pike had just been coaching and mentoring, making sure he was ready to take over the team. Only Pike would do that on a live mission. The trust Pike had placed in him made him feel proud, but the circumstances made him chuckle. What an asshole. Blaine would have ripped his head off at that decision if it had gone bad. Knuckles wished he could talk to Pike before he deployed, let him know who they were chasing, and get a little verbal encouragement. That last mission had been almost a year ago. Since then, Pike had dropped off the face of the earth. Knuckles loved being a team leader, but would have gladly given that up, and more, to have his friend back. Pike had taken the loss of his family harder than anyone Knuckles had ever seen. He seemed to blame himself from the moment he found out. Knuckles had hoped that he would go through the grieving process and rebound, and had even told Kurt Hale that he would remain a 2IC in order to let Pike keep the team, hoping that would help him recover. Kurt had agreed, but it hadn't worked. Pike had just grown increasingly bitter, with anger being his primary emotion. His judgment as team leader had begun to falter, with him lashing out at any small mistake and constantly fighting with his superiors. It had come to a head when Pike irrationally took the initiative on a simple exercise and subdued a rabbit through force, shattering his face in full view of a group of tourists at the Country Club Plaza in Kansas City, Missouri. Knuckles felt like kicking himself every time he thought about it. He had known Pike was acting strangely. The final radio calls had been a clear warning that Pike was on the edge. He should have seen it. Should have stopped it. The consequences of Pike's actions could have been severe. Besides the simple fact that he had harmed someone who had been recruited to help them train, the incident put the cover of the Taskforce in jeopardy. The Taskforce managed to prevent that, but Kurt pulled Pike from the team. Knuckles fought the decision purely on loyalty grounds. The transfer only caused Pike to sink lower. 3 months later, he had demanded to be cut free from the military, and Kurt had granted his request. After Pike left, Knuckles had called him twice a month just to check up, but 2 months ago the cell phone number had come back disconnected. Knuckles now had no idea where Pike had gone, or how to contact him. He finished packing and left the locker room, going down to the ops center on the second floor. He saw Kurt Hale and George Wolfe across the room gathering up data and talking with analysts. He knew they were leaving shortly to give the quarterly update to the Oversight Council. He was glad someone did it, or he wouldn't have a job, but he didn't think he could put up with the bullshit. Kurt waved him over. "You guys ready? Any issues?" Kurt said. "Nope. We're good to go. Hopefully we can get to Omega on this go-around. Don't worry about us. You should be worrying about the Oversight Council." "No problem there," Kurt said. "They know we're doing the right thing. All I need to do is keep them up to speed. You do the work, and I'll get the Omega Authority. Lord knows we've chased this guy enough." "I know. I can't wait to take this fucker out. This should be Pike's target. He's the one that found him years ago. I'm thinking of tattooing Pike's name on his ass before I turn him over to the support team." Kurt laughed. "I was thinking that exact thing this morning. Not the tattooing, the fact that Pike's the one that got us here." "You still talk to him? How's he doing?" "I have no idea. His cell phone's disconnected, and I don't know what he's doing now. I keep hoping he'll give me a call. I'm afraid that one day I'm going to see him on the news, peeking out the window of a house surrounded by SWAT guys." "Come on. That shit won't happen. Pike's still Pike. Don't worry about him. He'll turn up. He just needs some time. Focus on the mission." I know. I'm on the mission. 100%. "Good to hear. Look, I've got to go. The Oversight Council won't wait. I probably won't see you before you deploy." He stuck out his hand. "Good luck." Kurt Hale and George Wolfe crossed the Potomac River, entering into the District of Columbia. George was driving, giving Kurt time to reflect on what Knuckles had said. He had put on a brave face and told Knuckles not to worry, but the truth was that Kurt was very concerned. He wished there was something he could do to bring Pike back into the fold, but he had tried everything at his disposal, from simple downtime to in-depth therapy. Nothing had worked. Kurt knew Pike's days as an operator were over, but didn't think there was any way he would end up like Knuckles had said. Pike just wasn't made that way, no matter how bad it got. The shame of the whole thing was that he knew the task force wouldn't have been where it was without Pike. It had been a long, hard fight to get the unit established, and Pike's initial successes had guaranteed its survival. George broke him out of his thoughts, asking, "What are you brooding over? You look like someone just shit on your birthday cake." "Nothing. I was just thinking about how far we've come. If Knuckles gets to Omega, it will be like closing a circle. Missing that terrorist 4 times is what caused me to quit the first attempt at the task force and build what we have now. Dumb bastard doesn't even know he's the reason so many of his friends are now dead or captured." "Yeah, I know. I'd like to be there to see him go down." "That ain't it, though. I know you better. What's up?" Kurt paused, then said, "Pike. Once we turned him loose, we started taking out terrorists like they were delivered to our door. I don't know. I guess I feel like I used him, then threw him away." "Cut that talk out. Pike was good. But even you said he was a handful. He was always going off on his own. He never asked for permission to do anything. Just did what he thought was right. In my mind, we're lucky he didn't cause an incident while he was here. Shit, we did have an incident. We're just lucky it was during training." Kurt knew that was bullshit. The task force had existed for only 3 short years, but in that time had executed over 12 Omega operations, all perfectly. A third of those successful operations were done by Pike's team, a number twice as big as the next most successful teams. Other team leaders said it was simply luck, being at the right place at the right time. But Kurt had worked with Pike long enough to know it was something else. Most of the success was due to hard skills, but a crucial part was simply an ill-defined talent that couldn't be explained. Pike just made things happen. Yeah, he was a handful, but you couldn't argue with success. George saw him bristle and backed off. "I'm not saying he wasn't good. I'm just saying that this effort is greater than one man. You can't let an individual, any individual, supersede what we're doing." "Yeah, I know. I get it. I don't need my own speeches thrown at me." Kurt had used the greater good argument to convince President Warren to begin with. He wasn't sure anymore it was right. The greater good had been used to defend a lot of actions in the past, including Pol Pot and Hitler. In contrast, the Constitution of the United States itself was based on the individual. Every individual. When does the greater good become evil? When was it okay to kill one innocent to protect many? When the many said so? Or when the one has a vote? It wasn't a trivial question, because Kurt and President Warren had managed to create an organization that, in the wrong hands, could be very evil indeed. He was walking a slippery slope, trying to keep his perspective on what was truly in the greater good against men, like that asshole Standish from the council who didn't understand the meaning of the term. His thoughts were broken by their sedan pulling up to the security gate for the old executive office building next door to the White House. The imposing granite structure housed some of the most important offices in the U.S. government, including the office of the Vice President and the National Security Council. It was also where the Taskforce Oversight Council convened. George parked the car. "Hey, I know how you feel about Pike. I didn't mean that the way it came out." Kurt smiled, letting him off the hook. "Don't worry about it. I know what you meant. Let's go get this brief over with." Chapter 16. Within his palatial estate a few miles outside of Guatemala City, Miguel Portilla addressed the two Arabs in English. To ensure I understand, you're offering me a retainer to move items across the border into the United States for a period of 3 years. These items can range from human beings to boxes no larger than 3 feet by 3 feet and weighing no more than 200 pounds. Is this correct? Yes. We're willing to pay you a handsome fee regardless of whether we bring you something to ship or not, stated the taller of the Arabs in heavily accented English. He appeared to be the spokesman, with the other Arabs simply looking on and listening. Miguel was a smuggler, although applying that term to him was like saying Bill Gates was a computer salesman. He was the undisputed leader of high-end smuggling into the United States. First earning his reputation with the Cali cartel in Colombia, he now worked exclusively with Los Zetas, a ferocious drug cartel made up of former Mexican special forces, currently at war with the Mexican government. If I agree to do this, it'll cost much more than you've offered, as I believe the implications will have a traumatic impact on my business. In addition, I'll get your items into the United States, but I won't travel more than 40 miles across the border. I have no interest in being associated with your enterprise. Miguel was no fool. He knew that he was being asked to smuggle people and equipment that would be used solely to inflict death and destruction on the United States. In so doing, he also knew that the United States would react in a frenzy of fear, turning its porous borders into an airtight Tupperware container that an ant would have trouble infiltrating. He cared not a whit about the damage and destruction, but was concerned a great deal about the future of his industry. He also knew that in this day and age, the one thing that could destroy him was being named as an associate of a terrorist group. He could bribe his way out of any smuggling charge or connection to Los Zetas, but he couldn't stand up to the pressure the United States would bring to bear if he was seen as helping terrorists who murdered innocent American civilians. Drugs and death in Juarez were one thing. Death on American soil was something else entirely. Before the Arab could answer, one of Miguel's ever-present personal security detail came in and whispered in his ear. "Show him in," said Miguel. The door opened, and Eduardo was led into the room. He appeared healthy enough, but still bore the scars of his jungle panic. He looked timidly at Miguel, then at the two Arabian men. Miguel made a big show of friendship toward the young Mayan, seeking to put him at ease. "Eduardo! How are you doing? I thought you'd still be on the professor's expedition." "Don't worry. You can speak freely. These ignorant foreigners don't speak Spanish." Eduardo was afraid to say the wrong thing to this powerful man. He had worked for Miguel in the past as a high-end coyote, smuggling migrant workers into the United States. Miguel was one of the few coyotes who could get you into the U.S. in style, not packed like cattle in the back of a non-air-conditioned U-Haul, destined to die of heat stroke in the middle of the desert. Of course, this service cost much more than the migrants could afford, so the first few years of their wages, instead of being sent back to the family, were mailed to Miguel. Failure to mail the wages guaranteed that there wouldn't be a family in need of funds in the future. Miguel had earned the moniker of the Machete by his methods of ensuring compliance. "Sir, you told me to tell you if the professor found anything. Well, he found something." Eduardo explained the entire expedition in detail, telling of his and Olmec's actions, the discovery of the temple, Olmec's death, and his subsequent journey here. Miguel was intrigued. "Tell me again how Olmec died. What was it he found?" Eduardo went through the description of the bag and Olmec's symptoms, reliving the terror again as he told the story. Miguel failed to notice the increased interest of his two guests in the description of the death. "And you know where this temple is? You can take some of my men there." No, sir. Olmec read the map, and he's dead. The only one who would know where the temple is would be the professor. I wish I could take you there, but I can't.
Miguel's demeanor turned cold.
But you said you had a GPS. Surely that would make this simple. Where is it? Are you hiding something from me?
Eduardo felt sweat pop on his forehead.
Sir, the professor took the GPS back. I promise I don't know where the temple is, but I do know where the professor is. He's staying at a hotel in Flores, waiting on a flight home. He's got the GPS. I promise I'm not hiding anything.
Miguel began smiling again.
I believe you, Eduardo. You've always been true to your word. So I understand. Only 2 people have been to the temple. You and Olmec. And only one person knows the location. The professor?
Eduardo visibly relaxed.
Yes, sir. I'm the only living person who's seen the temple, and the professor is the only one who can find it. Good. Very good. Please head home and speak nothing of the temple or the professor.
He handed Eduardo a wad of cash and showed him to the door. Miguel saw an opportunity that he would have to seize immediately. If he could get to the temple before the government or UNESCO found out, he could ransack it, use his smuggling network to get the pieces inside the U.S., and sell them at a handsome profit. If he did it quickly enough, the government or UNESCO would never know it existed. First, he had to locate the temple. That meant finding the professor. Second, he had to eliminate anyone else who knew about it and was in a position to talk. Miguel motioned to the security man who had shown Eduardo in.
Kill him once he reaches the bus station. Take his body into the jungle. Oh, and don't forget to get my money back. Send in Jake.
The security man nodded and went about his tasks as if he had been told to bring a glass of water. Miguel spoke to the Arabs in English.
I'm sorry, but something of urgency has come up. You're welcome to stay in the guest house. I'll send someone for you when we can continue our conversation.
The taller Arab nodded and said, I hope it won't interfere with our transaction, but we understand the demands of your business. The head of Miguel's security entered the room just as the Arabs were leaving. A large man at 6 feet 4 inches, Jake walked with the grace of a cat. The only gringo on the detail, he was also the only one with any true security experience. He had been expelled from the British Special Air Service for activities that he wouldn't elaborate on. The rumor making the rounds was that he had enjoyed interrogating suspected terrorists a little too much, using force long after the subject had spilled his guts. Since then, he had hired out to numerous organizations, finally landing as Miguel's head of security.
You wanted me? Yes. I need you to go to Flores and find a man named Cahill. He's an American professor staying in a hotel in the town, probably a flophouse. Don't hurt him. Bring him back here with all of his equipment. Pay particular attention to any electronic items, such as computers or GPS. I need him in the next 48 hours. Take my plane to the airfield at Santa Elena.
Jake simply nodded and left the room. That was another reason Miguel liked him. He never asked questions. Given some guidance, he simply executed, unlike all of the other pipe swingers he employed, who would ask 1,000 questions to ensure they didn't screw up. Jake was fire and forget, and just like a guided missile, once he locked on, there was little that could be done to stop him. Chapter 17. In the 4th floor conference room of the old executive office building, Harold Standish glared at Kurt Hale, infuriated. The man was arrogant to a fault. The Oversight Council meeting was winding up, and Standish had been stiff-armed on every question he had asked.
It didn't help his mood that nobody else on the council seemed to think Kurt was being insubordinate. In fact, most seemed to agree with him. Tall at 6 feet 6 inches, Standish looked like a cross between Ichabod Crane and Christopher Plummer, with a head of close-cropped salt and pepper hair and the sour disposition to match. At the official conclusion of the meeting, he closed his portfolio, stood up, and stalked out of the room before anyone could stop him. He went down to his NSC office on the 3rd floor, flew through the anteroom without addressing his secretary, and fell into his chair. Staring at his computer, he began to calm down. He was still, after all, a very powerful man. A political strategist of rare skill, he had risen from the trench warfare of American politics by mastering the art of manipulating information. He was the go-to guy when it came to playing dirty. By the time he was 30, he was richer than he'd ever thought he would be. By the time he was 40, he was the undisputed master of political destruction. By the time he was 45, he was becoming aggravated at how he was treated. How could he be so rich and yet still feel like the boy with the dirt between his toes begging for scraps? He vividly remembered the victory party for the previous president's 2nd term. He was celebrating with the rest of the campaign staff when the president-elect motioned for his top advisors to follow him into his suite. Standish, who had been standing in the group, went along as well. Once the doors closed, he found everyone looking at him like he was a turd in a punch bowl. The silence was extremely uncomfortable. The president-elect finally broke it. "Harold, is there something I can do for you?" "Sir? No. I thought you had asked me to come in here." No, Harry. The campaign's over. Your job's done. We have real work to do now." Standish vividly remembered the president's patronizing smile. "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even be having this meeting. I mean that." "We have real work to do now." The words had hit Standish as hard as a physical slap. He had seen some of the advisors fighting to suppress a smirk. He left feeling a burning shame. He realized at that moment that money wasn't the Holy Grail. Power was. Standish began putting his talents to use, getting a key to the doors of power. He had worked hand in hand with the same people who had smirked at him in that suite, and he knew he was just as intelligent as they were. Someday he'd jam that smirk straight up their ass. He didn't have the experience or backing to join the political fray, but there were other ways to get on the inside. When Peyton Warren began his first run for president, Standish had eagerly signed on. Simultaneously, he began his research, looking for a position to which the president could appoint him, should he win. He found it in the National Security Council. Created by the National Security Act of 1947, the same act that had created the Air Force, Central Intelligence Agency, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the NSC was designed to help the executive branch synchronize political and military affairs. What Standish found attractive was that the statute dictated who would be on the council by law, but unlike other organizations, such as the CIA and the DoD, it didn't specify any congressional oversight. It was one of the most powerful entities in the U.S. government, but the legislative branch had no control over its activities. In effect, it served one man, the president. Outside of the members mandated by law, the president could appoint anyone to the council for anything. Perfect. Since its creation in 1947, Standish saw that the NSC had evolved into a Byzantine organization that fluctuated every time administrations changed, making it hard to ascertain who was doing what. Exactly what he needed. He had read about the NSC under President Reagan and had become fascinated at how a mere lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps named Oliver North, working as a junior staffer at the NSC, had managed to create a complete clandestine infrastructure and manipulate foreign policy on a grand scale. The fact that it had eventually unraveled, splashing into the history books as the Iran-Contra affair, did little to temper him. Clearly, the people involved weren't his caliber. He had worked hard on the president's campaign, proving to be more indispensable than ever before, with his information critical in the political fight. After the election, he asked for and received an appointment as a do-nothing member of an inconsequential subcouncil on the NSC's Statutory Committee on Foreign Intelligence. He went to work, using his skills to build what he wanted. In 3 short years, he had managed to create the Deputy Committee for Special Activities, and had slowly but surely been included in the mission planning for all covert operations. If it was a secret operation on foreign soil, he knew about it, and knowledge was something he knew how to use. He had come a long way since that late-night meeting. The memory still made his face flush, but that would fade. Soon, it would be him asking people to leave the room. Standish was startled out of his thoughts by a knock on his door, followed by the president's national security advisor, Alexander Palmer, entering the room. "Hey, Harold, you got a minute?" Standish stood up and put on his kiss-ass face, wondering why his boss was here unannounced. "Sure, sir. All the time you need. How can I help you?" Palmer took a seat without being asked. "It's about the Taskforce meeting we just left. Kurt has some concerns about your line of questioning, and frankly, so do I." That fucking crybaby, Standish thought. What did he say? "Okay," he said, waiting on Palmer to continue. "I let you on the Oversight Council because it seemed to fit the office here. But your primary purpose is simply to absorb what's said so you can see how it affects other activities going on. I don't expect you to weigh in on any decisions." He picked up a paperweight off Standish's desk and twirled it around in his hands. "The council is well versed on the ramifications of these types of things. It seemed as if you were questioning our judgment." Shit. I'm being frozen out. What did Kurt say? Still wearing a smile, Standish said, "Got it, sir. I just thought that Kurt and the council were being a little timid on everything. We have quite a few opportunities here that we could seize right now if we wanted. I don't think the council understands how important—" Palmer interrupted. "Look, I know you don't have a lot of experience in government, and I see that as a good thing. But these activities are very, very volatile. The combined experience of the council is probably over 100 years dealing with national security issues. You have to trust that we know what we're doing." "Maybe that's why nothing ever gets done, you pompous ass. You've worked so long inside the government, you don't even realize you're a chicken shit. The entire council thinks that talking about doing something is the same as action." "Sir, I meant absolutely no disrespect. I know I have less time in the government than other folks, but I have worked inside the NSC for the last 3 years. I've seen how things run. We seem to make more charts and briefings about doing something than actually doing something. I just think the task force could be better utilized." Palmer replaced the paperweight and stood, indicating the meeting was over. "I hear you. Sometimes I think the same way, and admire your attitude. But you've only been on the Oversight Council for 6 months. Give it some time before you decide we're all hand-wringers. See a few operations go down. Then begin to contribute. Okay?" "Sure. Yes. I don't want to get a reputation as a know-it-all. I'll sit back and watch for a while." "Good. That's what I hoped you'd say. You're a valuable contributor, and I don't want to lose you." Standish watched the door close, thinking, "Valuable contributor, huh? Not yet, but I will be, you patronizing asshole." He had seen the sausage factory of decision-making by the inner circle of the U.S. government and determined it was a recipe for failure. What was needed was decisive action, without a bunch of quibbling from Congress or, heaven forbid, from the great unwashed of the American electorate. Since Al-Qaeda had started this war in 2001, Standish had seen the U.S. take a daily beating on everything it did in its defense. The public just didn't seem to understand that there was a threat. Christ, even global warming is seen as a bigger danger. After watching all of the timid, half-hearted measures employed by the United States, he was convinced that something more aggressive needed to occur outside of the public eye. The Taskforce was the perfect tool for the job. If he could get control of the Taskforce, the nation could get serious about terrorism. He couldn't order around the CIA or the military, but he could definitely find a use for an organization that had no official affiliation with the U.S. government. Shit. Even Ollie North could do that. Chapter 18. The Arabs had retired to Miguel's guest house and were embroiled in a heated conversation. Far from being ignorant, both had spent countless hours with a Rosetta Stone Spanish software program in preparation for this trip. While they couldn't pass as natives, they were now fairly fluent, something they had kept hidden from their host. The shorter of the two went by the kunya of Abu Sayyid, after Sayyid Qutb, the Egyptian member of the Muslim Brotherhood, whose rabid proselytizing and interpretation of the Quran were, before his execution in 1966, milestones in future Islamic fundamentalist thinking. The taller one, and the one who had done all the talking earlier, went by the kunya of Abu Bakr, after the first caliph who ruled following Muhammad's death, and the first caliph leading to the split between Shia and Sunni. Ordinarily, a kunya is a nickname meaning the father of, as in Abu Abdullah, meaning the father of Abdullah, and is commonly used in Arabic countries. In actual practice, it's a method for fanatics wanted by authorities to take an alias with a hidden meaning. The naming conventions in Arabic countries made it very hard to keep track of individuals, as a person's recorded name could be any variation of full name or kunya. Unlike their heroes of 9/11, neither Bakr nor Sayyid had been radicalized in modern Europe, where Muhammad Atta and his ilk were treated as inferior beings and outsiders, leading them to turn inward toward Islam. Abu Sayyid and Abu Bakr heard the calling from the mosques in their own hometowns in Saudi Arabia, a radical influence unstemmed by the ruling house of Al Saud because of the simple fact that the threat led outside the kingdom, and thus was something to be encouraged no matter how much the United States protested. In the Saudi government's thinking, if the radicals were given something greater to hate than the ruling class, so much the better. Not to mention that many in the ruling class sympathized with the cause anyway. Let the radicals leave the kingdom and get killed. It was a win-win situation. Like many of the men who had made the trek to Iraq, Abu Bakr and Abu Sayyid didn't start out as rabid ideologues. They were simply looking for a little adventure in support of a worthy cause. Their plan was to go to Iraq, fulfill their romantic notion of the fight to support Islam for a few months, and then return to their life in Saudi Arabia, working a normal job and telling stories of their heroic actions to their grandkids years later. The naive illusion of jihad was broken quickly. Most actions were accomplished by snipers shooting their targets in the back, improvised explosive devices hidden in the dark of night, or suicide missions that left dozens dead and dozens more brutally mangled with little discrimination between the infidel and the believer. One walk through the bloody devastation of a suicide bomber was enough to take away any idealistic notions of jihad. Abu Bakr and Abu Sayyid were lucky in that they weren't chosen for a suicide martyr mission. At the time, the terrorist pipeline had enough shaheed, and thus they were allowed to fight, with IEDs and rifles. Once they had killed, their mindset began to change. They had to justify within themselves the murders they committed, and their psyche simply couldn't accept that they had done wrong. The answer was simple. The cause was just, no matter what reality they saw on the ground that refuted the propaganda. Sayyid and Bakr, like many other radicalized fighters, had become nothing more than weapons of the most dangerous kind. Literal smart bombs. Living, breathing, thinking weapons, willing to trade their lives for their nihilistic goals, without any moral restraint remaining against taking innocent life. Had they the means, they would slaughter their enemies on a massive scale. The leadership of al-Qaeda had striven mightily to obtain such a capability. Syed believed he may have found it in the story told by the native boy. All he had to do was convince Bakr. Chapter 19. Inside his Fleabag hotel, the professor twitched at every noise he heard in the hallway outside, wondering how long he had before he was arrested. He couldn't believe the debacle that had occurred. The Mayans had come out of the darkness one by one, chopped to ribbons. So far, only 8 of the 12 original members had made it home. Counting Olmec, he could be looking at charges of manslaughter or murder of 4 people. He regretted the deaths. He truly did. But the real shame was that no one would care that he was correct about his theory. After spending the night by himself, it had taken him a full day to get out, and that was mainly due to his GPS. Without it, he'd probably be trying to suck water out of vines right now. He had hot-footed it to Flores, a small town on an island in the Petén province, with access to the airport at Santa Elena. At 58, he was weary down to the center of his bones and wanted nothing more than to return to his calm life in Charleston. He hoped that the news of the travesty wouldn't make it to this town before he could catch a plane out. Meanwhile, to keep his mind off his impending doom, he collated his information on the temple. Maybe, just maybe, he could get out of this alive and return with a real expedition of scientists. As he always did, he maintained his level of secrecy, only this time he wanted to get all traces of the location of the temple out of his immediate possession. He downloaded the waypoint data and tracks from the GPS to his computer. Then he wiped the memory of the GPS so that it showed no trace of where he had been. He opened his laptop and booted up a very powerful encryption program by means of a sequence of keystrokes. The program itself couldn't be found by a cursory examination. He pulled the drop-down menu and selected the steganography feature. The professor had first heard of steganography, or the hiding of messages in otherwise innocent carriers such as pictures or letters, while still an undergraduate student. He had read about the ancient Greeks, where Herodotus tells of hiding a message of Xerxes' planned invasion underneath the wax of a writing tablet to avoid scrutiny, and the legends of the pirates, where the head of a man was shaved and tattooed with a treasure map that was concealed when the hair grew back. Later on, while on a dig with a savvy undergraduate of his own, he had been shown the modern usage of the technique. Every computer file, such as JPEG, MP3, or WAV, has unused data streams within itself, basically empty pockets that serve no purpose. The steganography program simply fills up this empty space with the data that one wishes to hide. Thus, while the picture of Aunt Sally still looks like a picture of Aunt Sally, someone who knows there is hidden information within the picture can extract and reconstruct it. After the program booted up, the professor was asked what he wanted as his carrier file, or the file that would hide the data. He selected 3 MP3 songs from his hard drive. When asked what he wanted to hide, he selected the GPS data. He continued by selecting AES 256 encryption and the password key. Now, even if the data were to be separated from the songs, it would be encrypted in an algorithm that had never been cracked, and thus would be secure. In 30 seconds, it was done. He was asked if he wanted to create a physical key, and selected yes. When prompted, he put a blank thumb drive in the USB port, and the computer churned for a few more seconds. He now had his data securely encrypted and could extract the data both virtually with a password on his computer, which held the steganography program, and physically by inserting the thumb drive into whatever computer held the carrier file, regardless of whether that computer contained the stego program or not. Once the thumb drive registered, it would self-extract the data. The professor plugged in the phone line and dialed the closest ISP given to him by the front desk. It never failed to amaze him how far and deep the internet had penetrated. It seemed like it was in more places than indoor plumbing. Once he was connected, he logged on to hotmail.com and pulled up his account. He typed a short note and emailed the songs to his niece in Charleston, South Carolina. Jennifer was an anthropology student, so it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that she would appreciate the local Mayan music. Still, even if she thought it a little odd, she'd have no idea the information she was helping her uncle to hide. 3 minutes later, the email completed sending. He closed out the internet, then used a shredding program to erase all traces of his stego activities. Nothing related to the expedition remained on his hard drive. He gave a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. Maybe he should get himself a giant margarita and relax a little bit. As he cataloged the bars in the small town, he heard a knock on his door, and his name called out. He nearly passed out in shock. Just as his mind spun into overdrive, with fantasies about the tortures he would experience along with the ludicrous choices he faced, such as jumping out of the third-story window, it dawned on him that the man outside the door was speaking with an English accent. He must be an expat who worked for the hotel. When he had signed in, the professor had tipped handsomely to generate goodwill, so perhaps the man was here to warn him about something he had heard on the street. In the span of seconds, the professor went from doom to giddy excitement. He rushed to the door, intent on seeing who was there. There was no peephole, forcing him to crack the door. He found himself looking up into the ice-blue eyes of a man a full head taller than himself. His clothes didn't indicate that he worked for the hotel. In fact, he was dressed like he was going into the jungle. His face was expressionless, giving no hint as to why he had knocked. The only indication of why he was there was a section of pipe held in his right hand. Maybe he was a plumber. Yes? Professor Cahill. Yes? Can I help you? In response, the man kicked in the door, knocking the professor to the floor. The last thing the professor saw was the section of pipe coming at his head. Chapter 20. Jennifer Cahill opened her eyes and watched the ceiling fan above her rotate for half a minute. This isn't going to cut it. I need to find something to do or I'm going to go nuts. At first, she had enjoyed sleeping in. Waking up whenever she felt like it, or rolling over and going back to sleep, had been a nice reprieve. Now, with spring break almost over, she was beginning to feel a little restless. As an anthropology major herself, she had asked her uncle to let her go with him to Guatemala, but he had refused. She hoped he was having some luck, although she knew it was a long shot. Everyone else had written him off as a crackpot, but she believed in him, if for no other reason than because he had been so kind to her. She threw off the covers and padded into the kitchen. She had a one-bedroom apartment in a row house on Pitt Street, about 2 blocks from the College of Charleston, in the heart of downtown. The house had been turned from a regal antebellum statement of the past history of Charleston into a rat maze of individual apartments for college students. She was the only one still at home. Everyone else had left the city for party time at some spring break location. She didn't miss that. At 28, she wasn't that much older than her peers, but she was a world apart in maturity. She'd had enough of the spring break bullshit and Animal House lifestyle on her first try at getting a degree. She put on a pot of coffee and went to open the front door to get some fresh spring air. It was only March and the weather was already starting to warm up. The swelter was something that she enjoyed. She couldn't see how anyone could live in cold weather. She got cold in a movie theater. Forget about living permanently in the snow belt. Having grown up as a tomboy on a ranch outside of Dallas, Texas, where she had spent most of her time outdoors, she had become used to the heat. It was muggier here, but still pretty close. If she couldn't live in Texas, at least she could sweat like she did. She turned to check her coffee and found a flyer at her feet. It was for a live band at a bar called The Windjammer on the Isle of Palms, a barrier island about 30 minutes from her house. She picked it up and saw writing at the bottom. You should be going stir-crazy by now. The offer still stands. You can stay with us. Meet us at the Windjammer tonight. If you don't like it, you can always go home. It was signed by her girlfriend, Skeeter. Jennifer thought about it for a second. She was looking for something to do, and maybe it was time to get out a little. Yeah, she'd have to fight off all the ogling boy men who only wanted to get drunk, then get laid, but she could handle that. She just wasn't sure it would be fun anymore. Those situations always made her think of her past. Shit, who am I kidding? I think about the past no matter what happens. The damn weather makes me think about it. She poured herself a cup of coffee and was reading the flyer again when her cell phone rang. Hey, you're up. Let me guess. You're in your pajamas studying for a test that might come after spring break. Did you get my flyer? Jennifer smiled. Hello, Skeeter. No, I'm not studying. I had a man over here last night. He's an exchange student from Nigeria. He's still asleep because we were up pretty late watching C-SPAN. I'm not sure what you mean by flyer. Bullshit. I left a flyer on your doorstep. Go get it. I'll wait. I got the stupid thing. It's in my hand right now. Well, what do you say? Come on out. The condo's already paid for, so it won't cost you a thing. Skeeter, you know how I feel about that scene. Jesus, Jennifer. When are you going to let go? I get you had a rough time, but come on. This is your last year of college, your final spring break. You'll be able to sit in a cubicle and slave away to your heart's content in a little bit. Think about it. I'll call back and bug you later. Jennifer was going to reply when she realized that Skeeter had hung up. The truth of the matter was not a day went by when she didn't think about her ex-husband and what he had done. Not a day without feeling sweat break out over the memory, wondering what her life would have been like if she had stayed in school the first time. She had dropped out of the University of Texas after her junior year to marry the iconic frat boy son of a Texas oil tycoon who had just graduated. Things had been fine for all of 10 minutes before she realized he was sleeping around on her. It was as if her husband was trying desperately to hold on to his frat boy lifestyle while walking up the corporate ladder. Nobody held him accountable, least of all his trophy wife. Thinking about it now, she had been very shallow. She had been raised poor but proud. The Cahill name had been drilled into her from an early age as something that mattered beyond wealth. She had believed it, then had thrown it away. They held on for 4 long years, mainly because divorce wasn't accepted by the in-laws. She made do with the finer things in life, all the while knowing that everyone was laughing at her behind her back. On the surface, she had everything a girl could want, or at least anything that could be acquired with cash. Cars, trips to St. Lucia, jewelry, you name it. She was only missing the things that money couldn't buy, like respect. For a Cahill, this was worth more than wealth. She tried hard to get her husband to stop, then tried to adjust her pride to accept her lot, but neither worked. It finally came to a head when she arrived home to find him in bed with his secretary. Cheating at a sleazy motel was one thing, but doing it in her bed was another. The scene was branded into her soul, still as raw as the day it had happened. The secretary covering up her obviously fake breasts, a small smile on her face, no fucking shame whatsoever. Her husband taking control, not even acting as if he had done anything wrong. She had begun to pack her bags, telling him that it was finally over. He told her to stop. She told him to screw himself. He slammed her against her dresser and punched her viciously in the stomach, causing her to fall onto the floor. He calmly told her to unpack her things and left the room. She remembered lying on the floor in her own spit and vomit, gasping for air, the fake tit whore stepping over her with a sheet around her body. She fled the marriage with the clothes on her back, returning to her mother's house in McKinney, Texas. The next few weeks were a nightmare. The punch seemed to have done something internally. She had cramps so bad she was left doubled over in pain. Her period came early and very heavy. She went to the doctor, and in the same breath he told her that she had been pregnant and had had a miscarriage. Jennifer shook herself. The memories always caused her to sweat, making her heart palpitate. That fucker.
I should have. She took 3 deep breaths. Quit thinking about it. Think of anything else. Think of positive things. After the miscarriage, her family had been her anchor. She had lost her way, but they didn't care. They had rallied around her as soon as she had come home. She didn't tell her family about the miscarriage, fearful of her brother's possible retaliation. Sometimes, when the darkness came, she toyed with the idea of letting them in on the secret, knowing they would kill that sorry sack of shit with a cheese grater. Looking back, she was glad she never did. But a part of her waited for the day when she could get retribution. On days like today, when she was left clutching a counter, taking deep breaths to control her fear, she wanted nothing more than to cause him the same agony. In the end, while it wasn't a pleasant thought, she knew that the attack was the best thing that could have happened. She had understood that she could never win any legal battles in a system owned lock, stock, and barrel by the family, and that it was the fight alone that they were afraid of. It never entered their minds that something bad would happen to their son. They just didn't want the embarrassment of the publicity. So, as they had been doing since Robber Baron times, they bought her off. They gave her an impressive little nest egg of $200,000, telling her never to talk about what had happened. She agreed. She remembered the moment well, thinking she should have crossed her fingers behind her back because if she ever got the opportunity, she would bury the family and sow their graves with salt. Now, standing in her kitchen 1,000 miles away, she had had enough of the hate and fear. Maybe a night out would help. Just because the Windjammer had a bunch of drunken college men didn't mean they were all like him. She glanced at her computer screen and noticed she had an email from her uncle. She forgot about the Windjammer. He's not supposed to come out of the jungle for at least 3 days. Obviously, once again, he had failed to find the temple. She smiled to herself, thinking of him hacking his way through the jungle on yet another attempt. No matter how many times he failed, Uncle John remained optimistic. She admired that in him. Then again, she knew she'd find anything her uncle did something to admire. He had gone out on a limb to help her, getting her a fresh start at his own university, based solely on the fact that she was his niece, telling white lies that could have cost him tenure. She would never forget that. She opened the email and saw that it was nonsense. It said nothing at all about his trip or his return. It was just a few MP3s containing some local music. She found this strange, but not unduly so, as her uncle was always doing goofy stuff. Last time he came home, he gave you a real shrunken skull. Be thankful this is just music. Whatever had happened, he would give her the full story on his expedition when he got back. She hooked up her MP3 player and began downloading the songs. Her uncle must have thought they were some pretty good tunes if he'd emailed them to her instead of just waiting until he returned. With the music downloading, she went to pack an overnight bag. Chapter 21. Abu Sayed was electrified by the story they had heard. "Did you listen to that? The boy found some sort of ancient weapon in the jungle. A weapon that can be used to kill the infidels. What we've been sent here to do, we can accomplish in half the time. A month instead of years." Abu Bakr wasn't so sure Sayed was right. He was a pragmatic planner, a man who had escaped death precisely because he had predicted and counteracted contingencies before they occurred. This mission had taken close to a year to develop, and he was reluctant to simply throw it away on the story of a native boy. "Sayed, please. We don't have the time or equipment to go foraging through the forest for some sort of mythical weapon. We don't even know if that boy was telling the truth. We've worked too hard to get where we are." Their purpose was to set up a mechanism to infiltrate the United States using the illegal immigrant pipeline already established. Once the cells were in place, they would conduct synchronized acts of terror that would dwarf September 11th, 2001. The hope was for a sustainable, repeatable mechanism that would cause the U.S. to crack down harshly on all things Arabic.
and even Sikh, Hindu, whatever was seen as strange, which would in turn plant a seed of jihad inside the U.S. Syed persisted. You heard the description of the death. The weapon is something like the poison weapons we learned about in the camps. Something the Sheik has tried mightily to obtain. We might now have the ability to do what no other has done. What on earth makes you think there's a weapon in the jungle? Bakr said. I've heard children with more logical skepticism than you. Have you never heard of the medicines that are found in the rainforest? It's said to be a wonderland of ancient plants simply waiting to be discovered. What's the harm of looking? If we find it, we may truly bring the far enemy to his knees. We were chosen for this mission based on our skills and judgment. We need to use both. Never having worked with Syed before, only trusting that his superiors had selected the right man, Bakr was suspicious of Syed's eagerness to abandon all they had worked for up until now. He took a different tack. Why is your idea, even as fleeting as it is, better than what we're already doing? The only difference is time, and the fact that the original plan allows multiple blows against our enemy. How will your blow of one time outweigh the ability to strike repeatedly? Abu Syed inwardly smiled. He was making headway. He had been thinking about their mission for a long time and saw the fatal flaw within the jihad as currently waged. Tell me, what's the greatest problem facing the jihad today? Is it truly the far enemy? His transgressions on the land of Mecca and Medina spit in the face of all true Muslims everywhere, yet he is allowed to continue. Why is that? It's because the true Muslim has been seduced by Satan, choosing Big Macs over the purity of the Quran. The average Muslim doesn't understand the threat of the far enemy. We need the man on the street to take up arms, the grocer, shoe salesman, and barber. If all Muslims would throw one rock, we would succeed. The only way to do this is to show the far enemy's true colors, to prove that they want to dominate and rule over a Christian empire. Al-Qaeda's doctrine, developed by bin Laden and his leadership, stated that the only way to return to the ways of the Prophet was to destroy the far enemy that supported, and in some cases propped up, the godless regimes that had come to power in the nations of the Middle East, the so-called near enemy. The United States was first on the list of the far enemy for its support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Israel, Egypt, Jordan, and a host of other countries. Bakr sighed. Okay, so what? You sound like any imam in our mosques. What's that got to do with this mystical weapon? How can a single blow get what you want? It takes multiple blows against the far Satan to get him to do anything. The people of the U.S. have no memory. How will you cause this to change? Syed held up his hands. Please, let me finish. We need to force the United States to attack all of a Muslim faith without discrimination, to force the average Muslim to take up arms, either for faith or survival. I think we can cause this to happen if we don't attack the far enemy in his homeland. We'll attack him through his Zionist proxy. If we unleash this weapon against the murderous occupiers of Palestine, we can guarantee that they'll react in a frenzy. It would be a catalyst of war against their neighbors, which will cause the far enemy to choose between his Zionist son or the pure Muslims. It's no question who he will side with. Abu Bakr was impressed with the logic of Syed, and actually a little surprised, but still didn't think simply attacking Israel would be enough, even with a weapon of mass destruction. He was intrigued, though, and mulled the idea over in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it might succeed with an additional twist. I don't think the weapon alone would be a sufficient catalyst. We need to ensure the Zionists will attack another. A bomb, no matter how great, may simply cause them to slaughter Palestinians, and that is an old story. Bakr paced back and forth a minute, then said, Why not kill two birds with one stone? If we were able to bring about the attack you envision and blame it on the Persians, we could use the United States to eliminate those infidels while accomplishing exactly what you want. The United States has already forgotten about Iraq and begun to rattle their sabers toward Iran. With the Persians constantly talking about driving Israel into the sea and their current nuclear ambitions, it wouldn't take much evidence to convince the Zionists of their culpability. The attack would cause a major conflict, forcing all to choose sides. Abu Sayyid thought the idea was a good one, but impossible to execute. But how will we implicate the Persians? We have no contacts with the Shia dogs, and I don't think they'd volunteer. Sayyid had a point. While Iran did indeed provide support to various terrorist groups, most notably Hezbollah, the regime had little affinity for the Sunni-based Al-Qaeda. Bakr knew there were ways around this. One step at a time. We're assuming such a weapon exists. I'm not averse to seeing if we can find the weapon, provided it doesn't jeopardize our long-term efforts. For now, let's focus on simply getting the weapon. If that fails, we can still continue on our original task. That remains the priority. Bakr gave Sayyid a stern look. You understand that, correct? Pleased at the new path, Sayyid said, Yes, of course. I wouldn't do anything foolish. Abu Bakr went to the back of the room and opened a box. They had brought with them a test case, a collection of items that were not illegal individually but, put together, were sure to be confiscated. If the package made it to the contact inside the U.S., then AQ would continue to the next step with Miguel's network. Inside the box was a Canon Rebel XTI digital camera, 4 Garmin 60CS mapping GPSs, 4 3M P100 medical respirators, a box of glass test tubes, and 2 remote control garage door openers. Fairly innocuous items by themselves, but if the box were searched, the items together would trigger a response, which would allow the terrorists to judge the integrity of the smuggling network. Abu Bakr was disappointed in the packing list. Where's the police scanner? The GPS and respirators will be useful for finding the weapon, but we need the police scanner right now. I did some research on the American laws, and the police scanner we obtained had the ability to scan in the American cell phone spectrum. It's illegal to import those to America, so I took them out. I didn't think we'd really be using any of this equipment. It was just to see if the network was good. Bakr was flabbergasted. You took something out of the box because it was illegal? Something that we were illegally trying to smuggle in? What in all that's holy? Don't begin to attack me, Sayyid said. We were specifically told not to include illegal items so that if the box was found, there would not be a legal reason to pursue its owners. It would simply get confiscated. I didn't know we would use the equipment. Bakr waved his hand. What's done is done. I won't mention it again. But if you wish to proceed on this path, we need to find a scanner. He pointed to the suitcase holding their laptop computer and Thrain M4 satellite phone. Get on the internet and find a local store that sells scanners. One that can scan in the 900 megahertz range that the cell phones here use. We need to hear what's being said from inside this room. It's the only way we can stay ahead of Miguel. Chapter 22. The professor woke up bouncing on the back seat of an old Toyota Land Cruiser, having no idea how long he had been unconscious. He was covered in a musty blanket that stank of horse sweat and moldy hay. He heard the Englishman talking on a cell phone. He's not permanently injured, but he's going to have a headache. I took everything with him and checked him out of the hotel. Outside of some ratty clothes and a few maps of the biosphere, all he had was a laptop, an American cell phone, and a GPS. He had no return plane tickets. The professor tried to move and realized that both his legs and hands were shackled like those of a death row inmate, which he was beginning to believe he had become. He was convinced that he was headed to some dank prison deep within Guatemala to be held on the charge of murder and antiquities theft. The man on the phone continued. No, he didn't have anyone else with him. He looked like he was about to flee. I didn't want to try to smuggle him past airport security, so I'm driving back. I'll be there in about 7 hours. I'll see you then. 8.5 hours later, the professor sat in absolute panic. He was tied naked to a chair with a cloth bag over his head. He could make out light, but nothing else. He felt he had been sitting for at least 45 minutes, but in truth had lost all track of time. He heard a door open and felt a breeze on his naked chest. He made one final attempt to raise whatever dignity he could muster.
I am an American citizen and a famous archaeologist. The embassy knows I'm here, and in fact, sponsored my expedition. They will come looking for me, and when they find me, they will punish you.
The only response he received was 2 alligator clips clamping onto his nipples. His heart began to hammer in his chest. He thought he was going to piss himself or throw up. A voice with a heavy Spanish accent stated, "You are Professor Cahill, a known antiquities thief and potential murderer. Far from sponsoring your expedition, the American Embassy will more than likely sponsor your extradition to Guatemala to stand trial. Spare me your theatrics, and you may yet walk out of here. I want to know where the temple is located. I've been through your computer and GPS and could find no reference to it. I have very little patience. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go." It finally dawned on the professor that he wasn't in the hands of anyone remotely associated with the Guatemalan government, and that his overwhelming fears 24 hours ago paled in comparison to his present predicament. For all of his eccentricities, at his core, the professor was a very intelligent man. In an instant, he computed that the only thing that would keep him alive was the fact that he alone knew where the temple was located. The minute he gave this up, he would be discarded with as much fanfare as a used condom. As he began to form a plan, a searing jolt of electricity rocked his body, causing him to lock up in a rictus of pain, screaming out his soul. As rapidly as it came, the pain left. The disembodied voice spoke again. "I can see you're thinking of ways to lie to me. Trust me, the longer you sit and think, the more I believe what you say is a lie. You have exactly 3 seconds to start talking, or I'll flip this switch and leave it on for an hour." The professor gasped for air, sweat running freely over his body, his mind racing. He didn't have a plan. He didn't know what to say. His heart was palpitating, skipping irregularly. 3, 2, 1. Wait! I'm trying to talk. Please, dear God, don't do it again. I'll tell you whatever you want. I have 2 GPSs. I FedExed the one I used in the jungle to my niece in Charleston, South Carolina, from Flores. I don't have the information here, but I can get it. Please, please, please. I want to help you. The professor couldn't believe how ridiculous this sounded. Why on earth would he do that? It made no sense whatsoever, but if he told them the truth, he would simply be made to retrieve the data from his Hotmail account. It was still in the sent folder. Once he gave that up, and he was sure he wasn't strong enough not to, he would be dead. He had to buttress the argument, so he began babbling to stem the punishment that was sure to come. You know what happened. A man died at the temple. I was not on a sanctioned expedition. The government would arrest me. I had to get rid of the data without losing it. I was afraid of getting arrested. I wanted to keep the location, but didn't want to have any evidence on me. You have to believe me. He was met by silence. The disembodied voice circled around behind him. Professor, that story is so ridiculous, it insults my intelligence. I'm a smuggler.
I know every single way to get something into the United States. I know there is no FedEx office in Flores. Why on earth would you think I would believe that?
The professor now believed he would die. The man had freely told him he was a criminal. Obviously, he had no intention of letting him go. In a panic, the professor began to expand on his story, making it more unlikely, grasping at straws.
I gave it to an American who was leaving yesterday. We had become friends drinking at the bars, and I didn't want any evidence on me if I was stopped at the airport. He promised to FedEx it as soon as he landed in the United States. You must believe me. I'm telling the truth.
All right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. What was this man's name?
His name? It was,
With that, the pain returned like a lightning bolt. The professor jumped out of the chair, his entire body bowed out in an attempt to get away from the agony, his ankles and wrists holding him in place. He let loose a keening wail, then collapsed back into the chair, his bowels releasing onto the floor.
Why'd you shut it off?
Miguel asked. Jake said, I didn't. He's still got megavoltage going through him.
Wake him up,
said Miguel. Jake shut off the juice and felt the professor's pulse. We can't. He's dead.
What the fuck do you mean, dead? We barely got started.
Maybe he had a bad heart. We usually do this to men and women much younger than him. Whatever, it's irrelevant. He's stone cold dead. Shit. What do you suppose the odds are that he was telling the truth? Jake grinned. As a matter of fact, probably pretty good. He didn't say anything that we can contradict, and people who follow the law usually panic when they realize they might be caught doing something illegal. The story is so damn stupid it just might be true. If you want to continue with this, it wouldn't hurt to simply check it out. Perhaps. I suppose it's worth following through. I'll give our friends in the U.S. a call. They owe me a favor, and this won't take much effort. In the meantime, I saw that our friends from overseas brought some computer equipment with them. Please, go get them. Maybe they can take a look at his computer and find something we missed. Jake left the room to go to the guest house, while Miguel dialed an unlisted number. Let me speak to Vincent. He waited while the phone was handed off. Yes, it's your Southern helper, and it's time to repay the favor owed. I'd like you to get a package for me that's been mailed. It's coming by FedEx to a woman named Cahill in Charleston, South Carolina. She's the niece of a professor at the College of Charleston under the same name and may very well be going to the school. You don't need to be polite to her. Chapter 23. Syed stared at the laptop he had been asked to examine, wanting to shout in triumph. The thumb drive he had found among the belongings next to the computer had come to life, asking if he would like to use something called CryptMaker to extract data. He had been right. The computer was hiding a steganography program. He hit yes and waited for the work to be accomplished. 3 of the 20 JPEG pictures he had cut and pasted from the laptop had dissolved, leaving behind a notepad file welcoming him to the CryptMaker family and giving him a troubleshooting guide. He realized that these were probably the example photos that came with the software package, allowing a new user to play with the software without fear of losing any valuable data. 2 hours earlier, when Jake had asked if either Bakker or Syed could help with a computer problem, he had jumped at the chance. After meeting Miguel's computer expert, a man introduced only as Jose, he had been led into a room containing a table heaped with clothes, a laptop computer, cell phone, and GPS. While examining the computer, he began to suspect that it held a covert partition used for a steganography program due to the large amount of random digital photos and MP3s. Jose might have been an expert at typical computer problems, but he hadn't spent a life on the run with the world's greatest superpower chasing him. While serving as the media chief for his cell in Iraq, Syed had used steganography quite a bit. He knew the signs. He also knew that he had no chance on Earth of figuring out the keystrokes for a hidden program. His only hope was a physical key, something missed by Miguel's men. He had asked Jose for a glass of water to get him out of the room. As soon as he had left, Syed had searched the clothes on the table. To his absolute surprise, he had found a thumb drive missed by the computer expert and had loaded it on the computer. He was now sure he was only seconds away from finding the temple's location. One of the pictures on the hard drive would hold the data. He only needed to find the right one. He was about to go back to the photo files when he heard Jose returning down the hallway. He deleted all of the files from the thumb drive, palmed it in his hand, and backed away from the computer. Jose handed him the water and said, "You ready to continue?" Syed shook his head. "Not really. I've found nothing in 2 hours. I can't do anything more than what you've already done. I think this is a waste of time, but we'll continue if you wish." Jose said, "I knew this was folly to begin with. Miguel appreciates you trying anyway. You may go." Syed hurried back to the guest house with the thumb drive. He knew that Bakr would be livid at his theft. If Miguel realized what had taken place, they would both be dead. Syed was counting on nobody knowing the thumb drive existed. He told Bakr of his experiences and what he had found. As expected, Bakr initially flew into a rage at Syed's risks, but calmed down when told of the manner the thumb drive had been taken, and the fact that Miguel's computer expert hadn't searched it. There was nothing to be done about it now, anyway. The thumb drive was theirs. Risking returning it would be worse than keeping it. The Stego program itself made no sense to Bakr, given Miguel's previous phone call. They had obtained a Bearcat scanner earlier in the day, and both had heard the conversation between Miguel and his friends in the U.S. describing a FedEx package. Why would Miguel be searching for a package if the temple location was on the computer? Bakr told Syed to check the web for a FedEx office in Flores, the last place the professor had been. Within minutes, Syed answered that the only FedEx was in Guatemala City. Bakr digested this. The facts didn't make sense. Let Miguel waste his time and money searching for answers in America. Bakr was sure that the data was hidden somewhere on the professor's computer, and that maybe they were as close as Syed thought to pleasing Allah as no man had before. Chapter 24. The old man had been watching the boat pretender for close to 2 months, waiting on him to do something interesting. He called the man the pretender because he didn't act like anyone who owned a sailboat. He had seen plenty of people rich enough to own such a luxury in his job at the marina, and this man didn't fit the profile in any way whatsoever. For one, the old man had never seen the pretender's boat leave the dock, ever. Truthfully, he was unsure if the pretender even knew how to sail. For another, boaters were a partying, gregarious bunch. When they docked, it was all about margaritas, bragging, and laughter. The old man had never seen the pretender smile, never seen him talk to a single captain of another boat. He'd figured out early on that the pretender was living on the boat, something that wasn't allowed long-term, but the old man said nothing. Working dawn until dusk, pumping gas at the marina, the old man had studied the pretender just to break the monotony. Every other day, the man would punish himself with a workout routine on the deck of the boat, working until total exhaustion in the South Carolina heat, seemingly trying to kill himself, the sweat rolling off his body in rivers. He would then leave for a run that lasted about an hour. When he returned, the old man would watch him stagger behind the dumpsters and vomit, sometimes on his knees. He didn't understand why until the pretender had passed by him finishing a run. The man stank of liquor, the foul smell wafting out of his pores like a fog. After that, the old man began to lose interest, not wanting to waste his time on a drunk. Then one day the pretender had surprised him. Buying fuel for his boat, he had recognized the U.S. Army 2nd Division patch on the old man's hat and had asked if he had been in the Army. The old man had grown wary, not wanting to be patronized as he had been by all the other rich folks who treated him like a piece of furniture, fulfilling their duty of patriotism with a pat on the head before demanding gas. He had said, "Yes. Korea? Yes. During some bad times." The pretender had nodded with understanding. Nobody can take that away from you, even when you wish they could. The old man was shocked. He knows. A long time ago, on another continent, nobody had cared about the color of his skin. Rednecks and racists alike had learned that combat was colorblind. All that mattered was skill, and the old man had found that he inherently possessed something that others did not. Once upon a time, he had been regarded as a savior, a man who could keep you alive, if you were lucky enough to be near him. He had been held in awe by better men than those who now demanded his gas. He was reminded of this by the nightmares that still caused him to lose sleep. He both loved and hated that time in his life, and somehow the pretender knew. He began watching the pretender with renewed interest. The next time they met, he had asked, "Were you in the service?" "Yes, the Army." "Been to Iraq? Afghanistan?" "Both at one time or another." "Seen some bad shit?" "Not really. The bad shit's here at home." The answer had confused the old man. He continued to watch, waiting on the pretender to do something interesting. Eventually, he began to believe he had been wrong. The pretender held no secret truth. He was simply a drunken loser, dealing with the same demons as the old man. That is, until the day the pretender disappeared, and the old man had found 2 dead bodies behind the dumpster, both killed by hand. That caused him to rethink the pretender's status for sure.
I woke up in my king-sized bed and rolled over to kiss my wife. My arm hit the pylon holding the fold-out twin bed, and I returned to the reality of my existence, like I had done every morning for the last 9 fucking months. Each day, in the brief moment between being asleep and awake, I had one split second of happiness before remembering what had become of my family. If I could bottle each split second, I'd give the remainder of the day to God, or the devil, or whoever else was having a party out of my pain. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and some change for each split second. It would be a good trade. I relive the grief process every single day like clockwork. I'm still waiting for it to be a dull ache at the back of my soul, like all the doctors promised would happen. Instead, each morning the pain is as strong as that night in Tbilisi almost a year ago. I sat up in bed and looked at the picture of Heather and Angie on my counter. I felt the pain begin to turn to rage. That also happened like clockwork. It's hard to explain the level of the anger. It's like trying to explain color to a blind man. I'm afraid to really put into words the dark thoughts that come to me. I want to rip someone apart while they're still alive, to destroy something so completely that nothing identifiable remains. Sometimes the thoughts scare me. I hate the rage, but there's nothing I can do about it. It won't go away. I've tried. I've seen doctors and gone to support groups, but nothing quenches it. I've talked to guys who say they used to be in the same boat as me, who lost their wife to cancer, or their family in a plane crash, and they say the pain will dull. The rage will dissipate. They mean well, but they're wrong. It hasn't dulled one bit. I think it's because they aren't in the same boat as me. They had their pain thrown on them without being asked. I earned every sorry bit given to me. They lost their family to fate or God. I killed mine. If I had listened to Heather and hadn't done that final tour, they'd be alive. Shit. I could have done the tour and simply come home for Angie's birthday, like I promised, and they'd be alive. Simple as that. Because of it, my punishment is a rage that's hard to quantify. A blackness that wants to eat me. Wants to eat everything, spreading its rotting hatred until the entire world is burning. I don't think it will ever go away. It's hard enough just to control. It sits just below the surface, a beast looking to run free. Sometimes I fantasize about letting it loose, about completely giving in to it. I haven't yet, but it's hard. Very, very hard. My residence is my latest attempt to get rid of the pain. I took our savings and bought a sailboat, an extreme fixer-upper. I had this idiotic fantasy that I'd spend my days sanding wood, working on the engine, and live like some dumbass hermit in a monastery. In my imagination, the blackness would slowly dissipate the further along I got, until I was some sort of mystical sailor who finally understood the meaning of life. Apparently, that shit only works in the movies. So far, I haven't done a single thing with the boat. Well, at least nothing positive. I have managed to turn the galley into a giant garbage can. There are enough pizza boxes and beer cans to keep it afloat if it springs a leak. Last night, I had decided that today would be the day I would begin work on the top deck, sealing it and doing other maintenance. Now, in the morning light, I really didn't give a shit about my crumbling deck. I'd rather go get a beer. It was my day off from physical training, so I didn't have anything I really needed to do. I kissed my finger and touched the picture of my family. Who am I kidding? I never have anything I really need to do.
Chapter 25. Jennifer and Skeeter, along with 6 other girls, entered the front door of the Windjammer a little after 8 at night. The floor was already crowded, but nowhere near as crowded as it would be in a few more hours. At least at this hour, they could move around without pushing and could hold a conversation without leaning in and yelling into each other's ears. Jennifer had shown up at Skeeter's condo on the Isle of Palms a little over 2 hours ago. Skeeter appeared surprised that Jennifer had shown up, and went out of her way to make sure she was settled in, kicking out the co-ed currently sleeping in one of the guest rooms and giving Jennifer the bed. Surrounded by the other girls having a good time, Jennifer began to feel glad she had come. Now, standing inside the Windjammer, she wasn't so sure. 4 frat boys stood in the middle of the large dance floor, loud and obnoxious. Jennifer recognized the ringleader. His name was Tad, and he reminded Jennifer of her ex-husband both in looks and attitude. Great. Just what I need to ruin the evening. Tad himself seemed to think it was his destiny to sleep with Jennifer, and came on to her at every opportunity. Just ignore him. He's not your ex-husband. He's just a loudmouth. She felt a tap on her shoulder.
Hello? Are you listening?
Said Skeeter.
Yeah. Sorry. What did you say? What do you want to drink? I'll go fight the bar.
Jennifer laughed at that, because she knew Skeeter's idea of fighting the bar entailed accidentally brushing up against a man with her breast, saying, "Excuse me," then scooting through the gap made when the man turned around.
I'll come with you. Maybe we can get a stool.
Skeeter moved through the crowd like she owned the place, using her hand or breast to part the crowd, depending on gender. When she reached the bar, only one man separated her from her goal. Seated on one of the few available stools, he was holding a beer and staring unfocused at the bar top, apparently deep in thought. He was clearly easy pickings, as he was here on his own and probably looking for a date. Skeeter brushed his upper arm with an ample breast and said,
Excuse me, can I get in here?
Jennifer waited to see his reaction when he saw Skeeter. It was always funny watching a man's face turn from a normal expression to a drooling mass of testosterone upon looking into her eyes. In this case, the guy looked up at her with no more expression than if he were talking to a cab driver, saying, "Yeah, go ahead." He scooted over, giving her space at the bar. As Skeeter moved forward, he locked eyes with Jennifer, nodded, then returned to his beer. His stare made Jennifer want to take a step back. It wasn't exactly mean, just annoyed, as if they had interrupted something important. Older than most in the bar, wearing a simple t-shirt and sporting a day-and-a-half beard, he had a white scar that ran through his cheek, charting a path through his stubble. Skeeter ordered a couple of margaritas and moved back from the bar.
What's up with that guy? He looked at us like he was wondering if we owed him money. I've had more interest paid to me by a transvestite. He'd better watch himself, or he's going to find himself on the short end of the Skeeter slam. Come on, leave him alone. He doesn't look like someone with a very good sense of humor. Yeah, I know. It's easier to screw with Tad anyway. Let's go make those guys drool. Can't we just stay here? I don't feel like putting up with Tad's shit. What's the big deal? He's just a blowhard. If he gets obnoxious, we can leave. How about...
Before she could finish, they both heard Tad's raised voice. He and his little group had surrounded another college student and were in a face-off. She heard Tad telling the student to get the hell out of the bar on his own 2 feet, or leave in an ambulance. Friggin' great. Now there's going to be a bar fight. Why did I come out here? From the other side of the group, the man from the bar suddenly stood up and walked over to Tad, saying, "Leave him alone. He's been sitting there listening to your shit for a half hour. You're even." Jennifer stared at him, surprised. The penetrating gaze was gone, replaced by an unfocused alcoholic haze. She must have been imagining things because this guy was clearly drunk. No wonder he hadn't hit on them. He probably hadn't even been able to focus on them. She knew that he was in trouble, because Tad would kick his ass just to make his night. And no matter how good a fighter the man might be sober, now he was swaying back and forth and would be lucky to land a punch. Jennifer saw Tad look at the drunk, sizing him up. She could tell that Tad had come to the same conclusion she had. Tad said, "You know what makes me sick? Shitbags like you who come into the gym are stinking up the place instead of hanging out at the VFW next door with the rest of the winos." With that, he threw a hard right punch, catching the drunk full in the face. To his credit, the man didn't fall, but he had no coordination to protect himself. Tad waded in, throwing right after left, almost all of them connecting in one way or another. The drunk staggered back, protecting his face and feebly throwing a succession of worthless jabs that Tad batted away. He finally fell over, whereupon Tad set about kicking him relentlessly in the ribs. Tad's sycophant friends wasted no time jumping on the other college student, all of them falling to the ground and rolling around. The bouncers came screaming in, focused on the 3-to-1 fight, flinging bodies left and right to separate them, not realizing there were 2 fights occurring, and leaving Jennifer to watch the punishment Tad was dishing out. She flashed back to her ex-husband and snapped. Without thinking, she dropped her drink and ran the 10 feet to the fight. She grabbed Tad's arm and jerked him back, screaming, "Leave him alone! You're going to kill him!" Tad shook her off, intent on continuing the assault. Jennifer threw herself onto the man, shielding his body with hers. Tad stopped, looking at her in a murderous rage, as if he was considering kicking her as well. Instead, he made a hasty exit out the back onto the deck. In seconds, the bouncers had control of the other fight and proceeded to escort the offenders to the door. Jennifer helped the bloodied, pathetic fighter to his feet, talking to the bouncer headed their way. "I have him. I'll get him out of here." "You'd better, before I have him arrested." She didn't know why, but she began leading him out of the bar, apologizing to the bartender as she walked. Maybe she saw herself on the floor 4 years ago. Maybe she just wanted an excuse to leave. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Skeeter ran over to her. "Where are you going? You didn't do anything. You need to stay. All the assholes are gone now, and the music hasn't even started." "Skeeter, I appreciate it, but I'm no longer in the mood. I'm going to get this guy wherever he needs to go and head on back to the condo for some sleep. I'll pack up and go home tomorrow." Skeeter watched her leave. Another sorority sister asked, "Where's she going with that loser? Is she desperate? She can do better than him." Looking at her friend, Skeeter replied,
She's just saving another lost puppy. Like every other time this happens, that puppy is going to end up doing nothing but peeing on her floor. I've seen his type. He'll give her nothing but grief. Chapter 26. Jennifer led the man to her car, a beat-up Mazda RX-7, which she had left at the end of Ocean Boulevard. He shuffled along a half a step behind her, making no effort to talk. She asked him repeated questions, but he just mumbled in response. She couldn't even get him to tell her his name. Great. He really is a drunk. Maybe I'll just give him some change and point him to the nearest park bench. When they finally got to her car, he attempted to wave her off, saying he was fine and could get home on his own. She was surprised by the sudden apparent sobriety. He was no longer swaying, and his eyes were fairly clear, although it was hard to tell with the swelling. What was with this guy? He was a drunk one minute and sober the next. Why fake being drunk? She said, "Look, don't act like you're putting me out. You're really doing me a favor. If you go off on your own, I'll have no excuse for not going back in there. I'm headed home anyway, so you might as well let me give you a ride. That is, unless you live somewhere other than the Isle of Palms. I'm not running a taxi service to Charleston. I live at the marina. But I don't need a ride. My bike is down the street. I'm sober enough to drive." Are you nuts? Even if you were stone cold sober, you'd probably wreck from the beating. Come on. I'm offering a ride for free. No strings attached. I don't need a ride. Worst case, I'll just walk. It will do me some good. The penetrating gaze was back, forcing her to glance away. Walk? It's like 5 miles away. Quit bitching and get in. He closed the gap between her and the car. With the car preventing her from moving away, he leaned into her personal space. Why do you feel compelled to help me out? You don't know anything about me. The world is full of monsters. Why do you think you're immune from them? Do you think that just because you made some pathetic attempt at helping me out, I won't rape you? How long do you think it would have taken the bouncers to get to me? About a half second after you did. Don't flatter yourself. I didn't need the help then, and don't need it now. He was towering over her, his eyes radiating anger. For a split second, she was afraid, wanting to bolt, wondering if she had made a terrible mistake. But her fear quickly gave way to irritation. What the hell was this all about? All she was trying to do was to help him out. He definitely wasn't a charmer, but he didn't seem like the type who would smack someone around just for the hell of it. After living with her husband for 4 years, her antenna for that sort of thing was fairly well tuned. Either way, she'd had enough. Ungrateful son of a bitch. Back off! What the hell is your problem? If I thought you were going to attack me, I'd have let Tad crush your ass. If you planned on raping me, why on earth would you tell me beforehand? Oh, and yeah, I did save your ass. In case you didn't notice, Tad was giving you a beating that was about to be the difference between a ride in my car and a ride in an ambulance. Thanks for your appreciation. Now get the hell out of my way and start hoofing it to the marina, Superman. She pushed him back from the door, yanking it open and banging her head as she tried to get inside the small cockpit of her car. She reached over to close the door when he leaned in and stopped her. My name's Pike. Pike Logan. Pike? What? Are your parents Romanian vampires or something? Thanks for the information, but at this stage, I really don't give a shit. Please, let go of my door. That's just what I'm called. Look, I apologize. I haven't had a good day and took it out on you. I could use that ride. When she looked back up at his face, she saw the intensity had been replaced by pain and confusion, maybe shame. She was left with the impression that he hadn't apologized to anyone in a long time, and he was waiting to see if the gesture was worth it. Shit. I know I'm going to regret this. Get in. I'll take you home. Once he was settled in the passenger seat, she stuck out her hand and said, I'm Jennifer Cahill. What's your real name? He took it, saying, I told you, it's Pike. Pike Logan.
She started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, keeping the conversation going. Really? If I were going to book you for assault, that's what I'd write down? What was the name written on your birth certificate? I've been called Pike for a long time. It's my name now. They rode in silence for a few minutes before she tried again. If you live at the marina, you're either passing through or working as a sailor. Which is it? Neither. I moved here about 2 months ago. I don't like paying rent and couldn't afford a house. A guy was selling a beat-up 37-foot boat that needed a lot of work. The plumbing was okay, and the slip was paid for a year. I bought it, and now I live there. Wow, that's pretty romantic. It puts a roof over my head. Jennifer waited for more, but he said nothing. That's it? Nobody buys a boat just to live on. They buy it for a reason. Come on. What's yours? She saw him grimace at the question. I told you why. There isn't any deep meaning. It's just a damn boat. A place to live. Do we have to keep talking about it? She let it go. Luckily, they had turned onto 41st Avenue and were only seconds from the marina. The rest of the ride was spent in silence. All right, we're here. Where do I go? Just park it anywhere. I can walk in from here. What do I owe you for the ride? Jennifer hesitated and then said, Does your boat have a bathroom? I really have to go. She regretted saying it as soon as it came out. She really just wanted to use the bathroom, but was sure he would take it a different way. She didn't want him to think she was attracted in any way. When she saw his face, she realized that he was embarrassed as well. Yes, I do have a bathroom, but it's a dinky thing that requires you to pump it to get it to work, sort of like a floating outhouse. You're welcome to use it if you want. Just don't complain about the mess. Okay. If you don't mind, I'll use it and go on home. Jennifer walked down into the galley of the boat and was repulsed by the mess. Doesn't this guy know that underwear doesn't wash itself? Man, how could he live in this filth? She was really wondering what the toilet would be like, and figured she'd be doing the squat and hover like she was at a sleazy truck stop in between Mississippi and Louisiana. She looked around in an attempt to find something to talk about to break the awkward silence. She was just about to ask him if dirty socks were commonly used as insulation when she saw a picture of a very pretty woman on the shelf above the fold-out bed. Is that your girlfriend? She's gorgeous. That's my wife. She's dead, and I don't want to talk about that either. The words hit Jennifer like a cold shot of water. Next to the woman in the picture was a small child. She wisely decided not to ask who that was. Pike showed her the toilet, which was surprisingly clean, and how to operate the pump that flushed it. After she finished, she came out trying to look cool, leaning against the door jamb, saying, Thanks. I guess I'll head out now. There was another moment of awkward silence. It looked to her like Pike didn't know what to say. She was wondering if he was going to spit out some sort of Tourette syndrome rant when he finally said, Well, I appreciate your help tonight. Thanks again for the ride. With a wry grin, Jennifer said, You don't lie very well. Thanks for the use of your bathroom. Pike gave her a smile that reached his eyes for the first time. The effect diminished his Halloween mask appearance. He ought to do that more often. You don't lie very well either, he said. I meant it. Jennifer left the boat, wondering if she would ever see Pike again. She also wondered why she cared. He was attractive enough in a weird Grizzly Adams sort of way, but he had a personality that seemed to swing between outright asshole to limited tolerance. He had moments of humor and kindness that almost seemed to be fighting their way out. She had reached the front of her car before she saw the two men standing behind it. She stopped where she was, immediately feeling unease and toying with running back to Pike's boat. Can I help you guys? The taller of the two moved to the driver's side.
You can help yourself, that's for sure.
The shorter man, surprisingly fast, circled around behind her.
Chapter 27. I pulled out my bed and sat down, thinking about Jennifer. What in the hell was that all about? Who throws their body on a complete stranger in a bar fight and then offers to take them home afterward? Especially someone like me. That took a lot of guts. Or stupidity. I wasn't sure which, but I was leaning toward guts. She didn't act stupid. I was starting to feel a little bad about the way I had treated her. I thought about the vile things I had yelled at her by her car, and felt a wash of shame. Jesus, what an asshole. I was surprised she'd let me in her car. I looked in my small mirror and felt the anger come back at the sight of my beaten face. Lately, after I get a few beers in me, I begin thinking about beating the hell out of someone just to release a little of the pain. I hadn't sunk so low as to simply punch the first person I saw, but I could usually count on some blowhard to be around as the night wore on. I had found out early on that I must look like a mean bastard, because blowhards usually backed down when I confronted them. I solved that dilemma by acting like I was too drunk to brawl. The problem with this cycle was that some sort of switch goes off after I pick the fight, and I end up taking an ass beating. I just can't bring myself to crush whoever I'm fighting. That's probably a good thing. All it would take is one fight to get out of control, and I would then be viewed as a menace to society. The fall from grace complete. Outside I heard, "Pike!" What now? Scrambling up onto the deck, I saw Jennifer running flat out down the gangway to my boat, followed by two other men. Before I could say anything, she ran right by me, shouting, "Help me!" as she went down into my boat. I turned back around and faced the men. They had reached the deck of my boat and stopped. They looked completely out of place for a marina. One was squat with a bullet head and no neck. He had a ridiculous hoop earring in one ear. The other was taller and more distinguished, with glasses and a little gray at the temples. Both were wearing suits. The taller one spoke. "This is none of your business. Just step aside. We're her cousins. We told her some bad news about her uncle, and she took it the wrong way." They both advanced onto my deck as he spoke, with the Neanderthal guy circling to my left. "Get the fuck off my boat." Neanderthal spoke for the first time. "No, you get off. I promise, I'm much worse than that pissant college boy that kicked your ass. I'm not going to stop with a couple of punches. Step aside." From Neanderthal's position, I was having a hard time keeping both men in sight. They clearly had done this before, and I could almost smell Neanderthal's eagerness to tear into me. The fight was coming, because there was no way I was getting off my own fucking boat. I gave one attempt to stop it, since it wasn't really fair for Neanderthal to think the frat boy had won on skill. "Look," I said, "I don't want any trouble. Just leave and there won't be any need to call the police." Neanderthal said, "You've already got trouble," then swung a hard right cross. Idiot. I raised my left arm, forming a triangle against my head in order to protect it. I took the brunt of the blow and wrapped my left arm around the man's right, trapping his elbow. I brought my right arm underneath the elbow and wrenched against the joint with great force, causing it to splinter upward, against the direction it was intended to go. Before the damage had even registered in Neanderthal's brain, I put his head between my arms at waist level in a guillotine choke, preventing him from harming me while I tried to determine what the other man was doing. An unknown threat still on the loose. While we danced around, the taller man pulled out a double-edged Gerber Mark I boot knife. "Let him go, or I'm going to carve you up." I stared at the knife to make sure it was real, feeling a perverse sense of joy. In fact, it was more like elation, as if I had just rubbed off a winning lottery ticket. He had pulled out a lethal weapon which legally, allowed me to escalate to lethal force. I can let the beast loose. I locked eyes with the knife-wielding man and grinned. Instead of cutting off the blood flow in the Neanderthal's carotid arteries and simply causing him to pass out, I jerked upward with all of my strength, snapping his neck cleanly. I continued to pull until I felt his vertebrae separate and his neck begin to stretch like a weak rubber band. I dropped that lifeless sack of shit and took off at a dead sprint toward the tall man. He looked at me in amazement and brought his knife hand up, preparing to rip me open. I faked in, causing him to slash early. I dodged the sweeping blade and trapped his knife hand in between my own two hands. Controlling the blade, I ducked under his arm, bringing the knife with me and turning his arm into a pretzel. I continued to rotate until his joints gave, first at the elbow, then at the wrist. It sounded like a kid twisting bubble wrap. I completed the circle and ended up facing him head-on, still holding his knife arm, which had turned into a useless piece of bone and gristle. I looked deep into his eyes and rammed the blade straight into his fucking skeevy heart. He remained standing for a full second, his mouth a perfect O, looking down in disbelief at the knife sticking out of his chest, still held by his own destroyed arm, his hand facing the opposite of where it should be. He fell over backward onto the deck. I looked around for other threats and found none, either on the boat or on shore. All I saw were the two people I had butchered. My rage disappeared. I knew that I had crossed the final threshold. I've just killed two people in cold blood. I'm a fucking psychopath. I'll be put down like a rabid dog, and I deserve it. I wasn't sure what to do. I figured I'd better call 911, but decided to check on Jennifer first. I called her name and descended into the galley. She came flying out of the forward hold, hugging me and crying uncontrollably. She stopped sobbing and began babbling something about her uncle and the danger he was in. I held onto her arms and pushed her back a little until I could see into her eyes, saying, "Whoa, slow down, it's okay now. What do those guys want?" "I don't know. They said that my uncle was in trouble and that if I wanted to help him, I had to give them a package he had sent. I don't know what they're talking about. I never got a package. But when I told them that, they said it was going to be very painful for me if I continued to lie. The shorter one began talking about what he was going to do to me if I didn't give them the package." I already knew something screwy was going on, because Neanderthal had mentioned my fight at the Windjammer. These guys must have had Jennifer under surveillance, and an effort like that meant that somebody wanted something very badly from her. I found it hard to believe she was completely in the dark. Great. Just perfect. I had broken up some sort of sleazy criminal exchange. "Who are those guys? And don't give me I don't know. Bad guys hunting you for no reason only happens in the movies. What are you into, drugs or something?" Jennifer shook her head violently. "I'm not into anything. I don't know what they're after. Something about my uncle, I guess." "Who's your uncle?" "He's on a research expedition in the Guatemalan rainforest. I have no idea what they could want with him, or with me. I'm telling the truth. They were definitely after me because they knew my uncle's name. I don't know what's going on." She broke down again and began to sob, sinking into a chair. I didn't buy a single bit of what she'd said. I didn't think the crying was an act, because they probably had threatened her with all sorts of vile shit, but I was sure she was lying about not knowing what was going on. After interrogating hundreds of suspected terrorists, I had a cynical view about a person's innocence when the facts didn't jibe. You wouldn't believe the number of times I have heard a terrorist say something stupid like, "I swear, I didn't know that the car in my garage had 400 pounds of TNT in it. I just took it for an oil change." I figured Jennifer and our uncle were involved in some sort of drug smuggling scheme and would leave it at that. Research expedition, yeah, right. Researching how to get some product across the border. Whatever she was into, I now had a new concern. I had just whacked a couple of unsavory individuals. These types of thugs had bosses who remained in power by being the biggest badasses in the jungle. They wouldn't let this go, but would be coming for me to make sure everyone knew what happened to somebody who interfered. On top of that, there was no way that cops would believe that I had nothing to do with whatever was going on. I thought about my options, which is to say, I realized I had very few. I could simply get on my boat and start sailing somewhere, getting someplace safe and starting over. But in the 2 months I had owned the boat, I had done absolutely nothing with it. It was less seaworthy now than when I'd bought it. Not that that really mattered, since I barely knew how to sail and had about $400 to my name. That pretty much eliminated the water option. I could leave the boat and do the same thing on land, but my finances made this even more unattractive. At least with a boat, I'd be taking my house with me. Without it, I'd either be sleeping outdoors or running out of money in a matter of days. I cursed and punched a bulkhead, the anger coming back with a vengeance. Jennifer recoiled at the violence, but I didn't give a shit. You're going to tell me what's going on before the cops get here. I'm not going to get rolled up into whatever bullshit amateur hour scheme you and your uncle are into. I don't know. Jesus, I'm supposed to be on spring break. If you don't want to talk to the cops, fine. I won't mention you. I'll just say somebody yelled at the jerks and they panicked and ran away. You've done your good deed. You don't have to worry about any police activity, since I'm sure that you've got an arrest record a mile long. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't want any police officer to think that you and I are somehow involved in something either. Is she drunk? I looked at her in amazement, then remembered that she hadn't been around for the finale of the fighting. It's a little bit late for that. The 2 apes up top are dead. I killed them. I'm involved whether you like it or not, and I don't like to be involved in something I have no control over. Tell me what's going on. Jennifer looked at me, stunned. You killed them? How? Why on earth would you do that? Because the assholes that wanted to talk to you pulled a knife on me. It's done, and now I'm involved in a mess I want no part of. Who's your contact? Who sent those guys? Jennifer simply sat there. I backed off. Scaring the shit out of her wasn't going to get me anywhere. I leaned back, thinking about what I knew. My gut was suddenly saying she wasn't lying. When I thought about it, I realized the woman who'd helped me tonight didn't seem like the type involved in anything like drug smuggling. It just didn't add up. Someone like that would have waited until I was unconscious, then picked my pocket. I stopped that line of thought. Don't be fooled by the package. You don't know her at all. Either way, it wasn't my problem. I needed to figure a way out of this mess and quit worrying about whether she was guilty. I went back to the deck, feeling the clock ticking rapidly. It was a miracle that nobody around the marina had heard the ruckus, but it was only a matter of time before someone wandered by. Thinking it through, I realized that it would be much better if I called the police, or if Jennifer did. Every second of delay was going to look suspicious. I searched both bodies. The only things of value were a couple of wallets with driver's licenses from New York and New Jersey, and a couple of cell phones. I checked the contact list of both phones. They were empty, which indicated in and of itself that these guys had something to hide, although that was blatantly obvious at this point. I switched to the call history of the phones, hoping that these guys weren't that diligent with their operational security. The shorter man, Anthony from his driver's license, had no incoming calls and about 20 calls to 1-900 numbers on the outgoing list. Thus was little help. The taller man, or Edward, had 2 incoming calls, one from overseas by the look of the number. His outgoing calls list only contained 2 numbers, one of them matching up to the overseas incoming number. I went back to Jennifer. Do you know the country code of Guatemala? I think so. It's either 520 or 502. Well, one of the guys has an international phone number starting with 502, so he's calling Guatemala. Does your uncle have a GSM phone that works outside the U.S.? No, he always communicates over the internet. Most of the places he goes don't have cell phone service. so he doesn't bother. I hit redial on the phone, wondering who was paying the bill for this call. Jennifer stood up. What are you doing? Who are you calling? I don't know who's going to answer, but I'm getting my ass out of trouble with whoever is after you. You might want to do the same. I'll pass the phone to you when I'm done. I stood waiting for the connection to be made. Finally, a man with a heavy Spanish accent answered in English. So good of you to call. I assume that it's done. Do you have some good news? No. We don't have the package, and the guy who owns this phone won't be getting the package. He's now out of the picture for the long term. I had no idea who this was, but there was a better-than-even chance that whoever he was being monitored. I didn't want to incriminate myself on some DEA tape. I'm sorry, my English isn't that good. Could you please explain yourself? Yeah. I'll try to make it as plain as I can. Your messenger acted like an asshole and I took him off the project. I'm not involved in any way. And just want to make sure that you know that I don't have the package, don't want the package, and don't even know what it is.
Chapter 28. On his Guatemalan estate, Miguel cursed under his breath. Those damned amateurs. He should have known they would screw this up. But he was on a tight time schedule, and they were the only ones who could have reacted in time. His calculator brain began assessing courses of action. The guy on the other end of the phone, whoever he was clearly no innocent bystander, as he'd had the presence of mind to call and had fairly good operational security on the phone. Tony and Ed must have said too much, and now this guy wanted a piece of the action. On the other hand, why would he start out by saying he wanted nothing to do with it? Of course, he could be the police, but if that were the case, it really didn't matter. Miguel wasn't tied to whatever antics Ed and Tony had pulled. The only loss was the package itself, and if this was the police, the whole operation was over anyway. He needed to determine who this guy was, and maybe turn this to his advantage. I'm beginning to think you have a wrong number. I'm sure I don't know what you are talking about, but am curious. If you don't know anything about the package, then how do you know there is one? That seems a little illogical. Look, the person who was supposed to get the package is sitting right here. She told me about it. I'm not involved and just want to make sure you know that I'm not trying to get the package, whatever it is. Your business is with her, not me. Miguel had the opening he wanted, but was still not sure this wasn't a trick. All right. Because I'm curious and have nothing else to do right now, I'll talk to her. Put her on. I will. But before I do, are we good? I'll get her on the phone, and I'm out of it. I didn't mean to do anything, but your messengers were insistent. Sure. You're good. Put her on. Since I don't know about a package or any messengers, I certainly won't be upset at you for anything. Miguel waited a few seconds, then heard a female's voice. Hello? Who's this? He was surprised, but pleasantly so. This seemed to be the real deal, and it didn't look like the entire operation had been brought to a halt. He still needed the package, but maybe he could get it through her. He dropped his innocent pretenses. Is this the niece of John Cahill? Yes, this is Jennifer. What do you want? How do you know who I am? I'm a business associate of your uncle's. He told me that he mailed you a package by FedEx yesterday. Unfortunately, he mailed you something that he had promised me, and I need to get it back. My two friends were sent there to get it from you, but apparently you would prefer to steal what is rightfully mine. The phone went silent. After a pregnant pause, the woman spoke. I don't know what to say. I don't have a package from my uncle. If you would let me talk to him, maybe I can sort this out. Miguel knew he had to manage this carefully. His only lead was the phone call going on right now, and both would likely flee as soon as they hung up. He didn't even know the man's name. He needed to turn this to his advantage, bringing the mountain to Muhammad, as his foreign guests would say. I'm not sure what else your uncle could add to the conversation. He told me he sent you a package, the method it would arrive, and the date. What I need is that package, and since you have seen fit to prevent my men from collecting it, I'm going to need you to bring it to me. I'm telling the truth. I didn't kill your guys. Pike did.
What the fuck did she just say? I jumped up in a spasm, trying to get the phone out of Jennifer's hands. She turned around in a circle, batting my hands away and continuing the conversation. I'm the person they threatened. I don't want to be part of this either. Whatever my uncle owes you, I'll help him to repay. Whatever is in the package, I'll make sure you get a replacement. If you would just get my uncle on the phone, we can sort this out. I saw Jennifer's face go wide at whatever the man was saying. I quit trying to get the phone. Please, please don't hurt my uncle. I'll do what you want, whatever you want. She looked me in the eye, her expression pleading for help, and said, Pike wants the phone. I don't know. Please, here's Pike. She held out the phone with her hand over the microphone and said, Talk to him, please. Do something. I don't know what to tell him. I don't know anything about a package. Don't let him hurt my uncle. I snatched the phone and put my own hand over the microphone. Why in the hell did you give him my name and tell him his men were dead? I'm trying to help us out, and you're sitting there digging a grave for both of us. Focus on your own damn grave and leave me out of this. Please, talk to him. The fear on her face cracked my anger. Shit. She's telling the truth. I looked at her for a second, making up my mind. I removed my hand and said, This is Pike. I didn't know the extent of the damage to my operation. Is what she says true? I gave up any pretense of operational security. If someone was recording this, I was already screwed. Yes, it's true, but I only reacted to what they did. The assholes came on my boat and tried to knock me out. When I stopped that, they pulled out a knife and tried to gut me. I have no idea what this is about, but I'm not going to be held accountable for your team losing their cool. I really didn't want anything to do with this. They escalated, not me. I don't give a shit about your excuses. I only care about the fact that your interference will cost me profits. I don't have my package because of you. I'll give you a choice. Either get the package and deliver it to me, or I'll take the profits out of your skin. Shit. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. What in the world had this girl gotten involved in? He continued, Don't test my patience. If you wish you can run, it'll just increase the pain of your death. Put on the girl. Hang on, I'll get your package. We don't have it here. I just met the girl and she's been out here all week. I'll make this plain, as I'm not sure my English would be able to get across any subtle nuances. Bring me the package, or I will kill your uncle in a very slow, painful manner. Yeah, I get it. I don't speak Spanish, so I'll talk slow as well. It's not my uncle, and I don't give a shit about him. I saw Jennifer snap her head around, looking at me like I was a piece of dog shit on her shoe. I held up a finger and continued, The package is probably at her house in town. We'll go see if it's there. I waited a beat, hearing only silence. You still there? Yes. I'm now trying to decide if I want the package more than the pleasure of killing you. Let's get something straight. I will slaughter you and anyone you have ever known if you speak to me in such a manner again. Do you understand? Oops. I guess that wasn't so smart. Yes. You and Jennifer call me when you have the package. If you don't call in the next 6 hours, you can start the clock ticking on your life. Tell the girl her uncle will be skinned alive. I hung up the phone and looked at Jennifer's ashen face. Yeah, I'll be sure and relay that bit of sunshine. Chapter 29. It took relatively little time for us to determine that there was no package waiting at Jennifer's apartment. She went to her computer to see if she had a FedEx tracking number, or anything to indicate something was on the way, but came up empty. Jennifer said, "What the hell am I going to do now? I don't even know what's supposed to be in the package, so I can't even fake it." I needed to get some background before I offered any advice. "What was your uncle doing in Guatemala? I mean, for real. No bullshit." Jennifer sighed again, like she didn't think I would believe what she had to say, which was smart. Because if it was some sort of Indiana Jones bullshit, I wouldn't. "My uncle has a theory about the demise of the Mayans. He thinks the Mayan priests created a weapon a long time ago that got out of control. For the last 20 years, he's gone down to Guatemala to find a temple that he thinks will prove his theory." She saw the skepticism on my face and raised her voice. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. That's what he's doing in Guatemala." This was getting downright stupid. "So your uncle believed that the Mayans had invented or found the world's first WMD. Did he look for crop circles during Christmas break?" Jennifer's eyes clouded with a scowl. "I never said anything about WMD. I said a weapon. Many respectable scholars believed his theory." I chuckled and held up my hands in a gesture of surrender. WMD stands for Weapon of Mass Destruction. It's a military term, meaning any weapon that can kill a lot of people, like a nuke or a biological weapon. They're pretty hard to make. I'm not trying to get you mad, but is there a chance that your uncle was doing something besides looking for this temple?" Jennifer shook her head adamantly. "No. No way. He was obsessed with the temple. He spent all year using every spare minute to research possible new sites. Nobody was paying for the trips anymore, so he had no reason to pretend." "Was there anything about this trip that was different from the other trips? Did you talk to him at all?" "Not really. He didn't have the money for a satellite phone. The only contact I had with him after he went into the jungle was an email he sent a couple of days ago." Jennifer paused a moment as a look of realization crossed her face. "Actually, I did think it was a little odd, because it came before he was supposed to be out of the jungle. I just figured it meant he hadn't found anything." "What did it say?" "It was nothing. He had found some local music and sent it to me. He didn't even say anything about his trip." "Let me see it." Jennifer pulled up the email. "See, it's nothing. The music isn't even that good. It sucks." "Did he send you music on every trip? What was special about this music?" "Nothing, now that you mention it. It was just some local music." "Yet he'd been going to the same place for years and just now noticed the local music? That doesn't make any sense." "Well, it might not make any sense, but that's what it is. My uncle is eccentric, so I wouldn't put it past him. The bottom line is that it's just a bunch of MP3 music, nothing more." "Pull up the properties of the music. Right-click on it." Jennifer did as I asked, showing that the song she clicked on was about 10 megabytes. "Click on the next one." It was 9 megabytes. These files have been altered. I was pretty well versed in various terrorist communication methods. I had come across steganography on multiple occasions from the computer equipment my team had confiscated, usually because some analyst with a 50-pound head deep in a basement found it. "I think your uncle sent you something hidden in these songs. The average MP3 song is about 3 to 5 megabytes. These songs are all twice that size, but not twice the length. I think he hid something in here, and whatever it is, it's what the man on the phone wants." "Are you serious? How do we get it out? What do we do?" "Whoa, calm down. It might be nothing more than a bad copy of an MP3. If he got it from some corrupted server in Guatemala, it could just have a bunch of extraneous stuff attached, or even some malicious software like a virus or Trojan horse. I'm just saying that steganography is a possibility. He might have embedded some message inside the songs." "How can we tell?" "We can't, without the program that created it. Whatever is in there will be encrypted and hidden. I watched Jennifer deflate again. She said, "So what do we do now? That doesn't help us out at all." "What do you mean, we?" I wanted to ask. Instead, I thought about it for a minute, then said, "This might be enough. What we know is that the guy on the phone thinks your uncle mailed something. We also know he doesn't understand how it was sent or exactly what it was. I'm going to assume that he knows it was some sort of computer data, and he just doesn't know the form it's coming in." "Okay, so how does that help my uncle?" "Well, you could plausibly tell the guy on the phone that you got the package and that it was an MP3 player. You can see where it goes from there. If he seems to think that's okay, you take it to him. Then use the stego portion as leverage to get your uncle back. In other words, let him get the MP3 player and see if he honors his part of the deal. If he doesn't, tell him the stuff is encrypted, and you'll decrypt it when you get your uncle back." "What do I do if I can't decrypt the files? This sounds like a dangerous game you're playing with my uncle's life. We don't even know if this is stego cryptography or whatever you called it." "Yeah, it's a game. But the alternative is to say, I don't have the package. Feel free to send me my uncle's skin when you're done. I'm making some boots." I'm offering some alternatives. If it is stego, your uncle made it and should be able to decrypt it. If it's not stego, you don't have a hand to play anyway. The fact remains that he thinks you have a package from FedEx and you don't. Jennifer looked at me in disgust. "Jesus, do you work at being such a jerk, or does it come naturally? I'm just trying to figure out the best thing to do, not questioning your manhood." I let that go and watched her pace back and forth for a couple of seconds. She said, "Trust me, it's painful to say this, but I can't see a better way." She stopped pacing and looked me squarely in the eyes. "Will you help me with this? Will you fly to Guatemala with me and help me get my uncle back? I'll pay the way. I have money. Please. I don't have anyone else to turn to. My uncle's a good person." Shit. I knew that was coming. She didn't stand a chance in hell of getting this done. If left on her own, she would be eaten alive. Even so, getting involved was sure to be a dead end. I figured that if I left right now, I could get out of here clean. I had dumped the bodies in the woods behind the marina dumpster, so they probably wouldn't be found until morning, and wouldn't be tied to me. At least, not right away. The problem was that I didn't have the means to just up and leave. On top of that, I had the asshole on the phone who just might try to track me down. If I left now, I would be looking over my shoulder for the next few years. I felt squeezed by my lack of choices. I wanted to punch a wall again. Maybe I should just dial 911 and haul ass. That wouldn't do the uncle any good, but it would keep Jennifer from getting killed, no matter how much she thought otherwise. The uncle probably deserved what he got. It would also probably dissuade the man on the phone from hunting me down. I prepared to give her the bad news. She was staring at me like I was a firefighter that was going to pull her baby from a burning building. Jesus, did she practice that look? I steeled myself, thinking that this really was in her best interest, and said, yeah, I'll help you." "Huh? Where did that come from? You idiot!" Jennifer's face broke into a radiant smile. "Should I call, or you?" I thought about retracting my statement, but didn't have the courage. "I'll do it. Let him know you aren't coming alone. Maybe he'll rethink any shenanigans he's planning." I pulled out the cell phone, said, "Here goes nothing," and hit the last call button.
Chapter 30. Inside the guest house, Bakker turned off the police scanner. He had heard the entire conversation between Pike and Miguel and was puzzled by it. He gave Syed a questioning look. "Are you sure there wasn't a FedEx location in Flores?" "I'm sure. There was nothing like that. DSL, UPS, anything. I searched for all of them." "Then what was that all about? Why are they talking about an MP3 player? What do you think's going on?" Syed thought about it, then decided it didn't matter.
The answer is simple. Allah is leading the way, praise His name. The explanation is irrelevant. We may not know why, but we do know what. The MP3 player has the data. We have the key. We just need to get the player and extract the data. It is being delivered right to us.
Bakr didn't really care for Syed's blind faith, but let it go. Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, we need to inform the Sheikh that we might be altering the plan. He should know that we've come upon an opportunity that we wish to seize. Let him give us further guidance.
Bakr was concerned that this new direction was outside the intent of his masters, and thus wanted to make sure he wouldn't be blamed for acting irresponsibly. To do so would endanger his status as a martyr when he died. As much as he mistrusted Syed's simple belief in God's will, he still dealt in the world of religious fervor and wanted the blessing before continuing. This meant a risky message, something that was specifically forbidden on this mission. They had a file of 6 different email accounts that could be used only once. Al-Qaeda didn't know what was being monitored or who was being watched, and thus were treating every communication as compromised as soon as it was sent. Bakr scribbled a message onto a notepad. Boot up the M4 and send this to the first address. You remember it, correct? Of course. I've memorized all 6. Once the connection was established, Syed typed in the message. Praise be to God. Prayer and peace be upon the Prophet of God. Operation Badr has taken a turn for the better. We are no longer looking to strike the far enemy in his homeland. We have found a catastrophic weapon that will wipe the Zionists into the sea at the same time it causes the far enemy to destroy the Persians. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, we will rejoice in the destruction of all infidels, leaving the caliphate assured. Please respond with a blessing for this new mission or tell us the path to take. The message went out to a Yahoo address where it would sit for a day, then be forwarded to another address, then another, before being transferred to a thumb drive and driven across a border to another internet cafe, sent again to another account, transferred via cell phone verbatim, then copied to a CD, and eventually find its way into the hands of Al-Qaeda leadership. Just as Al-Qaeda feared, along this path it would be intercepted by U.S. intelligence and end up in a massive pile of chatter to be sorted through for relevance, where it would sit at the bottom, waiting to be viewed by some low-level analyst in the depths of a windowless building. Chapter 31. After hanging up the phone with Pike, Miguel said, They're bringing the package down here. They've agreed to meet us to deliver it, but I don't trust that. Get in touch with our people at the Department of Immigration. Have them be on the lookout for Jennifer Cahill from the United States. There's no visa requirements to get here from America if they come as tourists, Jake said. We won't get any warning before they land. I know. We'll only have a small window to control the situation, but luckily all flights from the U.S. fly straight here into Guatemala City. We should be able to blanket every flight coming from America for the next 3 days. Jake agreed, then added, Should we build a net inside the local hotels as well? There's a small chance that they could get through customs without us being alerted. Yeah, that makes sense. Have it done. Stick to the tourist hotels. What do you want me to do when I find them? Whatever it takes to bring them in to me. I want to get them in our hands before they have a chance to make any sort of plans or change their minds and talk to the authorities. Let's not inadvertently kill anyone else before we have our information. Jake grinned. I'll do my best.
The humidity hit me like a wet rag as soon as we exited the airplane, causing immediate sweat to pop out. It did little to add to any misery. I had tried to get as much sleep on the plane as I could, but 13 hours of flying or waiting around airports for connecting flights did nothing but make you feel tired. My mouth felt like someone had polished my teeth with dryer lint. My hair had a greasy feel, and I was dehydrated from the in-flight dry air. Jennifer didn't look that much better. The man on the phone had given us directions to his house, telling us which roads to use to get out of Guatemala City. Once in the hills, to the east of the city, we were supposed to simply stop and ask the first person we saw for the house of El Machete. There wasn't any way I was going to make it that easy. We had landed at the Santa Elena airport in the north of Guatemala after connecting through Cancun. I didn't want to land in Guatemala City, since I was pretty sure that Machete would have that covered. So we had purchased 2 sets of tickets. It would be a 7-hour trip down south, but at least we would make it through whatever initial net we had established without getting caught right off the bat. We picked up our Jeep CJ5 we had rented over the internet and wasted no time heading to Guatemala City on Highway 5. I had never been to Guatemala before, and after talking to Jennifer, I learned she hadn't either. The sum total of her knowledge was wild-ass stories told by her uncle. None were of any help. My knowledge was limited to the fact that Guatemala had the distinction of being one of 2 countries, Iran being the other one, that the CIA had managed to overthrow in the 1950s. I wouldn't even have known that, except the story was a damn clown fest and pretty funny to read about, with CIA agents mistakenly attacking British ships and revolutionaries attempting to ride into battle in beat-up station wagons. Funny, except the fallout was a 36-year civil war that left thousands of innocent people dead. I suppose it kept Guatemala out of commie hands, so it was worth it. As long as you weren't Guatemalan.
Jake was in the process of building his net inside the tourist hotels when his phone rang with the special tone reserved for his boss. "Have you heard anything from our friends downtown?" Jake told him no, but that he hadn't been checking in with them. He'd been too busy with the hotels. "I'm wondering if they slipped through customs." Jake swore under his breath. Miguel was as ruthless as anyone he had ever seen, but sometimes he had the patience of a 4-year-old. "It's only been about 20 hours. Give it some time. They'll be here." "I don't trust the people we've paid. I want our own people on every flight coming in. Make that happen." "Sir, doing that now risks missing them both ways. I haven't finished with the hotels. We need to stick with the plan." "Jake, hear what I'm saying. Do as I ask, now." Jake acknowledged the task, then hung up cursing. Why come up with a plan if you're going to change it because you're impatient? Give the plan a chance to work. Jesus, why did I come down here? Pulling out now meant a risk he didn't want to take, as it would split the detection efforts before either one was complete. Nothing he could do about it. When Miguel made up his mind, it was done. In other assignments, Jake would try to convince his boss of the correct path to take, but Miguel was different. Jake had seen Miguel do things to other humans that would have shocked Stephen King. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but Miguel had the ability to scare him. Jake would do as he was told. He would just have to make sure he covered both the hotels and the airport as well as he could. He looked at his list of hotels and called both team leaders, telling one to continue with the mission of the hotels and giving the other the redirection to the airport. The second team leader acknowledged the task and began calling his men. 2 of the members of the second team were pulling into the parking lot of a mid-range hotel just outside of Zona 10 called Casa Bonito Clara when the driver's cell phone rang. The pair was preparing to go inside and spread around some cash when they were stopped by the team leader's call. The driver told the team leader where he was and the other hotels they had already visited. The team leader made a note of the hotels, then gave the driver his next instructions. The driver motioned to his friend to get back in, started the car up, and pulled into traffic, headed for the airport. As they left, they failed to notice the old CJ5 being driven by 2 gringos pulling into the parking lot. Chapter 32. Pike had told her to stay away from the chain hotels and to find a small, discreet hotel somewhere in the tourist areas. It looked like she had succeeded, and she hoped Pike would be happy with the choice. She was still unsure about him. He seemed constantly on edge, like he would lose his temper if the traffic light didn't turn green soon enough. And he wasn't much of a conversationalist. He refused to talk about anything involving his past. When she had asked him how he was able to kill 2 men with his bare hands, he had gone into asshole mode, telling her not to look a gift horse in the mouth. In fact, the only time he had opened up was when they were preparing to leave, showing a small window into his inner self. While she bought the airline tickets online, he had gone back to his boat to pack. She had to wait until he came back because she couldn't reserve the flight without knowing his real name. The ticket needed to match his ID. When he returned, she asked him for his passport. "So you finally figured out a way to get my name." He had reached into his pocket and pulled out a pristine tourist passport, tossing it to her. "Here you go." She was surprised at its new appearance. "I thought by the way you talked you were some sort of world traveler. This thing hasn't ever been used." "I've traveled quite a bit, but not on that passport. You'll be the first to use it." She opened the passport and looked at his personal information. He said, "Yeah, I know, it's a damn strange name. Just get the tickets." She went through the procedures for buying the tickets, typing in, "Nephilim Logan." "You don't have a middle name?" "No. Before you ask, my parents were good people, but children of the 60s. When I was born, they had a lot of new age weirdo crap going on in their heads. When they married, they were full of hopeful ideas about how they were going to change the world. They ended up owning their own house painting business, but I was stuck with the name." "What's Nephilim mean? Something out of Norse myth or a type of laundry detergent?" Seeing him scowl, she backed up, saying, "I'm just kidding. Surely it has some special meaning." "Yeah, it's from the Old Testament. It's supposed to be the name of a race of half-god, half-man people who roamed the earth during Adam and Eve times. They were supposed to be some sort of badass heroes, but all the name ever got me was a fight as I grew up. I've always hated it." Jennifer had had no answer to that. Now that they were actually in Guatemala, she wondered if she was placing too much faith in a complete stranger. Complete stranger? That's putting it mildly. He slaughtered 2 people with his bare hands. What do I do if he goes off his rocker with me? She watched him pace the room, finally peeking out the window, causing her to wonder if she'd made a bad choice. "Is this place okay?" "Yeah, just like I asked for. I'm just concerned that this place is some sort of local gym and will be under the eye of whoever was on the phone. Nothing we can do about it now since we had to hand over our passports to check in. If he has this place under his thumb, we're made. At any rate, we don't have a lot of time before he starts to wonder where we are. Every minute takes away from your uncle's chances, so I think we had better get moving." "Are you sure that going to his house is smart?"
Is she really questioning my judgment? I couldn't believe it. In the past, I had hated dealing with people who had no idea what they were doing in situations such as this, but I would tolerate it because I was forced to. I had dealt with country teams and American embassies all over the world who always asked the dumbest questions imaginable. Usually diplomats concerned with worst-case scenarios, or intelligence personnel worried about the impact to their operations, both looking for any reason to cancel a mission, but neither having the expertise to even ask the right questions. Now, I didn't need to get anyone's approval. I decided to nip this in the bud right away. "Look, let's get something straight right now. I'm the one who knows what to do here. I'm the one who can get your uncle back. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't start questioning me at every turn. I know you're putting yourself out on a limb and want to feel some semblance of control, but that ain't gonna happen. You don't have a clue about what you're doing, and you're a damn menace to this whole operation just by being here." I saw Jennifer recoil at my outburst, which made me feel like an asshole, like I did outside her car at the Windjammer. My anger wilted, and for the second time in 9 months, I felt like apologizing instead of ripping off her head. Before she could say anything, I held up my hands. Okay, sorry. That was a little overboard. I want to conduct a recce. Seeing Jennifer scrunch her eyebrows at my terminology, I scratched the shorthand. Reconnaissance of his house, just to get a feel for who we're dealing with. He told us how to find his house on the last phone call, and we would be stupid not to use that information to get some insight into the enemy. All I want to do is a drive-by. She didn't look convinced. Look, we're wasting time. Can we talk about this as we go? Jennifer backed down. All right, let's go.
Chapter 33. The contact from Santa Elena said, "She came through here. She and her companion rented a jeep here about 10 hours ago. No information on where they were headed." Jake swore, aggravated that he had missed the Santa Elena embarkation point. While no flights from the U.S. landed there, plenty of flights from neighboring countries did. He had thought there was little chance his targets were smart enough to transfer at another country, and didn't like being outwitted. Intent on getting any information he could on his prey, he asked, "Did you get the name of her companion?" "No. He didn't speak and didn't fill out any paperwork. They paid in cash and the girl used her license. I did get a description. The rental man remembered him pretty well because he said the guy scared him. He's a white guy, about 6'2", 190 to 200 pounds, brown hair cut short, and blue eyes. He said he looked hard. He has a scar on his face that cuts down his right cheek. The rental guy said he didn't look like someone who took a lot of shit." Jake took this in. This man was shaping up to be a greater threat than they had anticipated. He was smart enough to have figured out a route that would evade Jake's net, and had been strong enough to kill Miguel's men in the U.S. He was someone to watch out for. Jake decided to quit underestimating the man. He called Miguel. "I found them. They came in through Santa Elena. They rented a jeep and are now probably inside Guatemala City. Current whereabouts are unknown." Jake then relayed the description of Pike, ending with his assessment of the threat. Miguel said, "I knew that fucker wouldn't call when he arrived. He might be as dangerous as you say, but look on the bright side. He's no professor. He'll live a long, long time before his body quits. I assume that since you know they're inside the city, it'll only be a matter of a few hours until you bring them to me. Consider it done. If you do me the favor, I ask that you leave the man alive long enough for me to kill him." "Of course. He is yours." Abu Bakr noted the information they had just overheard and thought through the ramifications. This man Pike doesn't sound like someone to trifle with. I'm inclined to forget about the treasure hunt and execute the mission given to us by the Sheik. "Please," Syed said. "He's only one man, an infidel at that. We can defeat him just as we defeated the soldiers of the great Satan. We now know what he looks like. God willing, the rest will be easy." Bakr didn't believe it would be as simple as Syed said. They still had to beat Miguel's enterprise to the punch. "We'll need to be quicker than Jake. Once he finds the location of the package, we'll have little time to intercept it. Does this scanner work on batteries?" Syed said. "No, it doesn't, but it has an adapter for a car cigarette lighter." "That'll work. Let's wait inside the car Miguel gave us. Once we hear the location, we'll need to move immediately while Miguel and Jake are coming up with a plan. You'd better pray that Allah is really looking out for us, or we'll be the ones begging for the pain to end."
Chapter 34. I looked closely at the chain-link cyclone fence, trying to determine if it was electrified or wired with sensors. After convincing Jennifer that this recce wasn't stupid, it would suck to get caught like an amateur before even observing anything of value. I saw nothing to indicate that the fence had any electronic monitoring at all. Following the directions from the man on the phone, we had driven out of the city and into the countryside, leaving all traffic behind. We had found the road leading to his estate, the pavement winding away into the hills behind a 10-foot gate. I realized that the only way I was going to get any intel was on foot. so I pulled up another quarter of a mile and hid the Jeep on the side of the road in a turnout. I left Jennifer in the woods and told her I would be gone no more than an hour. She just about lost her mind, but I didn't give her enough time to protest before moving off into the cover of the woods. Hopefully, she wouldn't get in the Jeep and leave me stranded. I approached the fence and sat for another couple of minutes, watching the road on the inside that paralleled its path. Satisfied that I was alone, I vaulted over the top and raced across the road into the wood line on the other side. I continued moving uphill until I came to a large open field falling away from the high ground. In the center was the house of El Machete. House wasn't the right word. This was a gigantic fortress-like compound, protected by an 8-foot brick wall. All it needed was a moat with a drawbridge. The centerpiece was a 3-story mansion fronted by a circular drive. Next to the main building was a 1-story bungalow that looked like a residence or guest house. Adjacent to the guest house was some sort of warehouse or garage with multiple vertical doors and several chimneys. All told, the compound inside the walled area was probably 300 by 500 meters, with several other outbuildings. Machete clearly had money. I glanced at my watch, thinking I'd better start heading back before Jennifer got antsy. When I looked back up, I saw a man round the corner of the wall dressed like a modern-day ninja. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He looked like he had gone to Commandos R Us and bought out the store. He was outfitted from head to toe in every conceivable type of black Velcro tactical gear, complete with a black balaclava hiding everything but his eyes. All of his equipment was state-of-the-art, including the Heckler & Koch .416 rifle he had slung over his shoulder. The .416 had been developed jointly with H&K and U.S. Special Operations as a replacement to the M4 carbine, the shortened version of the M16A2. Both fired 5.56 millimeter, looked the same, and in fact, the H&K was designed the same to cut down on any learning curve for soldiers who were used to the ergonomics of the M4. It also allowed any components used on the M4 to directly transfer to the .416. The primary difference was that the .416 operated with a push-rod piston instead of a gas tube like the M4, making it much more reliable. The weapon was fairly new and very expensive. The .416 was outfitted much like the Man, with every conceivable gadget attached to the rail systems, including an EOTech hollow sight and an AN-PEQ-15 laser attached to the rail system behind the front sight post. The PEQ-15 housed both an infrared and visible laser aiming module and was a controlled export item from the United States. This information alone told me a great deal about my adversary. On the downside, the fact that this guard in Guatemala had such exorbitant kit meant that his boss had serious money, serious contacts inside the arms world, and the intelligence to buy the best. So much for the phone threats being a bluff. On the plus side, the fact that the target looked like the Michelin Man with all of that kit on told me that he wasn't a professional. Anyone who used such kit for a living found quickly that less was more. Attempting to climb buildings or enter narrow rooms with 10 tons of accessories flopping around usually ended in catastrophic failure. I had learned early to pare down my kit to the absolute essentials, leaving the rest of the Velcro for the wannabes who did more showing off than fighting. Like this loser. I watched him as he continued walking down the wall and turned the corner out of sight. About 10 seconds later, another guard rounded the corner to the south of the compound, opposite where the first guard had disappeared. Obviously, they maintained a roving foot patrol outside the residence and probably had a mounted patrol along the fence line. I felt a split-second burst of fear as I realized I had been too hasty on my sensor analysis of the fence. Whoever was here had enough money to wire the entire jungle and could buy the expertise to monitor it. I then realized that if it had been wired, I would have already been caught. I decided not to test my theory and began moving as swiftly as I dared back down to the Jeep and Jennifer.
Jake pulled into the parking lot of the Casa Bonita Clara with a head of steam, hammering the brakes hard enough to cause a slight skid in the gravel. He had just finished talking to one of his team leaders and had discovered that the Casa Bonita Hotel had been missed during the shift to the airport because of incompetent idiots who couldn't follow simple instructions. The team had reported their location at the hotel, and the team leader had assumed they had gone inside and established contact. They hadn't, and now he had a gap in the plan that might prove fatal. He felt like he was leading a bunch of children, forcing him to check and recheck everything to get the smallest task accomplished. Walking to the front desk, he tapped his hand on the counter, waiting on the woman behind it to finish with a balding German complaining about his bill. Once he was gone, Jake addressed the woman. "Hi. I'm looking for some friends of mine. They were supposed to arrive today, but I haven't heard from them. I was wondering if you could look and see if they've checked in." The woman smiled warmly. "I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to reveal any information on our guests. If you'd like, you can leave me a message for them with your contact information, along with their name. I'll ensure that they get it." Jake smiled back, attempting to be as friendly as the woman, but failing because his smile did nothing but bare his teeth, giving him all the warmth of a great white shark. "Perhaps I wasn't clear. The bloke who wants to find them is El Machete. I would hate to be the person who refused his request." The woman's smile faded, replaced with a look of fear. She glanced around to see if her manager was in sight, then said, "What are their names?" "Jennifer Cahill, and a man." The woman tapped on the keyboard and said, "They're here. Second floor, second room on the right, room 8. Visibly shaking, she said, "Please leave now." Jake grinned, thanked her, then went back to his SUV. He dialed Miguel's number. Miguel answered after the 4th ring. "What have you found? Please tell me you have some good news." "I have their location. I'm pulling in the teams and heading back to the compound. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Miguel wasn't satisfied with that answer. "Well, don't make me beg. Where are they?" "They're staying in a hotel inside Zona 10 called the Casa Bonita Clara. It poses some additional challenges due to its small size, but nothing insurmountable." Miguel smiled for the first time in over 24 hours. "Good. Very, very good. I'm looking forward to meeting this Mr. Pike. Come on back. We'll figure out how we're going to skin this cat. Shouldn't take long. Once we have the package, I want you on the road tomorrow looking for the temple." "Okay. Got it. We're coming home now. See you in a few minutes." Sitting inside the loaned Chevy Suburban, Bakker and Syed heard the entire exchange. Bakker started the giant SUV and drove down the winding road toward the highway, while Syed booted up the M4 satellite phone to search for the hotel. Syed said, "You're going to have to stop and give me 5 minutes before I can get the connection. This thing doesn't work very well on the move." Entering the close-packed concrete landscape of Guatemala City proper, Bakker began to look for a place to pull over. Finding one, he waited while Syed achieved a satellite signal. Seconds later, Syed found the hotel's website. "I have it. We're only minutes away. What do you want to do?"
Chapter 35. Jennifer and I crossed the lobby of the hotel and headed to the stairs. I had made it back to her in the Jeep without incident, although she was spitting mad. I found her hiding in the bushes, apparently unsure if the racket I made while approaching wasn't a bad guy or a jaguar. I had pulled a bush aside and found her staring up at me in fear, which had immediately turned into anger. "You think you could give me some warning that it was you coming? What the fuck are we doing out here? Jesus Christ, I can't believe I let you talk me into this." "Hey, calm down. It was worth it. Nothing bad happened." She had continued on, and I had let her. I took the tongue lashing, because she was right. That was a pretty shitty thing to do. I should have simply left her in the hotel room, like I was going to do now. I've got about 45 minutes before I need to head out. You can do whatever you like, but I'd ask that you don't leave the hotel until I get back. We're getting close to wrapping this up, and I don't want to have any hiccups. Where are you going tonight? Do you have an idea? Not really, but there are always tourist markets around the big hotels. I'll wander around a little bit until I find one that meets our needs. I want one that's open enough to require a large amount of manpower to cover it and give us multiple options for escape, yet small enough for us to see the exchange people before they spot us. I'd like to come with you. I paused, acting like I was considering it, then said, "It'd be better if you just waited here. I'm not going to be gone that long." Are you trying to hide something? I'm getting a little sick of being stuck in the corner like a 5-year-old. I might even be able to help you. Wouldn't it be better for both of us to know what the site looks like in advance? Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm going alone. Just stay here. I walked to the door, now just wanting to get out of the room before she convinced me to let her come. I had my hand on the doorknob when she came back at me. Wait, I thought you said you had 45 minutes before you had to leave. It's only been about 2. Or was that a bunch of crap just to keep me thinking you had some sort of incredible plan? Man alive, she tries hard to piss me off. Look, I'm trying to save your uncle's life. I'm not going to fight you on this. Just sit down. Please. I'll be back soon. Well, you won't need the MP3 player for this, will you? Leave it here with me. What? Now you think I'm trying to fuck you over or something? Jesus, you asked me to come here, to help you. If I wanted to cut my own deal, I'd do it without sneaking around. How about a little trust? She threw her handbag onto the bed. Okay, fine, I do trust you, so you won't mind leaving the MP3, will you? Unless you plan on doing something with it while I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. She was right. There was no reason to keep the MP3. But there was no way I was going to admit that now. I left without another word. For whatever reason, my rage had yet to show itself, and I wanted to get out before that changed and I lost control. Exiting the hotel, I wondered what brain disease had caused me to fly down here in the first place. All I had to look forward to was a murder rap when I got back home, no matter how this turned out. What the hell am I doing? Who gives a shit about someone's uncle? I considered simply getting on a plane and going back to the U.S. I'd have to get Jennifer to buy the ticket, but I figured she'd do it. She clearly didn't like me being in charge. I flagged down one of the unregulated taxis that regularly cruised the city. I asked where I could take my girlfriend to see some sights downtown. The driver said he knew just the place, called the Plaza Mayor, and set out toward the historic district. He let me out at an open-air market and pointed me toward a towering, ornate cathedral a few blocks away. After walking west, I came upon a large, open parade field with a fountain in the center. It did look like a great tourist stop, but it sucked for an exchange. There weren't any crowds to hide within, and it had a clear field of view from all directions. I stopped a woman and asked about the parade ground. The woman didn't speak English and shrugged apologetically. Another person standing taking pictures must have overheard me, because he said, "You from the United States?" I told him I was. Me too. This is the Central Plaza or Plaza Mayor in Guat talk. It really gets hopping on the weekends. I was here last Sunday, and there must have been 1,000 people around here, all out to have a good time. It's the best time to be here. If today wasn't Sunday, you'd see nothing at all. The man was younger than me, with a 4-day growth of beard, a stuffed backpack at his feet. I moved on with a wave, acknowledging his help, silently giving thanks for Birkenstock-wearing, dope-smoking granola eaters. Quite possibly America's #1 export. Crossing to the other side of the parade ground, past the large fountain in the center, I came upon a small plexiglass monument containing a single flame burning from a hidden gas source. The inscription read, A los Heroes Anónimos de la Paz, the Anonymous Heroes of Peace, a monument to the peace accords of 1996 that ended the Civil War here. If the place got as crowded as the backpacking college students said, I had found my exchange location. I began to walk away from the monument, back toward the taxi stands. Moving through the packed streets full of vendors, I got sick of being accosted by every single one and turned into an alley as a shortcut. I walked for 30 seconds before realizing it was a dead end. Turning back, I faced two local nationals moving in my direction. I pushed through them with a half-hearted excuse me, getting a quick feeling that something wasn't right by the way they stared at me. As soon as my back was to them, I was thumped hard on the head and hit in the kidney. Rolling with the blow, I turned to face the pair, only to be tackled. They were uncoordinated, simply hitting and kicking me all over like in a schoolyard fight. I lashed out with a back fist and connected with one of them. He rolled off and shouted at his friend. I turned my attention to the other man on top of me, preparing to wrap my legs around the man's waist in a guard mount that would prevent him from pinning me down and allow me to finish the fight. Before I could do it, his friend jerked him off of me, and both ran back down the alley. I stayed still for a few seconds to catch my breath, then laughed at how easy it had been for a couple of local pickpockets to take me down. As I sat up, it dawned on me that the first man had shouted to his friend in Arabic. I couldn't speak the language, but had listened to it almost more than English in the past few years, and had no doubt that's what I heard. What the hell? Why would a couple of raghead toughs be running around Guatemala? I had seen stranger things and let it go. I checked my watch and wallet and saw that I still had both, so they had failed in their attempts. I picked up my backpack and looked through it. All appeared to be there. I honed in on the small outside pocket, torn open by the assault. A shock went through me. The MP3 player was gone. I ripped through the rest of the knapsack looking for the device. It wasn't there. I searched the ground around me, seeing nothing. I ran back the way I had come, scanning left and right, but still came up empty. I stopped searching. What the hell am I going to tell Jennifer? How are we going to make an exchange? How on God's green earth have I managed to lose the device? I flagged down a taxi, gave him directions, and sat back for the ride. Before I knew it, I was back at the hotel. I exited the cab and dragged myself up to our room, not wanting to tell Jennifer what had happened, knowing she would hate me for the incompetence that would cost her uncle his life. I unlocked the door. She wasn't in sight. So I checked the bathroom. It was also empty. I was surprised and felt the anger rise. I remembered I had said not to leave, but I could see her going out just to spite me. I was working myself into a fine, justifiable rage, building up an argument to counter the sting of losing the MP3 player, when I noticed a piece of paper on the bed. I picked it up and got the second shock of the day. You said you would call when you arrived. If you would like to see the girl in one piece, please call immediately. Chapter 36. I stared at the note for a heartbeat, and then sat heavily on the bed, holding my head in my hands. I had failed all the way around. I had misjudged the opposition and misjudged my own capabilities. I'm a fucking fraud. I should have never come down here. Nothing good was going to come out of continuing now. I ran through my options and settled on the best course of action. Get the fuck out of here right now. Get back to the United States. I could fly back and relocate to another part of the country, starting over again. I wasn't without skills. Although they had proven worthless here, I could hire on with a security firm. I had the credentials. They were hiring 25-year-olds with only basic training on their resume. I could go overseas and make some money, let this entire fiasco blow over, and build a nest egg at the same time. I stood up and began packing my things. I wouldn't even check out. Let Jennifer's credit card handle the bill. She wouldn't need it anymore anyway. After packing my rucksack, I looked around the room to see if I could use anything of Jennifer's before I left. I dug through her purse, searching for cash. I pulled out her passport, seeing her face inside. I paused. From out of nowhere, I thought about my family, Heather and Angie. I squeezed my eyes shut, rubbing them hard with my hands. This isn't the same. I didn't ask to be here. I failed Heather by omission. There's nothing I can do here. Staying was stupid. Trying to do anything about Jennifer was dumber still. All it would do was cause more death, most notably, my own. The hell can I do? I have no money, no equipment, no men, no support, no nothing. The man on the phone is everything. I opened my eyes and found myself looking into the mirror across the wall. A hollow, empty soul staring back. What the fuck have I become? I was sickened by my own reflection, ashamed of my previous thoughts. Heather would have left the man in the mirror. I sat still, thinking of my family, then thinking of Jennifer. I had no doubt that she would have tried to help if the roles had been reversed, no matter the risk to herself. The thought caused a wave of disgust at what I had planned. I can't go back like this. I have to do something. If I die, I die. Better than dying in an IED attack guarding a shipment of Baskin-Robbins ice cream in a war zone somewhere. I felt better right away. Even though the odds almost guaranteed my failure, I felt at ease. I left the luggage, taking only the small backpack. I left the room as I had found it, with the note lying on the bed. I was surprised that I hadn't been attacked yet. Since Machete clearly knew where we were staying, I took it as a good sign. I ran to our Jeep. I merged onto 2 Kaye and headed in the direction of the man's house, wondering just what the hell I was going to do. Thinking through my courses of action, I decided to simply continue with the plan. While the end state had changed, not much in the plan had been altered. My original idea had been to find a place that would facilitate multiple exits, forcing Machete to spread out in an attempt to cover all bases. Since I was now about to attempt an assault on his house, I needed to get as many men out as possible to even up the odds. Plaza Mayor worked either way. The only difference was that I had to keep Jennifer in the house while the hired guns came to find me. I hoped I would accomplish that through a phone call. I'm hoping for a lot to happen. Not a great way to plan. My first order of business was to get a weapon, and I was pretty sure I knew where to get one that was top of the line. Stopping the Jeep at the same pull-out I'd used earlier for my recce, I exited and raced through the woods to the chain-link fence surrounding the compound. I sat still for a few minutes to make sure I was alone, then pulled out the cell phone I had taken off the dead man in Charleston. I dialed Machete's number, using the lighted keypad to see in the darkening gloom. He answered the phone on the first ring. "Hello, Mr. Pike. I'm so glad you decided to call. I was beginning to wonder what to do with Jennifer." I fought to control my anger, needing to play a role. "Look, let's skip the small talk. I'm sorry I ever came down here. I want to give you the package right away. I'm located at the Plaza Mayor. I'll meet you at the Peace Monument with the flame. I'll be in the crowd. 1 man and 1 man alone should stand at the monument every half hour starting at 8 p.m. You got that so far?" "Yes, I understand. We'll meet you then." "No. The man should light a cigarette with his right hand. When I see that, I'll throw the MP3 player to him sometime between 8 and 10. I won't come close enough for anyone to identify where the MP3 player came from. If I suspect that you're more intent on getting me than the device, I'll disappear and you won't hear from me again." "And the girl?" I paused, knowing that I was about to put Jennifer into extreme danger, but also knowing that I had to ensure she remained behind. I don't care about the girl. I just want to get you off my back. I thought about leaving the package in the hotel and hauling ass, but I want to make damn sure you get it. Once you get the player, we're through." "Smart man. I'm good with that. We'll be at the monument. If I don't get the player, I'm going to find you. Don't fuck with me." I gritted my teeth at the threat, thinking I would enjoy killing this asshole. "Understood. You only have about 45 minutes, so you'd better get moving."
Jennifer, lying on the floor shackled and gagged, saw Miguel hang up and waited to hear what he said to Jake. "He's pretty smart. He has a good plan to keep himself in one piece, although I'm sure you'll find a way to defeat it." Miguel then relayed Pike's demands. Jake said, "That makes it harder, but not impossible. The Plaza Mayor will be jammed with 1,000 locals. We're going to need everyone for this, or he'll get away. Security here will be a little light while we're gone. Take whoever you need. I want him almost as much as the package." Jennifer saw Jake glance her way. "What about the girl? Are we taking her?" She perked up, waiting to hear the exchange plan. "No. He's a man after my own heart. He doesn't give a shit about her. He only wants out. I'll give her to the remaining guard force as compensation for missing out on tonight's fun." What? Jennifer's brain refused to compute what she had just heard. She watched in a daze as Jake left the room, barking out orders as he went. Her mind finally clicked. Jesus Christ. I'm going to die. It failed to register that death was the least of her concerns. She heard Miguel talking to the remaining guard. "Take her to the interrogation room. Pick 4 men who deserve a reward, and give her to them." Her predicament began to sink in. She tried to talk through the gag in her mouth, to get Miguel to understand there was some mistake. She was ignored. The guard grabbed the manacles around her wrists, without even giving her a chance to stand up. No, this isn't happening." She was dragged kicking from the room.
Chapter 37. After hanging up, I vaulted the fence and raced to the vantage point I had found earlier. Crouching in the woods, I waited, trying to see one of the guards patrolling the exterior grounds. I focused my eyes on the brick wall surrounding the compound, vaguely lit up enough to allow me to make it out. I used my peripheral vision to pick out movement, knowing that it was better in the night than my primary eyesight. Soon, I spotted a guard moving down the wall. I moved in a crouch on a path to intersect the guard, covering the terrain as rapidly as I could without making enough noise to alert him. I closed within 15 meters of his back and began stalking my prey. When I was 5 feet away, I closed the distance at a sprint. I wrapped my right arm around the guard's neck and pressed my shoulder into the back of his head, forcing it down. Kicking the back of his knee, I flung myself backward, pulling him horizontally toward the ground. Our bodies separated like a pair of scissors. We both hit the earth at the same time, the guard on his back and me on my stomach. The force of the fall generated enormous leverage applied through my shoulder directly into the man's neck, snapping it cleanly. I sat up, grabbed the dead man by his equipment vest, and dragged him 30 feet into the darkness. I began stripping the body, ripping away all of the junk to get to the ammunition for the .416.
Jennifer lay on her stomach inside the warehouse. She was still clothed, but her shoes had been removed to hamper any escape attempt. She could see the implements of torture in the gloom, along with dark brown stains at irregular intervals along the walls. In the corner, she saw a pile of clothes and recognized her uncle's shirt. She began shaking uncontrollably. What the fuck am I going to do? Something. There's got to be something. Up until now, she had managed to maintain a semblance of self-control because she felt certain that the police or Pike would be arriving to help. People like her didn't end up shackled in a drug lord's house, at least not for long. Pike's comments to Miguel had popped that bubble. She now knew she was on her own.
Think. Gotta be a way out.
The door opened, and she saw 5 Guatemalan men enter the room, all staring at her and smiling.
Oh my God.
The thumb drive worked perfectly, surprising Bakker. In his heart, he hadn't thought they would actually get the data, and in their rush to get to the hotel, he hadn't planned a next step. As soon as they had arrived, they had seen a red Jeep driven by a man matching the description given by Jake. They watched him and a woman enter the hotel and had barely begun to discuss their options when the man exited alone less than 5 minutes later, giving them an opportunity they couldn't ignore. Now they had the GPS location to the temple, but they didn't have a GPS. Bakker didn't want to return with the data to Miguel's house, but somehow they needed to get one of the GPSs inside their test package, along with the 3M respirators. While mulling the options over dinner, Bakker decided he would be the only one who went back. Syed would remain in the restaurant with the data, waiting for him to return.
I finished kitting up and conducted a functions check on the weapon, relieved when it appeared to work fine. I had stripped the man of his assault vest, then stripped the vest of the clutter it held. To my surprise, the guard had a plate hanger underneath his vest, complete with front and back level 3 armor plates, rated to stop everything up to 7.62 by 51 millimeter, the primary round used in NATO sniper rifles and light machine guns. What the hell is he wearing this for? I wasn't going to question it. I was fairly sure I would need the protection. I ditched just about everything the man had, throwing away a ton of bullshit accessories that might be useful on Batman's utility belt, but would do me no good. The one thing I wanted that the guy didn't have was a radio, but that in itself gave me some relief about Machete's security posture. Body armor and no radio. He's wearing the kit as a costume. I kept only the 3 magazine pouches, each holding 2 magazines loaded with 30 rounds of Hornady match-grade 5.56 millimeter boat-tail hollow points. For weapons, I took the H&K 416 and a cold steel push knife, a nasty instrument with a 3 3/4-inch double-sided cutting edge and a T handle perpendicular to the blade. Satisfied that I had all I wanted from the dead guard, I began to move toward the front gate, using the wall as cover, all the while scanning for cameras or other early warning devices. So far, no alarm had been raised, but it was only a matter of time before the guard I had killed was missed. I held no illusions of what I was about to attempt. The standard operating procedure of my last unit prohibited entering a room as an individual. 2 people could enter for extreme situations. Otherwise, 3 was the minimum, with 4 or 5 preferred. I was now going to assault the entire fortress on my own, using a weapon I had never fired that might not even be zeroed, and certainly wasn't zeroed for me. I would be lucky if the wannabe I had killed had bothered to sight in the weapon at all. I had no idea if the weapon had been properly maintained. Should it fail at any time, I would be a dead man. As bad as that was, it was the least of my problems. Depending on how many men had left to go chasing shadows at the Plaza Mayor, I was outnumbered upward of 20 to 1. In order to succeed, I would have to maintain what we called relative superiority, attacking each man individually, or at most, 2 at a time. Should an alarm go up, forcing me to fight a concentrated mass, I would lose. Continuing down the wall toward the front gate, I heard a commotion on the other side. A man with a UK accent was shouting instructions in English against the background of multiple vehicles being loaded. I grinned. Fuck yeah, get 'em all out of here. I waited until all the vehicles had left and was about to scale the wall when I heard movement to my right. I pressed against the brick, trying to squeeze into the shadows. Another guard came sauntering down the wall, moving without a purpose, his weapons slung and his hands in his pockets. I started breathing in a shallow pant, hoping he couldn't hear it, even though it sounded like an industrial fan to me. He came within 5 feet, then stopped and turned around, as if he was going back to the gate. What the hell's he doing? Before he could make up his mind about where he was going, I closed on him, trapped his head, and stuck the push blade into the left side of his neck, slicing to the right and ripping out his windpipe and both carotid arteries. I held him upright, aiming the jet of blood away from me, then lowered him to the ground. I quickly scaled the wall and raced to the first door I could see, a side entrance away from the massive, ornate entryway in the front of the mansion. I tried the knob and saw that it was unlocked. I paused, mentally preparing for what was to come, my conscious mind screaming for me to flee. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I knew that my next step, like a parachutist jumping out of an airplane, would be irreversible. I can walk away now and live. Not long ago, I was one of the most highly skilled practitioners of armed combat on Earth. There were maybe 8 or 10 people in the world who could equal my talent. I used that to psych myself up, but knew in my heart it was a lie. Those skills had long since faded, and I didn't stand a chance in hell of rescuing Jennifer. I was going to die before I got through the first floor. Fuck it. I raised my weapon to the position of high ready and turned the knob.
Chapter 38. Lying on the floor, Jennifer stared warily at the men who had entered. So far, none of them had done anything against her, apparently because they were waiting on the word to start the fun. She had no idea what she should do. Should I fight, or simply give in? If I fight, will that only bring on an ass-kicking before the rape, or will they back off? She knew she couldn't keep up a fight for long, and that they could simply hold her down while battering her into submission. She might sustain enough damage to kill her outright. But if I put up enough of a fight, they might be forced to hold me down while they rape me. Maybe I won't have to take on 2 or 3 guys at once. She closed her eyes at the thought. Her new definition of success being not all 5 men raping her at the same time. Dear Lord, help me. Don't let this happen. Please. Please.
I entered a small room that appeared to be a butler area, stuffed with shelves holding all sorts of kitchen utensils. Swinging my weapon in an arc, I attempted the impossible task of covering 360 degrees simultaneously. A frightened man dressed as a servant stood up, throwing his hands high above his head. He clearly wasn't a threat, but I had no way of detaining him and didn't have the time even if I could. My success rested primarily on my ability to keep the enemy from knowing an assault was underway. But speed was a close second. If an alarm was raised, the only thing that would keep me alive was keeping the enemy from knowing where to orient their efforts. If I maintained enough momentum, going as fast as I possibly could, the enemy wouldn't be able to pinpoint my position and would hopefully attack areas after I was through them. I squeezed off a double tap to his head and raced to the next door before he even hit the ground. I suppose I should have felt some pity, but there was only relief at the fact that the weapon I held had hit what I aimed at. He was collateral damage, nothing more. He knew who he was working for. Fucker should have picked a better employer. I entered the next room and dropped a man in military kit racing for a weapon propped against the wall. I scanned the room for other targets, settling my sights on another man sitting in a large winged-back chair, smoking a cigar. Apparently a study. The room was paneled with dark wood and lined on one side by a giant bookshelf. The other side housed a fireplace, with the husks of a long-dead fire sitting on an iron grate like a blackened skeleton. The man was dressed in a business suit, smiling, with his hands outstretched, the Cuban cigar wafting smoke toward the ceiling. You must be the infamous Mr. Pike. Jake was right. You are full of surprises. I'm assuming you've come to bring me my package. I eased off the trigger. Where's the girl? All in good time. She's fine. First, where's my package? I felt the time slipping away, like lifeblood flowing from an open wound. Where is the girl? The man leapt up in a rage, shouting, Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you can enter my house, attack my people, and walk away unscathed? You think? Before he could finish his sentence, I blew out the back of his head with a high-velocity hollow point, watching him fall backward into the chair. Who do I think I am? I'm the man with the gun, dumbass. I moved on, clearing room after room. The majority of the mansion was unoccupied, which made the clearing fairly fast. My assault was only into minute number 12 by the time I had cleared the first and second floors, encountering only 2 more men, killing both. I went to the 3rd floor, clearing it, and finding no trace of Jennifer. I couldn't believe I was still alive and felt my luck evaporating by the second. Where the fuck is she? Exiting the last room, I moved at a light jog in the direction of the stairs. While I was still 20 feet away, a servant appeared at the top. Seeing me, he whirled around and began racing back down the stairs, screaming at the top of his lungs. I snapped off a couple of rounds, but missed. Shit. Now the race is on.
Chapter 39. The lead guard bent down to unlock the shackles on Jennifer's ankles. She lashed out with both feet, hitting him squarely in the chest and knocking him flat on his back. She hadn't made a conscious decision to fight, reacting only by instinct. She decided her instincts were correct. Given a choice, she'd rather be beaten to death. Motherfucker's going to work for this. She rotated on her back, feet out toward the group. The other guards laughed at the man she had kicked, even as they moved in on her. 2 circled around her. She tried to stay with them by spinning on her back, but it was impossible. 1 slapped her hard in the face with an open hand, stunning her. 2 other guards grabbed her manacled arms, holding her down. The lead guard got back up, dusted himself off, and walked back to her. Standing over her, he spit into her face, then stomped on her stomach with his full weight, taking the wind out of her and causing her to double up. He bent down and unlocked the manacles on her legs without a further fight. Grinning at her pain, he pulled out a tactical knife and sliced off her clothes. She curled up in a ball, wondering how long her body had left before it was shattered.
Stairwells were the worst area to fight through. There was no cover at all and only one way to move. It was a funnel that required several men working as a team to successfully clear. I had a choice. Either sprint down the stairs in an attempt to beat anyone setting up at the bottom, or wait for them to attempt to come up. I split the difference, deciding to wait for them on the 2nd floor. It was a calculated risk, as it would allow the alert to reach everyone in the compound, but I didn't like the odds of beating the enemy down 3 flights of stairs. If anyone was at the bottom by the time I got there, I would be easy to pick off. Better to let them do the hard work. The stairs had one advantage in that it would limit the men coming up to 2 abreast, thus preventing them from bringing their total firepower to bear and allowing me to fight no more than 2 at a time. As I reached the 2nd floor landing, I heard the rush of men on the hardwood floor below. I switched magazines, replacing the one in the weapon with a full 30 rounds. I waited in the darkness, my back to the wall, the stairwell opening up 5 feet to my right. I heard the shouting of the men below as they attempted to organize a collective response. Then the pounding of feet on the stairs. I waited for a couple of heartbeats, getting control of my adrenaline. Here we go. Don't miss. Don't miss. I checked that my hollow sight was still functioning, then turned into the stairwell, flipping my weapon from safe to semi-automatic. I saw 7 men rushing up the stairs. the first three with a look of shock when they saw me coming. They were all outfitted like the guard outside. Without conscious thought, I shifted my aim to their heads to avoid any body armor. I began firing controlled pairs, pulling the trigger so fast the weapon sounded like it was on automatic. The first three men died instantly, 2 perfect holes appearing like magic between their eyes. One fell backward, blocking my shot at the remaining men. The 4 were firing wildly back at me. Like inexperienced soldiers everywhere, their initial shots went high. But with this much lead coming my way, the odds were against all of them continuing to miss. I clipped one in the shoulder and was turning to move back to the cover of the second-floor hallway when one of the wild rounds struck me directly over my heart. The armor plate saved my life, but the force from the kinetic energy of the bullet still knocked the shit out of me, causing me to fall backward. Lying back, momentarily stunned, I poured fire down the stairwell in an effort to suppress the guards, desperate to finish the fight before one of them could calm down enough to shoot straight. Realizing I was dead meat if I remained on the floor, I forgot about the cover and launched myself straight into them. The one I had wounded was holding his shoulder and crawling back to the first floor in an effort to escape. Of the other 3, 1 was changing magazines, and 2 continued to shoot ineffectually. One of the guards, shooting wildly at my charge, apparently thinking the noise alone would stop me, hit the man standing in front of him in the back of the head, killing him. Deadeye quit shooting, shocked at what he had done. Nothing like a little luck. I killed him while moving at a dead run down the stairs, close enough to see the look of shock on his face as his soul fled his body. Continuing to move, I reached the 3rd man before he could work the bolt release of his weapon. I jammed the barrel of the .416 into the man's forehead, causing an imprint of the flash suppressor on his skull and knocking him out. I double-tapped the unconscious man's head as I vaulted over him, feeling the weapon lock open on an empty magazine. Intent on stopping the man with the shoulder wound from getting away, I wasted no time trying to reload. The man was on the ground floor and on his feet, moving toward a door off the huge cathedral-like den at the base of the stairs. He was shuffling along, like Quasimodo, looking back over his shoulder as if he was being chased by the devil, his shattered arm dangling uselessly beside him. I caught him just as he reached the door. Dropping the .416 on its assault sling, I reached across the man's face, pulling his head back by digging my fingers into his eyes and yanking upward. I hammered his windpipe above the thyroid cartilage with my other hand, crushing it. I let the man fall, his mouth working like a fish out of water, his lungs pumping to get air in through his destroyed windpipe. I had now cleared the entire house and seen no sign of Jennifer. Shit, maybe they took her. I knew I was running out of time. If I was still here when the men from the Plaza Mayor returned, I would be dead.
Jennifer was yanked up from the floor by her hair. On her knees, her hands cuffed to her front, her face swelling from the earlier blows. She looked up at the lead guard before her. He leered down, holding on to her head by her hair. He drew his finger across his throat and said, "You no bite." He then unbuckled his pants, dropping them to his knees. The rest of the guards giggled like they were on a school outing to an amusement park, anticipating their turn on the ride. Jennifer looked into the man's eyes, saying, "Por favor, por favor, por favor." The man only laughed. She lost all hope. She was nearly catatonic, resigned to the atrocities about to occur. The man let go of her head and began to lower his dingy, stained underwear. She looked up at him again, praying to see some sign of humanity, some shred of decency that would make him rethink what he was doing. Instead, she saw his head explode like a burrito in a microwave. She stared uncomprehendingly as the man fell over backward. Before his death could register, a cyclone of violence erupted around her, the head of man after man exploding as if touched by the hand of God. The local standing behind her grabbed her around the neck and jerked her to her feet, shielding his body with hers. He placed a knife against her throat and whirled her around toward the door. Her eyes focused on a man advancing toward them, holding a rifle pointed directly at her.
Chapter 40. I placed the crosshairs on the head of the man holding Jennifer. He was about 35 feet away, far enough that I didn't trust the zero of my weapon to make the surgical shot required to kill him without risking Jennifer. When I had initially entered, I had seen Jennifer on her knees, with nothing on but bra and panties, 5 men surrounding her, one facing her with his pants down. I had come very close to leaving the zone I had been in since starting the assault, my rage exploding from the depths of my soul. No, not helping. I suppressed it, and set about killing the men as rapidly as possible, with all of the emotion of someone mowing the lawn. All were focused on Jennifer. None had a gun within arm's reach. They stood no chance. I killed the first 4 as easily as shooting a Bianchi Cup at an IPSC match, squeezing the trigger in an easy rhythm as the men scattered like roaches caught by a light. Before I could complete the string, the 5th man had managed to put Jennifer in front of himself, using a knife to control her. He was shouting something in Spanish. Unfortunately for him, I didn't have a clue what he was saying. I moved forward at a fast walk, closing the distance to her, my weapon raised and ready. The man became shrill, shouting the same thing over and over, his eyes getting wide, attempting to drag Jennifer backward. When I was 5 feet away, I aimed for the eye orbit and pulled the trigger, knowing that when the bullet tore a channel through his brain, it would sever the medulla oblongata, reducing his body to a useless sack of flesh and removing the risk of the knife reflexively jerking and hurting Jennifer. Blood and brain matter sprayed out, coating the right side of Jennifer's face in a fine mist. She sank to the floor, staring vacantly at nothing. The violence she had just witnessed, in addition to the trauma of her kidnapping, had caused her to shut down. I just prayed that I had gotten to her in time to prevent any assault. I left her sitting down and searched the bodies on the floor until I found the keys to the handcuffs on her wrists. After unlocking her, I shook her shoulders, constantly talking to her. Eventually, she looked at me with recognition. "We have to get out of here. Can you walk?" She nodded in a vacant way. I realized that I had to get her some clothes and shoes. We still had to get to the Jeep, and Jennifer would be ripped to shreds moving through the jungle at night nearly naked. I helped her up, continuing to talk in a calm, deliberate manner. "We're still in danger. I'm going to have to continue clearing rooms as we leave. We'll find you some clothes as soon as possible. Stay behind me. But I want you to stay in the last room we're in. Only coming in when you hear me call. Can you do that?" She nodded again, this time with more focus. I smiled at her, encouraging her to engage me. "I'm going to lead the way. When we get to a door, I'm going to be aiming at it to prevent any surprises. I can't turn around to find you. I want you to keep your hands on my assault harness. When you're ready for me to proceed, squeeze my shoulder. Can you do that?" She spoke for the first time. "Yes. Just get me the fuck out of here. Please, please, get me out of here." I smiled again, lying through my teeth. "Don't worry. The hard part's over. You have nothing to worry about. Let's get going." I moved back to the open door, scanning the courtyard between the mansion and the warehouse facility. To the left, I saw the guest house. Maybe it would contain some clothing. "When we leave here, I'm going to focus my attention to our right, on the main house. I need you to focus to the left. If you see anything at all, jerk my harness and I'll reorient. I can't see 360 degrees simultaneously, so you'll be the only thing keeping us from getting smoked from the left. Can you do that?" When she nodded, I said, "We're going to run to that house over there. Do you see the door in the front? I'm going to stop on the left side of that door. Are you ready?" She nodded again. "Okay, let's go." I exited the warehouse and sprinted forward, my weapon moving wherever my eyes went, training on every window and door I could see as I ran by them. I fully expected to spot a muzzle flash at any second. What the hell am I doing? Continuing an assault with my 2IC dressed in a bra and panties? I've lost my mind. We reached the building without getting shot at, which was a damn miracle. At the door, I waited until I felt Jennifer squeeze my shoulder, then turned the knob and entered.
Chapter 41. Jennifer jumped when she heard gunfire erupt in the bungalow. She pressed herself up against the wall, her mind racing. The room had gone quiet, and she realized she didn't know what to do if Pike never called. He could be dead. Maybe there's a bad guy about to come out. No way are they getting their hands on me again. She was on the verge of racing across the courtyard when Pike called her in, telling her not to look at the floor. Relief flooded through her. She entered, seeing a man dressed in black sprawled on the floor in the foyer, his arms splayed out as if he was about to be crucified. She saw Pike crouching next to a door up ahead, his weapon at the ready. She wasted no time running up behind him and giving his shoulder a squeeze. She watched him splinter the door open with a kick, then disappear. She heard no gunfire. After a pause, she heard him say, "Someone's living in this room, and I don't think it was the guy I killed in the foyer. Check out the closet and luggage and see if you can find something to wear." Jennifer entered and went straight to the closet. She began going through the luggage, finding men's clothing. She pulled out a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Digging deeper, she found a Quran, heavily worn and thumbed through, but didn't find any shoes. She moved to a box in the corner of the room, finding some kind of gas mask and a genie garage door opener, just like the one she'd grown up with. She held them up, saying, "Pike, what do you think these are for?" Pike turned from the door and said, "I don't know. Did you find some clothes?" "I found a top and bottom, but no shoes." She dropped the gear back into the box, moving to the other piece of luggage. Digging through it, she didn't see any shoes. Nearing the bottom, inside a pocket on the side, she found 2 passports. She flashed quickly to her uncle, but both had pictures of the same stranger. "Pike, what's going on here? 2 passports for the same guy? One's from Saudi Arabia, and the other's from the U.S. for some guy named Carlos. The picture's the same in both. What do you suppose these are for?" Pike blew out the air in his cheeks. "I really don't know, and our time's running out. Please keep looking." Jennifer dropped the passports and moved into the bathroom. Here she discovered a pair of ratty leather sandals, 4 sizes too big for her. She tried them on and found they would just about stay on her feet. "Okay, I found something, but I'd probably be better off wrapping my feet in newspaper." "Good enough. It's time to go. After you dress, we're going out the same way I came in, through the woods down to the Jeep. We'll be moving fast. If you have any trouble keeping up, say something. Otherwise, I'll assume you're good to go. Any questions?" Jennifer paused, then said, "Yeah, actually, I do. Why don't we steal one of their vehicles right here, instead of running through the jungle? They've got a bunch of Suburbans in the warehouse where you found me." "That sounds like a plan. Do you know exactly where they are?" "Yeah. Head back to the place where you found me, but go into the door on the end of the warehouse. I saw the vehicles when they dragged me through there." "Okay. Get dressed. When you're ready, we'll go."
I covered the outside of the room, waiting on her to put on the clothes. I was running contingencies through my mind when it dawned on me that I hadn't done a single thing to find her uncle.